Death's Disciple. Seasons of Necromancy, Book 2. By Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Aleister. The Phi barista dropped off 2 cups of coffee, creamer, and a small metal canister of blood at our table in the corner. I thanked her, and she winked, bustling away to take care of another table. The fall semester had ended with too many unknowns. Too many questions without answers. Too many riddles that made it hard to sleep. Across the table, Gentry grunted, poured creamer and blood into his coffee, and stirred it while he glared at the table. Brolin said you haven't been attending the meetings with him. Indeed, the Prince of Gentry's coven had been reaching out to me to check on Gentry. He kept stirring. And? I shrugged, added blood to my coffee, and took a sip. And he's worried. You've never neglected your duties before. He's asking questions about what else might have happened during the attack on us. We made a deal not to mention her, he reminded me with a growl. The patrons around us gave him worried glances, but I smiled and waved them off. I know we did. I don't plan on going back on that deal, but we need to tell him something, or he's going to stop letting me try to get answers, and he'll do it himself. Semester's starting soon. He won't have a chance to bother me, because I'll be out of the lodge and in the dorms. True enough. This time, during break, I joined Aleister in his coven's lodge in Burning Glade. Still, I reminded him, we have a week left of break, and if you recall, there's a session about to start. He's staying right here in Burning Glade for that. It's not like you can hide from him indefinitely. Brolin and the entire Eternal Ember were in Burning Glade for their once-a-month weekly sit-in. Gentry's brow crinkled, and he finally stopped stirring his coffee. His confused expression worried me. It wasn't the first time he'd appeared lost, like he couldn't remember what we'd been talking about or how we got somewhere. Not that we'd gone many places over the break. This was the first time he ventured out in public in weeks. His hair was messier than usual, and dark circles surrounded his eyes. He appeared sickly. Even his clothes were rumpled. The dark blue long-sleeve shirt was the same one he'd worn for the last 3 days. His jeans were caked with mud at the bottoms, as were his boots. He'd never been one to appear pristine, but I'd never seen him care so little about his appearance. Loudly, he tapped his fingers on the table, tilting his head and hissing quietly. Key, he whispered. She's the key. What did you say? I waited, but he acted like he didn't hear me. Gentry. What? You can talk to me, I reminded him quietly. About whatever's going on inside your head. Why? So you can report to Brolin that I'm losing it. Are you? He scoffed, sinking into his chair. I don't know. The blatant uncertainty in his 3 words made it hard to stomach the rest of my coffee. He continued, everything's changed. Everything. What I believed for so long is wrong. How could I be so wrong? It's not hard to see, I assured him. You only had bad experiences with it. She said it herself. Not many talk about that side of it. He swallowed hard, picking at a splinter on the tabletop. Have you spoken to her? Since leaving the academy? No. I thought it best to give her space. But you told her, right? That I was sorry. Yeah. She knows, but she's going to need time. What we'd been ready to do. Not we, he snapped, slamming his palm on the table. Me. It was only me. I talked you into it. I manipulated you into being paranoid that she was behind the murders. The Phi behind the counter shot us a nervous glance. I set money on the table to pay for our coffees and hauled Gentry to his feet. Let's take a walk. He yanked his arm free but led the way out of the cafe. A heavy layer of snow lay over Burning Glade. It crunched under our feet while we walked toward the park. Street lamps lit the walking paths, mostly vacant at this time of night. Gentry grumbled and hissed incessantly until we were deep into the trees that surrounded the small frozen lake. A guttural growl erupted from his lips, and he punched the trunk of the nearest tree, splitting it down the center. You can't return to the academy if you're out of control like this, I stated, resting my back against another tree. Gentry's hands twitched at his sides while he stomped through the snow one way, then the other, and back again. I told myself she was a murderer, he rasped. Even after all that time I spent with her, I pushed it aside like it meant nothing because she has death magic. A harsh laugh slipped past his lips, and he ran his hands through his hair, giving me a crazed look. I was ready to let them kill her in that clearing. Good riddance, right? Another necromancer gone from this world. That'd be good. Another one dead is always good, but it's not. Shouting, he charged another tree and kicked it, sending it toppling to the ground with a harsh creak and burst of white powder. She saved us, Aleister. She saved me. She healed us. She did, I agreed, hoping he'd keep talking. This was more than I'd gotten out of him since I joined him at his coven's home, to spend the break together. You made a mistake. It's understandable. Why are you so upset? I knew I was a cold-hearted bastard after Kylie died, but Emery was innocent, and he choked on the word, turning his back on me. I didn't care. I couldn't see that. But you did, I reminded him. You came to like her, remember? Until I saw proof of what she was. Then it didn't matter what she was to me. When did I get this cold? When did I turn into such a bastard? You've been through some shit. I shrugged, crossed my arms. Everyone deals with it differently. You have too, but you're not an utter asshole. You aren't either. You merely put on the guise of one to stop yourself from getting close to anyone. To stop from being hurt again. And she saw right through it. He sank to the snow, sitting, elbows resting on bent knees, tilting his head back to look at the sky. She helped me. Made me not feel so alone. Made me feel like I could move on. The bad days weren't so bad anymore. And the anger, she soothed it. She did so much for me, and I stabbed her in the back. I joined him on the ground, nudging him with my shoulder. Maybe when we get back, you should talk to her. Have an honest, open conversation. Get it all out there. I'm not saying she'll forgive you right away, but in time. I can't, he whispered, dragging his fingers through the snow. I don't trust myself. To do what? She needs to be protected, he replied, confusing me even more. And she will be. I'm not about to say anything, and you're not either. I know you won't because she saved your ass. Not what I meant. He pushed to his feet and sped to the sidewalk. I'll see you back at the lodge. Gentry, I called, but he took off. What the hell is he talking about? Those words, something about a key, they weren't the first time I'd heard him muttering them under his breath. Nor was it the first time he'd mentioned protecting Emery. At first, I was worried he'd been having nightmares and was talking about Kylie. One day, he'd snapped at me that it all had to do with Emery. I brushed the snow from my pants and meandered to the stone path winding through the park. I only passed a few others while the temperature dropped, and night slowly gave way to morning. If he was talking about Emery, what could she possibly be the key to? I was almost back to the lodge when a set of footsteps joined mine. I sighed and paused. Really? You know they're overreacting, right? There was no reply, and I patiently waited, gazing into the shadows between the cedar trees. Gretchen. I'm not blind. Seems like it to me, she replied, appearing to my right. Been following you since the cafe. Oh, I noticed. I was too busy dealing with another vampire. No one's tried to kidnap me all break. You told Roderick that, right? He can stop having bodyguards tail me. Gretchen clasped her hands behind her back, smirking. Her blood-red hair was pulled back in a severe bun since she was on duty. A pair of silver eyes slid my way, shining in the moonlight. She was nearly as old as I was in vampire years, and was turned around the same age too. Roderick held her in high regard as one of his most trusted bodyguards. She was also my friend, unless she was on duty. Then she was a pain in the ass with how much she followed the rules. She was loyal to the house and the vampires who ruled over it. She wore all black, her trench coat hiding the short sword I knew was sheathed at her hip and the multitude of knives she was obsessed with strapped across her chest. I used to hate admitting it, but I stopped caring that she could kick my ass. Meant she could kick just about anyone's ass if they tried to hurt my father, mother, or me. Gentry seems to be worsening, she mused while we walked. I take it you're not going to speak to Roderick about my not needing a guard then, I complained, and she chuckled. Fine, fine. And yeah, he's worsening. Have you spoken with Brolin? I don't have to. I'm sure he sees Gentry slipping. And this is all from the kidnapping attempt. Ensuring to keep my face blank, I told her it was. She gave me a questioning look, which I ignored, and mentioned the night must have triggered old memories. He's never moved on from losing so many. And from watching Kylie turned into a puppet. You think he'll make it through the next semester? He'll do what he needs to do. He always does. The students might think he's a downright bastard by the end of it, but he'll be fine. Her eyes turned from suspicious to contemplative. I hope so. And there might not have been attempts to kidnap you, but what you're saying is getting around. Roderick's worried someone is going to take extreme measures to make a lesson out of you. What do you mean? I mean, the heir to the House of the Phoenix is now spouting support for those with death magic, she murmured, slowly taking in our surroundings like she expected an attack. He's worried you're going to stir up trouble by speaking out. They're witches, just with a different magical path. They deserve the same rights. And what made you change your mind? Nothing, I insisted. I've always been in support of them regaining their place in society. I merely didn't speak out as loudly. Her quiet hiss said she wasn't buying my story. Nothing else changed? No, why? I simply assumed after the murders at the academy, being linked to death magic, you would have gone the opposite way. I touched her arm, bringing us to a stop on the path. What? No one except Gentry and I knew that detail, thanks to Emery. I'd meant to pass it on to the guard, but it'd merely be speculation without a credible source. They needed hard facts. Concrete evidence. Worry that somehow another person had outed Emery, I waited impatiently for Gretchen to answer. Her eyes flicked up and down the path, but we were alone in the quiet of the early morning. They brought in a witch named Astrid. Oldest psychic medium alive, she whispered. The guard was at a dead end, and after much pleading, she came to examine the victims. She barely got the words death magic out of her mouth before a backlash of power put her in the hospital. They have no idea where it came from or what caused it. Is she going to live? They're unsure. She hasn't awakened. That was a week ago. There haven't been any new leads on the death of Clara Flanagan either, though the theory is she knew her killer. If I were you, I'd cut the prince and princess some slack when it comes to keeping their heir safe. I can take care of myself. I'd like to think so too, but then I'd be out of a job. She winked and we walked down the path, making our way to the lodge. The sprawling grounds and massive structure that was more fortress than lodge was across the road from the Hall of the Undying. The 15 members of the Eternal Ember oversaw our supernatural society, meeting at the hall once a month for week-long sit-ins. They'd also gather in times when an emergency needed to be dealt with. Out of the 15 Eternal Ember members, 3 were always present, 1 from each major race. This month was Brolin's turn for the vampires. Once the sit-in concluded for January, he'd remain behind for a month. Aside from the 3 members, countless others resided in the Hall of the Undying full-time. The guard was also headquartered there. The barracks were around the southern edge of the property. The guard commanders were almost always on site, unless their presence was required elsewhere. Assistants, politicians, lawyers, ambassadors representing other races and the covens worldwide resided in Burning Glade and held offices within the massive Hall of the Undying, which towered over the capital. The lodge, where visiting members held living quarters, was slightly less intimidating in appearance, made of stone and timbers instead of obsidian. It also lacked the guard tower's stone wall and gate. There was plenty of protection present, and the place had an expansive magical security system. Still, it was nothing compared to the hall itself. I stopped outside the double front doors, wishing I had another couple of weeks until classes started. I needed more time with Gentry. Aleister, Gretchen said. Sorry. Lost in thought is all. Thanks for the walk, I added and made my way inside. Anytime, she whispered. When I turned, she was already gone. I wondered at the shift in her tone of voice but let it go. Gretchen and I were friends, nothing more. Shaking my head, I hurried inside, mulling over what she'd told me about the murdered vampires. Emery had been right about death magic being involved, not that I doubted her word on the subject. She'd seemed freaked out about what she'd uncovered of the murdered vampires. If I could talk to her again, she might be able to tell me exactly what she felt or saw. All I knew was they'd been forced to rip their own hearts out, and their spirits had been hexed. No one said anything about the burn on the last victim's wrist, the one of an iris. If the others had it, the guard kept that detail quiet. There had to be more she could give me to pass on to the guard. Anything. Or you push her into looking for answers, and she winds up in the hospital like Astrid or having her magic exposed. Also not a good choice. I couldn't use Emery for her death magic. That'd go against everything I stood for currently. Either way, I wasn't going to last the entire semester without speaking to her. Someone clearly wanted her for some dark purpose. As much as she would hate to admit it, Gentry and I might end up being her only allies in whatever came next. This fight those strangers started was far from over. And with the murderer still out there, all of us were in danger.
Chapter 2. Gentry. My furious growls bounced around my room while I smashed the heels of my palms to my eyes. The throbbing remained. Cursing the looming cloud of darkness that had plagued me for weeks, I kicked my way free of the blankets and staggered to the bathroom. Protect Emery. Protect her. Key. She's the key. Shut up. I bashed my fist into the mirror, creating a spiderweb of cracks shooting out from the center. The bite of pain did nothing to quiet the whispers in my ears. Yanking my fist back, I snarled, hoping to drown out Kylie's voice. The words drifted away, leaving me shaking and clinging to the bathroom sink. All you keep saying is protect her, I muttered to my distraught reflection. Protect her from what? Just tell me that. But like all the times before, there was no answer. Yelling, I slammed my palms onto the sink, shattering the ceramic. My glowing red eyes glared back at me in the wrecked mirror. My destroyed bathroom was going to be fun to explain to the lodge staff. I'd have to bribe someone not to pass on what they saw to Brolin. Get it together, or Brolin's going to make you go home and stay there. Aleister had been right yesterday when he asked if I was losing it. The semester ended, and I left without speaking to Emery or figuring out who tried to kidnap her. No, not just kidnap her. Hurt her. That totem they chained her to, I'd spent the past few weeks searching for any information on what it was. Without flat out telling the historians in our house what I was looking for, they'd been unable to give me anything helpful. If I poked around too much, Brolin would find out, and he'd be asking me more questions than he already was. I was surprised he hadn't put a damned watchdog on me. I scoffed at my reflection. Doesn't have to. Aleister's doing it for him. Stepping around the broken shards of ceramic and glass littering the bathroom, I returned to my room to look for a somewhat clean shirt to tug on. I was expected to attend several meetings with Brolin tonight. Coming up with an excuse to keep avoiding the gatherings was only going to work for so long before he dragged me to them himself. But first, there was the matter of the two historians I'd been speaking with, who said they might have new information tonight. No, actually. First was the matter of sustenance. I needed blood. Pulling on my black boots, I ran my fingers through my hair in a vain attempt to tame it and left my room. I was halfway down the long stretch of the dark red carpeted hall when Kylie's whispers returned. I rumbled, clenching my hands at my sides and digging my nails into my palms, hoping the pain would drive the thoughts away. The pain helped, but it wouldn't last forever. Aleister had tried to talk to me about Emery several times throughout our winter break. And each time I wanted to punch him. He didn't understand what I was going through. How could he? It had been so easy for me to betray her, and yet she still turned around and saved my life. Without knowing who I was supposed to protect her from, I needed to keep my distance. What if it was me who needed to stay away? What if I ended up being the reason she was hurt or killed? Witnessing what she was capable of, how death magic wasn't all bad, should have been enough to convince me she wasn't like those evil bastards who killed Kylie. Yet that doubting voice in the back of my head kept reminding me how powerful Emery truly was. And she bore the marking. How could I ignore that? Aleister experienced firsthand the power of being controlled, as did I. She might have done it by accident both times, but what about the next time? She was only going to become more formidable. The bear she'd summoned had rampaged through that camp and torn her attackers apart like they were paper. That bear not being her only tattoo was also a cause for worry. All the necromancers I'd met throughout my lifetime only bore one tattoo. Not four. And the bear hadn't been there when we were first taken. She'd shown us her right side where she bore that horrible scar from her childhood. There'd been no bear tattoo on her ribs then. I sensed she was oblivious to the significance of having so many markings gifted to her. I had to know how powerful her death magic could become. She might be willing to use it for healing now, but what happened if she was attacked again? Or if she decided to go take the same dark road so many others ventured down? The potential for her to turn was there. It always would be. That's what death magic was. A curse. When that day came, when she no longer saw the light in her magic, someone would have to be there to stop her. "You might want to ease up there," Aleister murmured beside me. I hadn't even heard him sit down at the small round table beside me. Shit. I wasn't even sure I could recall reaching the dining room and pouring myself a tall glass of blood either. My hand squeezed that glass. Carefully, I let it go, resting my palm on the table. "No better this evening?" "What do you think?" I snapped. "No, I'm not any better." "Yeah, I can tell." Wishful thinking. "We need to keep an eye on her," I muttered in a rush. "Who?" he asked, then sighed a second later. "That glint in your eyes says it's not just to ensure no one else tries to kidnap her. You saw what she did, what she's capable of. And she's not the enemy. Don't start mixing your past with who she is," he warned. "Last night, you were ranting about keeping her safe and hating yourself for turning your back on her. Now you want to stalk her like she's one of them. What changed?" "Nothing." "Don't give me that. You're letting your fears get the better of you." "Shut up," I said, hissing quietly. "You'll never understand. I understand you're having nightmares again, and those are making you doubt everything you witnessed with your own eyes." Vampires at the surrounding tables shot us curious glances. Aleister's eye twitched. I continued, "We can talk about this later, but you need to stop trying to make her the bad guy when she's not." Though there were times I fought that very thing myself. He rose from the table, but I snagged his arm, not letting him walk away yet. "How can you be so sure? You experienced the same thing I did. You saw the birthmark, the tattoos," I added on a breath, praying no one else heard. "That's not normal. None of it is." The battle within me to trust and not trust her clearly waged on. "You know what she did as well as I do. When the semester starts, I'm going to find a way to speak to her and let her know she's not alone in this. Whoever it was out in the woods, they didn't simply kidnap her. They hurt her, probably would have killed her, and some of them got away. You really think they won't come back? She's going to need friends, Gentry, not more enemies. You are her friend, aren't you?" I'd been more than her friend up until the moment I learned the truth. Scowling at the table, I released Aleister's wrist. My back-and-forth battle of feelings for Emery was beyond exhausting. He strode away, and I was left to drink my blood alone, wondering how I was going to make it through the next semester. "You wanted to see me." Brolin Wolson, Prince of the House of the Red Moon, waved me forward without glancing up from his desk. He was broad-shouldered like me and built like a wall with fangs. His dark brown hair was down to his shoulders and usually on the messier side, giving him a disheveled look that clashed with how pristinely he dressed. A pair of light brown eyes flicked to me for a second when I remained in the doorway. He beckoned me forward a second time, saying, "I did. You'll be returning to the academy in 2 days. I thought it'd be a good idea to have a conversation before you left." Striding into the room, I took a seat in front of the desk, waiting for him to finish writing. The pen scratching across paper set my teeth on edge. I curled my hands around the arms of the chair, sensing Kylie's voice about to whisper in my ears. The noise of Brolin's writing mimicked her whispers. I hissed loudly, hoping to cut off the sound. Brolin's hand paused. He set the pen down and leaned back in his chair. "You haven't been doing well, have you?" "Is that a question?" "No, an observation. I know last semester was hard for you, what with the murders and these mysterious villains who kidnapped you and Aleister, but there's more going on that you're not telling me. Be honest. What's troubling you?" Telling him I'd finally been able to move on from Kylie, but that the one I turned to was a witch who has death magic, would only start a world of trouble I wasn't ready to deal with, nor bring down on Emery's head. I shrugged, holding his gaze the best I could. Nightmares are back. Of that night. What else would they be of? I gnashed my teeth, too anxious to sit still any longer. Rising from the chair, I stomped around the study, needing to hit something. "You misunderstand me. The night Kylie died. Or the night you were attacked in the hollow. You see, it's curious is all, why you have our historians digging into death magic and trying to understand the totem you mentioned you saw. Why am I not surprised they told you? They didn't, but nothing goes on in the House of the Red Moon that I don't know about." He came around his desk, sitting on the corner. "You need to be focusing on teaching your classes at the academy, nothing more. I need answers. Whatever they were after involved that totem and the magic within it. And I'll make sure we find answers to what they were doing and who they are, but the last thing you're going to do is rush off after these people alone. Or get yourself tangled up with someone who has death magic," he warned, a hiss accompanying his words. "You never mentioned if someone used it that night." "Used what?" I asked, willing myself not to react. "Death magic in the hollow. You said there were shifters, witches, and even vampires who attacked you and Aleister. Why else would you be interested in that tainted power, unless it was used against you? So was it." Leaving Emery out of the story meant there had been no mention of death magic until I started digging. Chalk one more point up to my being a dumbass. "The murders on campus were," I said, using those as an excuse. "Aleister and I believed death magic could be involved. I merely wanted to see if there was a way to be certain. There was no death magic used in the hollow. None that I saw." Brolin's steady gaze turned calculating. "Curious, since it turns out it was. Involved in the deaths of those vampires, I mean." He spun the gold ring on his right hand, the one bearing the crest of our house, something he did while plotting. I knew he came to a decision when he stilled. "The guard will handle the murders and the investigation into your attempted kidnapping. You're to stop hounding our historians for answers. Understand?" I could help, I tried, but his arched brow silenced me. "I'm sorry. You're right. You've come a long way since that terrifying night when we lost so many of our kin," he murmured. "I don't want to watch you slip back into that darkness. If your nightmares worsen, you're to tell me immediately." "I will," I promised. "And the next time you attend meetings with me, I expect you to speak at some point. Having my heir say nothing while discussing these ridiculous propositions regarding rights for these death magic miscreants won't do. Unless you've changed your mind." "No," I replied firmly. "I stand with you and our house, as always." "Good. You had me worried that the attack knocked sense out of your head. We'll speak once more before you leave." I was at the door when I stopped. "There's one question I had." "And? What is it?" "I came across something odd last semester, a witness account involving death magic." "What about it?" Slowly, I turned, remembering the pulsing light that had healed Aleister and me. The person said they were healed by it, that there wasn't only darkness in that magic. It saved them. Brolin's eyes narrowed to furious slits, his hiss turning into a vicious growl. Lies. It's all lies. There is no healing or good that can come from death magic. Do you understand, Gentry? Nothing. None. You better than most should know that by now. Whoever this witness was, they must be mistaken. I simply wondered if you ever heard of such a thing. Never. It's not possible. Death magic is just that. Death. No healing, no light, no goodness. I'm sorry I asked, I murmured. I'm not sure why I thought it could be true. You've had a few trying weeks. Get some rest. We'll speak again tomorrow. I backed out of the room and rushed through the lodge to my quarters. What had I been thinking, asking Brolin a question like that? Now he'd suppose I was teetering on the edge of sanity more than I actually was. I attempted to sleep. After an hour of glaring at the ceiling, I gave up and paced around and around my room. Emery's face kept appearing in my mind. We might have only been together for a short time, but she helped remind me who I was before the night that destroyed my life. A sudden longing to hug her and settle into that sensation of home she'd given me without even knowing made my hand curl into a fist, and I punched the nearest wall. I couldn't want her like this, not after what I did. Aleister might think she'd forgive me, but why would she? I hadn't just messed up with Emery. I probably lost her for good. I lost the one person who saw beneath the anger and pain that had created massive walls I thought would never come down. Aleister was right. My fears were altering my perception of what I knew to be true. Emery was powerful. There was no getting around that fact. If she wanted to, she could have wiped out Aleister and me. But she hadn't. She saved us instead of ensuring her secret would be safe. Protect her. Kylie's words whispered past my ear. Emery's smile appeared in my mind's eye. A rush of warmth, the same that came from the healing light, flooded my chest, leaving me gazing wide-eyed at my reflection in the window. The feelings I had for Emery were real. I might not get a chance to ever speak to her again, but I needed her to know that. My fears would always be with me. Emery didn't deserve to suffer under that burden. It was mine alone to carry. If nothing else, I had to assure her that I was sincerely sorry, and I wouldn't keep trying to hold her accountable for what those necromancers did to my family. If Kylie's spirit was genuinely reaching out to get me to protect Emery, then that's what I'd do. Sitting down at the desk, I picked up the pen and notepad for the room and started writing. With every word that spilled onto the page, the old fears attempted to creep back in. Each time, I thought of Emery, and the time we spent together, how real that connection was, and the darkness dissipated a little more. Whatever came next, I would not turn my back on the one woman who yanked me out of the shadows and back into the realm of the living. The birthmark and her tattoos meant she would indeed be a force to be reckoned with, but power didn't mean evil. For now, she was on the side of good. Protect her. She's the key. Protect her. Maybe I was meant to protect her from herself. She saved me, and perhaps sometime soon I'd be the one to save her. The horrifying notion that saving her might mean destroying her one day caused my hand to slip on the notepad. It won't happen, I whispered to the looming shadows. I won't let it. Later that morning, when I finally grew tired enough to turn in, I sank onto the bed and fell asleep. The nightmares came as they'd been doing for weeks, but this time they were different. Instead of Kylie standing before me, covered in blood, it was Emery. She held out her hand to me, agony etched on her face while her eyes glowed with magic. She was yanked away, and the totem appeared behind her. She was chained to it once again, screaming in agony when it came to life. The tattoos on her body burst from her skin while she cried. They turned on her, tearing her apart. I rushed forward to save her, but my body was rooted to the spot. Emery's shrieks echoed around me until a harsh cackling erupted behind from me. She's mine, a woman's voice called, tinged with madness. They're all mine. Emery was devoured by her undead guides. When the bear charged me down, I shot up in bed and promptly hit the floor with a hard thud. Sunset burned red in the clear sky. I fell flat to the rug, covering my face with my hands. A raven cawed loudly in my ear. Lowering my hands, I spotted a bird, glowing as Emery's bear had. It perched on the windowsill, but the window was shut. The bird's head turned to the right, revealing its undead side. Emery. The raven cawed a second time, spread its wings, and flew around the room, landing back where it started. Cautiously, I pulled myself off the floor, watching it, when a shimmering form appeared beside it. The moment Kylie's face came into focus, I stumbled forward, reaching for her. You have to save her. Not just for your sake, but for theirs. Protect her. From what? I whispered, sure this had to be a dream. The darkness. It's coming for her. It's coming for them all. Kylie's body solidified for a split second, then was gone. The raven cawed, spread its wings, and flew out the window like it wasn't even there. I dug my nails into my palm, wincing at the pain. I was awake, which meant I really did see Kylie's ghost. The raven, it had to be Emery's. Head reeling from even more unanswered questions, I shut my eyes, focusing on what Kylie had said. Looked like I wouldn't merely be teaching classes this semester. If Kylie's spirit was coming back from the grave to this extent to give me this message, I couldn't fail her. Whatever this darkness was coming for Emery, it'd have to find its way through me first. I'll keep her safe, I promised. Even if she hates me for the rest of her life, I'll protect her. A featherlight touch brushed across my cheek. Kylie. I pressed my hand to my face, but the sensation was gone as fast as it came. I folded the letter I had written for Emery, tucked it in my travel bag, and prepared for my final days at the lodge.
Chapter 3. Emery. You all right? You keep rolling your shoulder, Rose said, eyeing me. It's sore, I muttered, wincing when I rubbed my right shoulder where the raven tattoo perched. And I keep having these weird dreams about him flying off somewhere. You have been sleeping in pretty late. Taking naps in the afternoon. Not exactly like you. I awakened exhausted every morning. It had been a struggle to simply get through the days. Why I was so tired remained a mystery. I thought I was sleeping through the night, aside from the occasional nightmare about a cackling shifter and a burning red totem. Could be from her new marking, Debbie, Rose's mom suggested. It's the largest and most powerful one you've received. That could take a lot out of anyone. She smiled encouragingly at me, her cheeks red from standing over a bubbling cauldron for the last hour. She stirred the latest batch of a protection potion over the wood-burning stove. We were in the workshop where she did her potion making and cast most of her spells. I'd grown up in this room, helping to grind herbs, make candles, and cast spells of my own. I couldn't count the number of late nights we had in here, reading tarot cards and talking about what the future would hold. During all those readings, not once did a helpful card come forward to say, "Hey, you're going to meet a handsome, sexy vampire. Don't get involved with him, because he's likely to stab you in the back." Emery? What? Rose's brow arched while she pointed to my side. You might want to stop thinking about whatever it is you're thinking about. I glanced at my side and jumped off the stool. What the hell? The bear tattoo that had appeared on my ribs that night in the hollow glowed, while the beast shifted, eager to come out. A low rumbling growl filled the workshop, until I rested my hand on the bear, attempting to calm it. What's on your mind? Rose asked curiously. What do you think? The vampire. Don't say it like that, I muttered, plopping down on the stool and focusing on grinding the white rose petals Debbie placed in front of me. It's over. Finished. I'm never going to speak with him again. You keep saying that, and yet every day, I'm pretty sure you're thinking about him. I lowered my head and worked on the herbs, not trusting myself to say another word. I'd had Gentry constantly on my mind, no matter how many times I told myself to forget about him. Being around him had been a nice change of pace. That's what I said it was, but it had been more than that. Simply being around him was comfortable in ways I never thought I'd be around another person. We didn't even have to talk half the time, Being together in the same room had been enough to feel that connection to him, almost like we'd known each other for years. I hated him for getting so damn close, only to let me down. To make me out to be the bad guy, all because he learned the truth. How was I supposed to move on and forget what he and Aleister had accused me of? Or that he couldn't even apologize to my face, but made his friend do it? If he genuinely cared, he would have been standing there with Aleister. No, he would have come sooner, much sooner, and talked to me. But he hadn't. Almost every night I dreamt of his dark brown eyes, heard his laughter. I'd wake up certain he'd been hugging me with those soothing arms of his. I wouldn't admit it no matter how many times Rose tried to make me, but I missed Gentry. He'd been my first meaningful relationship. He was damned lucky I wasn't the kind to hex his ass for what he did to me. "You're doing it again." I grumbled a curse, pressing my hand to my right side. Never had a marking tap into my emotions like the bear does. Not used to it. "Might want to get a handle on that before we go back to the academy in 2 days, Rose commented lightly. "A bear popping out of your side might draw some attention." I flicked some crushed rose petals at her. "Thanks, genius. I'll go back into the spirit realm tonight. Try to connect with it." The raven on my shoulder fluttered. I cringed. The sensation of it moving around usually wasn't this uncomfortable, but he'd been agitated for the last couple of weeks. The nerves in my right arm were beginning to feel raw. Need to have a chat with all my markings apparently. Maybe it's from whatever was on that totem. Rose angrily shook her head. "Still can't believe those assholes managed to break into the academy and take off with you three." "I haven't found anything about the markings on their hands or the designs on the totem," Debbie told us. "No one here has any idea what it could mean. I even reached out to your parents again, but they weren't able to find any leads. My parents worried about me enough as it was, but after the semester ended it had grown worse. I told Debbie about the incident. After getting mad I hadn't contacted her the day after it transpired. She turned around and called my parents using the mirror in the workshop. My eyes flicked to it now, remembering how angry and scared Dad had been while he asked me question after question. Mom had barely been able to focus long enough to understand what we were talking about. She'd looked all right for the most part, but there'd been dark circles around her eyes and she was thinner than the last time I saw her. The strain of her condition appeared in the lines on Dad's face. I was concerned for him, worried about them both. The last thing I'd wanted to do was dump this mess on them, but it was too late to take it back now. Worse was when they realized 2 vampires now knew I had death magic. And not just any 2 vampires. They were heirs to the 2 most powerful houses. Thankfully, I refrained from mentioning how close I'd become to one of them. Between anxious questions, Dad lectured me for a solid hour on being more careful. If he found out I'd been dating Gentry and nearly told him my big dark secret, he would have lost what little sanity he had left. A flash of green filled the workshop. Debbie ceased stirring the potion. "That should do it. Let me see your necklace." I removed the black chain with the raven charm hanging from it and handed it to her. Holding it by the clasp, Debbie dipped the necklace into the protection potion, coating every inch of it. Once it was removed, she snapped her fingers and a burst of hot air quickly dried it. "Here you are. Do not take this off, not for a second," she stated, handing the necklace back to me. "I'd like to see those assholes steal you away now. Between this spell and that bear of yours, you should make it through this semester without any issues." She crossed her arms while I put the necklace back on. "You sure you want to go back?" "I'm not just going to let them win," I insisted. "Whoever they might be. That library has one of the largest and oldest collections of magical texts. If there's a book that might help me figure out what I can do, it's going to be in there." "And you trust those vamps to keep their word?" Holding up the raven charm to the light, I thought of Aleister's parting words. If he wanted to turn me in, he could have the night we were attacked, but I'd awakened in my room safe and sound. "I do," I finally answered Debbie. "I'm going to keep my head down, not talk to anyone, and everything will be fine." Nothing to worry about? You said that last semester, Rose murmured, for which I shot her an annoyed look. What? Just saying, you seem to be a magnet for trouble lately. I don't want anything happening to you. I'll be all right. Just wish I knew more about that totem. I shivered, recalling the sharp pain that had coursed through my limbs each time it pulsed with life. A car door slammed. Debbie frowned, walking to the door. Now who's that? I wasn't expecting anyone. You two stay here. You still have all those herbs to take care of. Rose groaned, her head falling to her folded arms while Debbie chuckled on her way out the door. I went back to crushing up the rose petals and once they were finished, carefully dumped them into a tall glass jar. I screwed on the lid and was about to place it with the countless others lining the shelves on the wall when the door opened. Debbie stood at the threshold, a strange look on her face. Mom? Everything okay? We have a visitor. She wants to speak with you both. Visitor? Rose asked, exchanging a confused glance with me. Who? Cassandra Thornhart. She stepped to the side, and the woman herself entered. The air in the workshop dropped several degrees when she stepped inside, and my skin prickled with the amount of power radiating off her. Tendrils of thick white hair hung to her waist, curling at the ends. A pair of dark violet eyes darted around the room while her lips, marked with matching violet lipstick, twitched as if something amused her. The black and violet silk dress she wore clung to her ample chest and hips. It was an outfit more suited to a ball than paying a friendly visit to fellow witches. She gripped a pair of violet silk gloves in her right hand, and when she took a step forward, I spotted the pointed toes of violet boots. This is perfectly quaint, isn't it? She mused with a voice that purred. Rose nudged me with her elbow, and it took everything I had not to burst out laughing. Was she serious? Quaint? How snobby could this witch be? Works for me, Debbie commented, not looking away from the woman. I'm sorry to say, I wasn't expecting a visit from you, Cassandra. I know. Bit of a surprise. With the new appointment being handed over to me after poor Clara's death, I thought I would pop in and see how the coven leaders were doing. All the coven leaders. Shadow Moon might be one of our smaller communities, but they're all important to me, Cassandra stated. That's why I'm more than thrilled to be a part of the Eternal Ember. I have so many plans for all of us, so many plans. I wanted to hear how you were getting on. If there was anything you needed, dear, anything at all. Rose nudged me a second time, and I subtly shook my head. The last thing I wanted was that pair of violet eyes focused on me. After Clara Flanagan, the head elder of the Silver Flame Coven and a member of the Eternal Ember, was murdered, a vacancy had opened. Several small covens like ours had approached Debbie, asking her to put her name in the running. But Debbie hated politics and steered clear. We heard rumors of a witch being handed the position, but no one seemed to know much about her. The elders of our coven had seemed confused and upset when they first heard the name. We asked why, but Debbie never gave us a clear answer. We're getting along fine, Debbie assured Cassandra. Our community can take care of our own needs, without any additional help from the EE. Yes, well, I'll be working on ways to send more funding to our smaller covens. Give you a chance to build a better gathering space. I'm sure several large greenhouses would help assist in the production of the herbs and plants you need throughout the year. The system we have now has never failed us, Debbie countered, keeping a fake smile plastered on her face. In the old days, no, but times are changing. You must be ready for that change. What change? Debbie asked, her eyes narrowing, and the air in the workshop became heavy. Cassandra's lips curled in a mischievous smile while her violet eyes glowed. One that will bring witches out from under the thumbs of those who believe us to be weak. No one believes we're weak, Rose spoke up. I could have kicked her for opening her mouth. Cassandra's gaze shifted to us, and my body went rigid. It was only for a second, but that was enough to tell me how potent this witch was. That is a lie. They make you think that, but in truth, we've always been seen as less than the shifters. Even lesser by the vampires. She viciously spat the last word. I've been appointed to this position, so I can help all races. However, they will all be sorely mistaken if they believe I'm not going to find a way to better my sister's situation. There's no situation. Isn't there? Cassandra argued with Debbie. Clara Flanagan was murdered, and yet no progress has been made in tracking down her killer. No one knows who killed the vampires at the academy either, I muttered under my breath. Cassandra whipped around to me, tilting her head. You're upset they're dead? I chewed on my cheek, telling myself not to open my mouth, but the words came out all the same. No one deserves to be killed like that. It was horrible being torn apart by. Rose stepped on my toe, cutting my words off when I gasped in pain. Sorry, clumsy. Rose's smile was more like a grimace. Cassandra's eyes flicked between us, while I realized I'd almost given away that I knew about the death magic used to kill the vamps. No way I should know that, unless I'd poked around their corpses or had the same kind of magic running through my veins. Debbie, would you be a dear and put on some tea? I'd love to speak with you more, but I need to have a quick chat with these two promising witches. Debbie hesitated, but we forced smiles, letting her know we'd be fine. She exited the workshop saying she'd be just inside, and the door closed behind her. Cassandra waited for a beat. When she walked around the area, she clicked her tongue. Taking in the shelves of herbs, she ran her fingers along the collection of books on herbal remedies and spells Debbie had spent her entire life writing. Your mother has turned out to be quite the witch, Cassandra remarked, turning around to face us once more. I know. We're learning from one of the best, Rose said proudly. Yes, you are. You two are strong, I can feel it, but something tells me you're holding back. She slapped her gloves on the wooden table and rested her palms on the surface. I have a proposition for you, an invitation I'd like to hand out. Invitation to what? Rose asked. Cassandra snapped her fingers, and a coin the size of my palm appeared in my hand. Rose held a similar coin. They were bronze with an iron ring toward the center. There were no symbols on it, but the writing inside the ring was the language of the first witches. I knew most of it, and after doing a quick translation, set the coin down. Order of the Frozen Hearts. What is that? Cassandra's eyes brightened when she looked at me. A secret society of promising, like-minded people. It's been around for centuries. Witches, shifters, vampires, all sorts of magical beings. They come together to be a family. We have a family, Rose said, sounding uncertain while she too set the coin down. Your blood family, yes, but what about your magical family? Tell me, have you ever sensed your magic pulling you to someone? Ever? I was going to say no, but when I'd been around Gentry all last semester, it hadn't been merely an emotional draw to him. There had been something more profound. I'd never had a chance to figure out what it was when he stabbed me in the back. But he didn't use magic. Aleister, however, had been a witch before he was turned. I never thought much about it, but I'd sensed a faint pull to him at one point. I gave my head shake to stop myself from falling into another endless loop of thinking about them. I turned to Rose, who had a curious look on her face. Had she felt this tug before? Cassandra gave us a lopsided smirk, picking up her gloves. That's all the answer I need. Whenever you decide you wish to see what the order is about, all you have to do is hold that in your palm and imbue it with your magic. Someone will call you with the information you need to find us. You won't regret it. Rose, would you be so kind as to give me a few minutes alone with Emery? Rose nibbled her lip worriedly, but after assuring her I'd be fine, she left the workshop holding her coin. I shoved my hands in my back pockets, not sure what this was going to be about. To my knowledge, Aleister and Gentry had kept their word so far about not revealing my secret to anyone. Had that changed? Was that why she came here? You can stop looking so troubled, darling, Cassandra purred. I merely wanted to speak with you about your schooling. Why? Her laugh was a musical sound that made my skin crawl and forced me to take a step closer without realizing I was doing it. I planted my feet, using my magic to keep me in place. The bear shifted beneath my skin, and I silently told the beast to not do anything stupid. Debbie and the other elders might know I had death magic, but no one else did, aside from Aleister and Gentry. The last person I wanted to know was a member of the Eternal Ember, witch or not. I've been a part of the Order for as long as I can remember, she mused. Your cousin Rose, is it? She has potential for greatness, but in truth, it's you I want, Emery. You're different, aren't you? I shrugged. Just a witch. Ah, but we both know you're more than that. The violet glow in her eyes darkened. When it shifted to red for a split second, I was dragged back to that night in the hollow when I was chained to the totem. I tensed, ready to bolt for the door, when my gut screamed at me to get away from her. She lifted her hand to brush her hair away from her cheek. There, branded on her skin, was the same marking I'd seen on those assholes who kidnapped the vampires and me. The moment my eyes landed on it, the sigil disappeared. Great. Am I seeing things now? I'm not sure what you mean, I managed to mumble, willing the sigil to appear again and let me know I wasn't going crazy. We should get inside. I'm sure the tea's ready. You remind me of someone I once knew. The door was a few feet behind me. All I had to do was leave. My feet itched to do it, but curiosity raised by her words made me stay. Who's that? An extremely powerful and gifted witch. Sadly, others never understood her magic. She came toward me, and I couldn't look anywhere else but those glowing violet eyes. She trailed her nails down my cheek, smiling softly. You look so much like her. I could have saved her all those years ago, but she turned down my help. She snagged my wrist, pulled my hand up, and the coin reappeared in it, heavier than it was the first time. I suggest you don't do the same, Emery. For your sake. I would hate for anything tragic to befall you. Humming happily, she moved around me to the door and left. I staggered against the table, wanting that damned coin out of my hand. It thudded to the table, and I hung my head, sucking in mouthfuls of air while my head spun. Hands trembling, I worked at getting control of my fear. Her parting words had been a threat. Join her order or what? She'd expose my magic. My lineage? Shit, I whispered, sinking to my knees when another wave of dizziness was too much to stay upright. She knows. Which means no, she wouldn't, would she? Emery? Rose appeared in front of me. I wasn't even sure how long I'd been sitting on the hard floor of the shop. Debbie was right behind her. They hauled me over to a chair in the corner and sat me down. What did she say to you? Hey, can you hear me? Obnoxiously, she waved her hand in front of my face, and I weakly smacked it away. What happened? I think she knows, I whispered, flinching when every tattoo on my body came to life, moving around like they were trying to break free at once. I dragged my right sleeve up and lifted the hem of my shirt to find the markings were glowing. She was threatening me. What? Debbie exclaimed. You're sure? I rested my hands on my tattoos, struggling to calm them down. I think she was referring to Emily. That's not possible, right? She was alive centuries ago. No witch lives that long. Debbie swallowed hard, wringing her hands. No one knows how old Cassandra is. How is that possible? Magic, she replied quietly. If the rumors are true, she's dabbled in spells not many dare mess with for fear of the backlash. She wants me to join the order, and she made it sound like if I don't, she's going to make my life a living hell. I think I started to say more, then stopped. Never mind. What is it? Debbie pushed. Licking my lips, I whispered, I think she's involved in my kidnapping. They bore a sigil on their hands. For a second, I thought I saw the same one on the back of hers. And the shifter that night mentioned a she. What if it's her? What if they were the order? Why would they hurt you though, if she wants you? Rose asked uncertainly. Nothing made sense. Not about Cassandra visiting, or why she wanted Rose and me to join her, or why she'd be involved in kidnapping two random vampires and me. My tattoos finally settled and the dizziness passed. Rose helped me upright and we made for the house. I don't want you thinking about any of this, Debbie said, following us to the kitchen. You two focus on your classes and nothing else. You'll get through the spring semester and be home for summer break. Nothing is going to happen to you, she told me sternly. Not while you're wearing that necklace. I held up the raven charm, hoping my expression didn't give away how terrified I was about returning to the academy. The night before returning to WMA, I bundled up in my heavy flannel shirt and borrowed Debbie's workshop one last time. The entire break, I had tried to communicate better with the bear now attached to me. It hadn't been an easy guide to work with yet. She was extremely overprotective and impulsive while seeming to tap into my emotional state. The notion that she could heal was comforting, when she wasn't tearing people to pieces. Once I was seated and slipped into the spirit realm, the bear was right there to greet me. You and I need to have a talk, I told her, resting my hand on her massive head. She huffed and I smirked. Tomorrow, I'll be back at the academy. You can't burst out of my side every time someone makes me angry. Only if I'm in trouble. As in life or death trouble. Promise me. She pushed hard against my hand, her body giving off an ethereal glow. I sensed we were coming to a reluctant understanding. She lumbered along beside me while I left the workshop and took a walk through the spirit realm in the woods behind the house. There weren't many beings here, but those who were knew me well. The witches of our coven lingered to watch over future generations. Observing their glowing bodies flit through the trees was peaceful. I rested against a stump, the bear standing guard beside me. Having a spirit of this magnitude watching over me did ease my worries a smidge. I doubted any of those bastards would manage to kidnap me a second time, not with her hanging around. Now my biggest concern was figuring out how to keep my other newfound power in check. Growing up, I kept telling myself the birthmark on the back of my neck was just that, a birthmark. After seeing what I could do to vampires during the fight in the Hollow, that was no longer the case. Learning to control that ability was going to be hard without a teacher. Somehow, I had to figure it out, as I did everything else in my life. Sensing it was time to return to my body, I moved to leave when the bear grunted. The air warmed. Confused, I spun around to find a spirit approaching, the light from its body glowing far brighter than any other. A face appeared, followed by a body. I stumbled back. You? How are you here? The worried face of Emily Dravosh, my ancestor and user of death magic, appeared. She stretched out her hand. Her lips moved, but there was no sound. There never was with spirits. Seemingly frustrated, she glided closer and rested her hand over my heart. I don't understand, I replied. Her lips thinned, and she pressed her hand to my chest again, then to my forehead. I waited to be shown a vision of how she died, but instead, a rush of images too fast for me to follow dragged me to my knees. Her hand remained planted on me while I dug my fingers into the ground. I thought I glimpsed Emily's face in the mess flooding my head. There were screams, so many screams, and finally, nothing. My stomach churned, and I wrapped an arm around my middle. Emily crouched in front of me, her empty eye sockets pleading. What was that? I gasped. She placed her hand to my chest again, and a single word reverberated through my skull. Betrayed. She straightened and was gone like she'd never been there. The bear nudged me, and using her for support, I climbed to my feet and stumbled my way to the workshop and my body. When I was shaking frost from my hair a minute later, the bear safely back in my side, I strained to recall a single image from what Emily showed me. Something to do with her life and what, my heart. Or her heart, I guess. And betrayed. Was she betrayed? Why can't anything ever be easy? On wobbly knees, I navigated my way to my bedroom, fell into bed without bothering to change, and passed out seconds later.
Chapter 4. Aleister. I thanked my class and dismissed them at the end of another long day. We'd been back in session for over 3 weeks now, and I had yet to speak with Emery. She had become extremely good at avoiding me. Sadly, she wasn't in any of my classes this semester, and she no longer used the study room in the library. I'd staked it out nearly every chance possible. She never showed up. More frustrating than failing to talk to Emery was my magic. I had an advanced application course this semester meant to draw the magic out of me. No matter what I did, I barely managed a few sparks here and there. Professor Bale, my teacher, had said he sensed a blockage in my auras. He hadn't yet determined if it was coming from me or something else. Before becoming a vampire, I'd been a strong witch. Not elder level or anything insane, but I could hold my own. Every decade that had passed, I'd waited for my magic to finally manifest. Spells wouldn't work for me, and potions I made were merely mixed ingredients in a cauldron. I sensed it there, churning in my gut. For a while I'd been able to use it, but then one day it stopped answering me. Too bad I couldn't figure out how to make it work again. Not even being attacked had forced it out. Roderick and Teresa told me to be patient. Considering a murderer was on the loose and someone had kidnapped me last semester, patience wasn't exactly in my range at the moment. Checking the time, I wondered if it'd be worthwhile to swing by the library and recheck the study room. I might not bump into Emery, but since Gentry was currently on a break too, I assumed he'd be there. During those last few days in Burning Glade, his mood had shifted. He was still quiet and anxious, but the anger had ebbed and turned into excessive worry. No, that wasn't a strong enough word. Whatever he saw or thought he saw was enough to no longer make him see Emery as the enemy. When I caught him stalking her around campus, I thought he was waiting to catch her in the act of using death magic. I called him out for it, but he'd scowled, saying he was protecting her like he was told to do. I'd questioned him until he stormed off, saying I wouldn't get it. Evidently, Emery had her own personal bodyguard, and she didn't even know it. She wasn't the only one with a silent guardian, though. The first day back, I noticed Jana, the witch who found one of the dead bodies, hanging around more. Some days, she'd end up walking with me around campus like we were old friends. I hadn't the slightest idea what she was up to, but she was everywhere now. A few times she brushed her hand along my arm, and I'd stiffen and find an excuse to hurry off. We never talked much before. These days, it was like she'd forgotten that and wanted to get close to me. Too bad she wasn't exactly my type. One of these days, I'd have to let her know I in no way liked her on any level. I might not admit it aloud, but there was only one witch on campus who interested me now, a witch with ebony hair and a deadly secret. I might have kept my distance last semester, but that didn't mean I wasn't attracted to Emery. There was something about her that called to me. On the first day back, when I spotted her across the courtyard, that call was 10 times stronger. I'd nearly walked right up to her until I caught myself. I neared the dorms, wanting to drop off my bag and swap out the books I needed for my next class, when shouting echoed out of the dining hall. A crash came, followed by more yelling, both voices familiar. Blurring through the doors, I ran into a crowd of students. Pushing my way to the front, I cursed with a hiss. "You're a necromancer," Jana yelled, pointing an accusing finger at Emery. "Just admit it." Rose shoved Emery behind her. "Shut your mouth. She doesn't have death magic. Move on, Flanagan." "I know she does," Jana insisted louder, her eyes widening. She took a step forward, forcing Emery and Rose to back away. "I saw her do it. I saw her use it. She's the killer. She killed those vampires." Worried gasps and muttering started all around us. Glowering at Jana, I hurried forward, stepping in her path. "Enough, Jana. You can't go around accusing people of murder. Go get some fresh air. Now." I was tall enough to block her view of Emery, but the damned witch refused to listen. She shoved me to get past. I wasn't about to let her get any closer to Emery than she already was. I planted my feet. I said, "Leave." "You don't understand." "None of you do," Jana screamed. "She's one of them. We can't let her stay here. She'll kill us all." "You're insane," Emery shot back furiously. "I haven't done anything wrong." "That's bullshit," Jana raged. "I saw it. I saw her use it. Why won't any of you believe me?" I took hold of Jana's upper arm and dragged her toward the crowd. You and I are going to speak to Fairmain. This behavior is highly inappropriate. I know you're still grieving the loss of your mother, but this is unacceptable. She wrenched herself free, rushing toward Emery. No other staff was present, of course, so I ran after her. Jana's hands glowed a dark blue. I warned her against using magic. She turned those hands on me, and I was thrown into the mass of students. The blast made my knees wobble, and I struggled to get back to my feet. Hands pulsing with power, Jana aimed at Emery. Rose reacted first, sending a burst of bright white light to meet Jana's magic. The collision of energy knocked Rose off her feet. Emery knelt to help her while I blurred to block Jana's path a second time. Stop, I ordered, but the crazed look in Jana's eyes only intensified. She yelled, and with a swipe of her hand, sent me skidding across the floor into another group of students. Shouts came from outside the dining hall, as more professors arrived to see what the commotion was. I'm going to stop you from hurting anyone else, Jana whispered, dark blue magic swirling around her hands, pulsing faster and faster. Emery lifted her own hands to defend herself. She barely got them up in time to form a fragile shield made of pulsing green energy. Jana's power shattered the shield, and she made ready for a second attack. Emery was holding back, she had to be. I'd seen what she could do when she was in danger, and this was not it. Her eyes darted wildly around the room, and I prepared to rush forward and take the next hit for her. She was going to let Jana hurt her to protect her secret. Headmistress Fairmain, who'd run in with the other professors, growled for Jana to stand down. Jana lifted her hands, manifesting a massive glowing dark blue orb of pure magic, blatantly ignoring Fairmain. A couple of witches yelled for her to stop. Panic set in at the amount of magic she held in her grasp. Her arms trembled, and at the last second I burst forward, grabbed Emery, and curled my body around her to take the brunt of the hit. I gritted my teeth, waiting for the attack, only it never came. A bear's roar left my ears ringing. Emery gasped, tensing in my arms. The massive grizzly bear with the half-dead face I'd seen in the hollow towered over us, blocking Jana from my view. The blue orb struck at dead center, but the bear merely shook off the strike. Students screamed, rushing for the doors of the dining hall while the bear faced Jana. Fairmain, Julian, and a handful of professors were left standing where the crowd had been, eyes fixed on the bear. Julian grabbed Jana, yanking her back, ignoring her screams. I was right. I told you she was a necromancer. Get her out of here, Fairmain ordered. I'll deal with her accordingly. Emery gently pushed me aside and touched her hand to the bear's back. It was then I noticed her face had changed much as it had the first time I saw her use death magic. Her features took on the appearance of a skull. This time the change also affected her neck, the pale glow spreading until it was covered by her shirt. Was she using more magic than before? Or was that a sign she was growing stronger? I decided it'd be best not to ask right then, and merely watched. The bear's body glowed briefly, then the beast dropped to its front legs and glanced at Emery over its shoulder. A moment later, and the ursine shimmered and returned to Emery's side. She shuddered, but stayed on her feet. Fairmain and the rest of the professors surrounded Emery, and she gulped, returning to normal. I think we need to have a chat, Fairmain stated with a growl. My office. Now. Both of you. Emery lowered her head and followed the headmistress out of the hall. Rose was waiting for her outside the doors, but a growl from Fairmain made her back off with a worried frown. I tried to give Rose a reassuring smile that I wouldn't let anything happen to Emery. Her pissed glare was enough to say she didn't believe me. We were escorted through the building to Fairmain's office and motioned inside. A fireplace occupied the wall to the right, a painting of the academy hanging over it. Her hand-carved wood desk dominated the room, along with a tall-backed leather chair behind it. Two more chairs shorter sat in front of it. There was a small round table also surrounded by short chairs, situated near the fire. A sitting area with a couch and oversized chair took up the other corner. Fairmain ordered the professors to wait outside. They gave her a worried glance, but her arched brow was enough to send them on their way. The door shut, she walked around her desk and promptly sat down. Emery and I exchanged an uncertain look, standing in the middle of the office. "Sit," Fairmain ordered. Shaking, Emery reached a chair and sank onto it. I took the other one, trying and failing to read the shifter's mood. Fairmain's eyes narrowed on Emery. "So you have death magic, and you thought you could sneak into my academy, to do what exactly? What is your purpose for being here? And don't lie to me. I want the truth, and I want it now." "What's the point?" Emery whispered, fiddling with the charm hanging from her neck, her hand trembling. "You're probably having the others contact the guard and the EE right now. They're going to come here and arrest me for breaking the law. A stupid law that shouldn't even be around." Fairmain's lip twitched. "I haven't told them to call anyone, not yet." Emery straightened. "Why not? Aren't you terrified of me?" Fairmain shifted in her chair, folding her hands atop the desk. "I'm going to be honest with you. I'm impressed." "What?" "Impressed, and I don't say that often. I'm impressed for several reasons, one of which is your control. You had a witch attacking you, and yet you did nothing to fight back. You merely defended yourself. Now that might say much, but that bear you manifested? That is not simple magic, not even for death magic. It easily could have killed Jana, and yet she's alive." "You know about death magic?" Emery asked, confused. I knew how she felt. The headmistress was far from pissed as I'd expected her to be. She seemed curious instead, her eyes glimmering yellow gold while she watched Emery. Clearly, the headmistress was contemplating something. "I know some. Every good leader should after the damage caused because of it," Fairmain replied, and I noted her choice of words. The shifters sympathized with those touched by death magic. Roderick always believed it was because they could do my kind the most harm, and anything that harmed the vampire was good for the shifters. Was it possible Fairmain knew that such magic wasn't all darkness? Had she seen it be used to heal? Like Gentry and I had. Emery shrugged, studying the dark blue rug beneath her feet. "I don't want to hurt anyone. I came here to learn about magic, and maybe find some other answers about my powers. Controlling death magic, so it didn't control me. That's it, I promise. I want to be a student just like everyone else here." "But you're not like everyone else." Fairmain pushed back from her desk and walked around her office to the large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the courtyard. "I have a duty to protect every student in my charge. Every student, Emery, and that includes you. Legally, I'm not even supposed to be here," Emery reminded her quietly. "Why aren't you kicking me out? I might be an older shifter, but I'm not stupid." She smirked over her shoulder. "The day I was told of the attack on Aleister and Gentry, I knew they left something out. Something important. After seeing what you can do, it's obvious what that was. I have eyes and ears everywhere. You spent quite a bit of time with Gentry last semester, and then suddenly you stopped seeing him. Strange, it happened only days following this incident. Almost as if something terrible occurred between you two. Or three, I should say. Why didn't you say anything that day?" I asked Fairmain, since all Emery seemed to be able to do was open and close her mouth, evidently at a loss for words. "You were protecting someone. I've seen that look plenty of times. I planned to give you a chance to come clean. Now would be that time." She turned around, eyeing Emery. "And also, I'm not blind. What kind of headmistress would I be if I kicked out a descendant of Emily Dravosh?" "Gentry was right," I whispered. "He knew," Emery exclaimed. "He had a theory," I explained. "Thought you looked like her, had the same initials, and the black iris tattoo you have matches hers. I'm going to guess your last name isn't Dupree, and Rose isn't your cousin." She held her face in her hands, shaking her head. "This isn't happening. It can't be happening. I was so damned careful. I was going to keep to myself, and then that freaking witch had to go and accuse me of being a necromancer. Now the whole academy knows." There's no hiding it anymore. Abruptly she stood and headed for the door. Where are you going? Fairmain called. Where do you think? You might not want to kick me out, but the students will lose it if I stay. And what about the eternal ember? What I'm doing is breaking the law. I need to leave. And I think you should stay, Fairmain argued calmly. This is my academy last I checked, and I'm in charge. Though I will admit, you're lucky the guard no longer felt the need to have a presence here, or this situation would be turning out very differently. The murders last semester, it was in the papers a few weeks ago, that they were killed with death magic, Emery murmured. They're going to think it was me. Was it? What? Goddess, no. Emery shoved her hands in her back pockets, glancing everywhere in the office but at Fairmain or me. I mean, I saw their spirits. I saw how they died, but all I did was try to figure out who killed them and to free their spirits. What do you mean, free? They're hexed, Emery told her. Whoever made them do that to themselves, they hexed their spirits too. They're trapped here at the academy. She tensed and backed toward the door. I can't believe I'm talking about this with you. This isn't going to work. Jana won't be the only one to attack me. And as for the guard, they'll at least take me in for questioning, and that's if they decide not to simply blame me so they can close their case. No other student will attack you. I won't allow that kind of behavior on my campus. Fairmain strode to Emery, an annoyed frown on her face. Jana went after you and Rose, am I correct? She turned to me, and I nodded quickly. Emery, you didn't provoke the attack. You're not the one who should get in trouble. But my magic. Fairmain held up her hand, silencing her. You came here to learn, and that's exactly what you're going to keep doing. The rules of the academy are simple. Any being who comes to expand their knowledge and hone their magical skills will be allowed to study and live on these grounds. That is you. She turned to walk away, then paused, adding, and besides, Debbie Dupree and I are old friends. If she sent you here, then I trust her instincts about you and your magic. She'd hex me if she heard I kicked you out for merely protecting yourself and her daughter. You're staying. Emery sucked in a harsh breath and sank to the floor. She rested her hands on her knees, blinking rapidly like she was waking up from a dream. And you're not going to tell the guard? Or the Ember? I never said that. Fairmain resumed her seat behind her desk. The guard will be alerted. As will the Ember. I'm afraid if I don't do it, a student will, and I won't have them thinking I can't run my own academy. You will remain here under several conditions. If these conditions are not followed, I will have no choice but to banish you from WMA. I'm sure I don't need to warn you that the guard may see fit to take you into custody then, in order to ensure you're not a threat. Do I make myself clear? Still sitting on the floor, Emery agreed with a nod. Good. Now, you will officially be placed on probation. Any infraction will work against you being able to stay. You get 3 chances, and that's it. Also, anytime you leave your dorm, you will have an escort from now on. You mean a guard? I snapped. Seriously? If I don't show that I'm keeping the safety of the rest of my students in mind, you know they'll take her away without question, she countered, growling. Fine, then I'm taking one of the shifts. Deal. Emery, it would be nice if I could also offer you a teacher specifically for your death magic, but that will take time. Until then, you are to not use death magic. I know that may be hard, but for now, it's what you have to accept. Are these terms acceptable to you? Emery didn't reply, but I had questions. What if she's attacked again? You're making her vulnerable. Fairmain crossed her arms, narrowing her gaze at me. Fine. If she is in a life and death situation, she may use it. Better. Emery? Emery sat cross-legged on the rug, her face torn between confusion, worry, and amusement. She burst out laughing, and I went to her, holding out my hand. She took it, then said, I'm sorry. I keep waiting to wake up from this dream. It's not a dream, I assured her. She glanced at our clasped hands, and an odd look came over her. She leaned closer, gave her head a little shake, then quickly tugged her hand away from mine. Yeah, sure as hell feels like it. Not exactly how I expected to be treated if I was found out. Have a little faith, Fairmain said while we returned to our seats. Not every supernatural being is against death magic. I knew quite a few witches who had it, way back when. They were kind people. Always looking to help those around them. Could they heal? Emery asked curiously. Tell you what, make you a deal. You tell me what really happened the night you three ended up in that hollow, and I'll tell you what I know about death magic. I doubt it'll be as much as you'd like to know, but it might give you more insight. Hours later, a clock hanging on the wall behind Fairmain chimed the time. Emery stifled a yawn, looked at it. Shit, is that right? It's 3 a.m. She blanched. Sorry, headmistress. For what? Cursing. Please, dear, cursing is an everyday part of my vocabulary. Now, since it's so late, Aleister will escort you back to your room. When you leave your dorm later today, another member of the faculty will be there. Remember what I told you, she added when Emery's brow furrowed with concern. I'm placing someone on you for your protection. We don't need another student attacking you. I'll have a schedule worked out to ensure you can get to your classes, the library, dining hall, and so forth. Jana's going to be pissed you're letting me stay. You let me deal with her, Fairmain instructed. She's only a student here, not a member of the EE, like her late mother. She will be punished for attacking you and Rose. She too will be placed on probation and banned from using magic for the next 3 weeks. I do not tolerate that kind of behavior here, especially after the tragedies that transpired last semester. And everything else? About the attack in the hollow? I asked. With the full story, I dare say the guard may be able to advance their investigation. I have no doubt they'll send someone to speak with you, and I wouldn't be surprised if the entire EE wasn't here by tomorrow. They'll ask you questions about everything, so be prepared. All of them. Emery whispered, no longer sounding worried. She almost seemed annoyed, but the EE coming to speak with her shouldn't be a surprise. What was she suddenly angered about it? It had been a long night already, and pushing would only make it worse. For now, she was talking to me again. I'd take the small win and figure out the rest later. Fairmain reminded Emery to do what she'd been doing since her first day here, keeping to herself and focusing on her classes. With that final warning, we exited the office to the empty hall. That was weird, Emery said with a nervous laugh. Weird is an understatement. And what she said? She knew other death magic witches who could heal. Why isn't that more common knowledge? Why does everyone always only remember the bad? She ran her hand down her right arm, frowning. I studied her face. What is it? She seemed confused when I told her I had 4 guides. Is that not normal? Not sure how to answer, I shrugged, hoping that'd be enough. Until Emery, I'd never heard of any necromancer having more than 1 guide. I can't believe she's letting me stay, she said a few minutes later after the silence had dragged on. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Why would she? Fairmain's always been good at spotting real potential. Sure, that's what she sees in you. And she is one of the loudest supporters of those with death magic having access to the academy. Great. I'm about to be used as a poster child for politics, Emery spat. That's fantastic. She stormed off, but I caught up to her quickly, placing a hand on her arm. The same odd look crossed her face, and a burst of warmth shot through my hand. The urge to pull her into my arms caught me off guard, and I merely looked. What? She snapped. I'm sorry about Jana attacking you. Why? Did you break your promise? Did Gentry? Not to my knowledge. Then you have nothing to be sorry for. She nibbled her bottom lip while her eyes darkened. Something else is going on, isn't it? Something you didn't want to tell Fairmain. Look, just because you're my bodyguard or whatever now doesn't make us friends. I can't just forget what you and Gentry had been ready to do with the truth. The pain in her words was almost as potent as a slap to the face. You're right, but I'm trying to make up for it. So is Gentry in his own way. How? Never mind. It's nothing. We should get you back to your dorm. The walk through the building to the dorm was long and quiet. The few students we passed backed away from Emery like she would snap her fingers and kill them in her wake. Her shoulders were hunched, hands fidgeting at her sides until she finally crossed her arms, digging her nails into the fabric of her shirt. A few times she muttered curses under her breath, but never confronted the students. Right, we're here, she mumbled outside her door. Thanks. Nothing's going to happen to you, I assured her. Easy for you to say. You're not the one being looked at like a monster. They'll see the truth. Just going to take a while. She opened her door but didn't go inside. You were about to take that hit for me. The one from Jana. I didn't say thanks. But for future reference, you don't have to. I have my own bit of protection this semester. She held up the Raven charm. Figured I'd save you some pain in the future, in case you decide to jump in front of a strike meant for me. Instinct, I replied without thinking. Her lips parted like she was about to say something, but her brow furrowed, and she ducked into her room instead. Shoving my hands in the pockets of my jeans, I walked to the stairs, heading toward my small apartment. Nothing about the conversation in Fairmain's office had gone as I pictured. Emery was right. It was weird. I was grateful she wasn't being kicked out, but were the headmistress's reasons as simple as she trusted the word of a friend? Not everything's a conspiracy, I muttered once I reached my place. I'd talk to Gentry in the morning, let him know the truth was out in the event he hadn't heard already, and keep my attention on my magic and watching over Emery. I should have told Fairmain she already had a guard, but I wasn't 100% certain of Gentry's motives yet. Today would be a long one for Emery. I told Gentry she'd need friends this semester. I hadn't planned on it being to keep her safe from her fellow classmates.
Chapter 5. Gentry. I knocked on the door. Aleister opened it. I wondered when you'd show up. I growled at Aleister, pushing past him into his apartment. What the hell happened? I keep hearing shit about a fight breaking out in the dining hall, and some bear attacking Jana. About Emery being evil. I whirled around, unable to stop hissing. She's supposed to be lying low. What was she thinking? She wasn't. It was reflex, I think, he said slowly. His head tilted to the side, and I flipped him off. What was that for? You're giving me that quizzical look you give problems you can't solve. Stop it. Hard not to when you're acting strange. I grumbled under my breath, pacing around the living room. Not doing a damned thing. Really? He crossed his arms. Then why have you been playing silent bodyguard since the semester started? So what if I have? Aleister rolled his eyes. So why are you doing it? Why not just talk to her? You don't think I've tried? I snapped, the muscle in my jaw twitching. She's in 2 of my classes, and every time I think of saying something to her afterward, she's already gone. Besides, I figured if she wanted to talk to me, she would. I'm sure you told her everything I'd be saying anyway. You expect her to simply walk up to you first? Gods, I know you're thick, but come on. She's not going to make that first move. I don't need to talk to her. Clearly you do, but instead you came here to vent to me. I rolled my shoulders, wondering why I bothered coming here at all. I wanted to know the details. What did Fairmain say? Why don't you ask Emery? The notion of heading downstairs and knocking on Emery's door left my mouth dry and my hand shaking. Aleister, please, I said quietly, and his annoyed frown softened. Just tell me what's going on with Emery. Should I expect the guard to show up and arrest her? He motioned for me to follow him down the hall to his study, poured 2 glasses of warmed blood, and handed one over. Fairmain gave her conditions for staying. She was more understanding than I expected her to be. The guard and the EE have been alerted, and I'm sure will be here in today to speak with Emery, But he held up his hand when I growled. Fairmane's determined to prove Emery isn't a threat to the rest of the students and staff. She's on probation for the time being, and is to have an escort whenever she's not in her dorm. She's also not allowed to use her death magic unless it's a life or death situation, not until she has a teacher suited for her magical needs. Where Fairmane expected to find another witch with death magic willing to put themselves in the open was a damned good question. That wasn't what upset me most. An escort? You mean a guard? She's putting a guard on Emery in case she suddenly goes crazy and attacks someone. No, more like to keep her safe from someone like Jana doing that shit to her. She's wearing a protective charm this semester at least, but all it takes is a strong enough spell, and she'll be vulnerable. The one time I decided to turn in for an early night and not watch over Emery, that big-mouthed witch Jana decided to go insane. I should have been there to stop it. No one would have known about Emery if I had, but I let my guard down. Gentry, there's something else you want to talk about. Like what? He set his glass on the desk, giving me that obnoxious look again. My hand tightened out of anger, shattering the blood-filled tumbler in my hand. I bit back a snarl, from the glass cutting into my palm and fingers. Aleister's brow twitched, but he said nothing. Instead, he grabbed a towel from the kitchen and tossed it to me when he returned to the room. Maybe what happened in Burning Glade before we came back to the academy, he said quietly. You changed. I wondered why. I avoided his eyes. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. Why do you do this shit? Do what? I picked out the last of the glass shards from my hand and bundled it in the dirty rag. Push me away when something's going on with you. It's always a fight to get you to let me help you. You're obviously struggling after what happened with Emery, and I get it, but... Get it? I cut him off. You don't get anything. Then tell me what I'm missing. Talk to me, man. Why are you so worried about her? I nearly told him everything, except a voice of warning in my head cautioned me to wait. With my luck, he'd think I'd completely lost it if I confessed to seeing Kylie's spirit accompanied by a raven. A raven which had to come from Emery. During the first couple weeks of classes, I'd watched Emery, wondering if she knew what her raven was doing. I doubted she was summoning Kylie to torture me. She was too good of a person to sink that low. Plus, she had no idea who the dead vampire even was. That could only mean Emery wasn't sending the raven to fetch Kylie's spirit. The bird was doing that all on its own. From how exhausted Emery appeared every time I saw her, whatever her guide was doing was draining her energy. I should have told her the first day of classes, but she'd looked at me with so much pain in her eyes that I spent the rest of the period avoiding her. I finally whispered. The kidnappers are still out there. And as for that totem, we have no idea what it does. You said she would need friends, right? Well, this is how I can be a friend right now. Fine, keep your secret, stubborn bastard. You know, he said, moving to sit behind his desk, you could always offer to take up one of the guard shifts. Give you a chance to talk to her, or at least let her know you care without having to say a word. She'd probably think I was doing it to catch her in the act of messing up. You need to have a bit more faith in yourself. I'll get right on that, I muttered sarcastically. I'll let you get back to work. Oh, I meant to tell you to watch out for Jana. Kinda late for that, don't you think? Not for Emery's sake, I amended. For yours. Aleister's brow knitted together. She's been friendly with me for some reason, but that'll undoubtedly stop after today. She attacked me when I got in her way of going for Emery. Fairmane banned her from using magic. She put her on probation. Don't be so certain. She's been watching you, not Emery. You're serious? Yeah, you tend to notice things when you spend your days observing. I thought back on how many times I'd spotted Aleister walking across the courtyard with Jana only a few yards behind, her gaze fixated on him. I'm not sure what she's up to, but I wanted to let you know. I'll keep an eye out. I left him without another word, not trusting myself to keep quiet on specific details, nor wanting to hear another lecture from him. Without meaning to, I found myself standing outside Emery's door, my hand poised to knock. What was I doing? She'd open the door and slam it in my face. I had backed up a step when the sound of a door opening to my left caught my attention. "Oh hey," Rose said, surprised. "You here to see Emery?" I was, never mind," I mumbled like an idiot and rushed down the hall, up the stairs and into my room. "Get your shit together," I scolded, stalking around the small living room. My mind went another direction. Jana can't be the threat Kylie was talking about. Or can she? Jana forcing Emery to reveal her death magic was dangerous, but I sensed there was more trouble to come. The sun was a few hours from rising when I climbed into bed and waited impatiently for sleep to come. What hardly felt like 20 minutes later, I sat up with a vicious hiss, my gaze darting wildly around my room. The same nightmare had plagued me almost every night. Emery being torn apart by her guides while she screamed. An icy touch on my shoulder pulled my eyes to the side, and there was Kylie's spirit accompanied by the raven. "I'm watching," I whispered. It'd be nice if I knew what I was watching for. Kylie's spirit gave me a sympathetic smile. Her hand brushed my cheek. I shut my eyes at her touch, letting it take me back to when she had been alive. A hollowness overwhelmed me. When I opened my eyes, she and the raven were gone. The sun came up an hour later. I stood away from the windows watching, pressing my hand over my heart. The ache that started a while ago hadn't gone away. It wasn't Kylie's touch I was missing at that moment. Gritting my teeth, I shoved the memories of Emery down deep, buried them under a mountain of anger at whoever was after her, and got ready for another long day. Nearly a week passed, and each day my irritation with the students and faculty of WMA only added to my incessant concern something was going to go terribly wrong soon. They treated Emery like she was a monster. Jana had been ordered to keep her distance from Emery, and so far she'd obeyed. Her friends, however, didn't have the same restriction, and were sure to give Emery shit whenever they could. Aleister took up most of the guard shifts required to watch over her. Julian Bale, and even Fairmain herself, volunteered for the others. I kept my distance, like I'd been doing so far this semester. All that did was let me see how much her new reality weighed on her. When she walked, she kept her head down and her shoulders hunched. I didn't have to be near to know she'd overheard a student whisper an insult when she walked by. Her eyes would glow faintly, and she'd hoist her tote bag higher up her arm. Aleister would try to talk to her, but from the way his blue eyes narrowed, whatever he said wasn't getting through. If she wasn't careful, she'd let these judgmental assholes beat her down until there was nothing of the Emery I once knew left. I threw my head back with a hiss. I'd been one of those assholes too. Hell, she thought I still was. A few times after class, I made a point of heading her way, but one of her escorts would show up and take her away. I was sure the anxiety of waiting for the guard and EE to arrive to talk to her wasn't helping. From what Aleister told me, neither had given a definite day for when they'd come to address the issue of Emery having death magic. With all the blustering from the EE lately, I would have thought they'd have arrived immediately. The fact that they hadn't increased my unease at what might be keeping them. There hadn't been any headlines in the news regarding either the vampire murders or Flanagan's death. There hadn't been any significant headlines aside from a short article about how Cassandra Thornhart was filling her new role as part of the EE. On Friday night, toward the end of my lecture on the famed civil war between the vampire houses 600 years ago, I noticed Emery with her chin resting in the palm of her hand. Her eyes had drifted shut. Every few seconds she'd jerk, wake herself up, only to fall asleep again. Seeing her this tired only amplified my concern for her. If she remained in this state, she'd be vulnerable to attack. She might wear a protective charm, but whatever power had brought that totem to life had been intense. Probably powerful enough to make it through whatever spell was cast to keep her safe. At the end of my lecture, I checked the door. Aleister was her escort tonight, but he wasn't here yet. I rolled my eyes, believing he did it on purpose in order to force my hand. I waited until the last student left, then walked up the steps to where Emery sat. Her head rested on her arm while she snored quietly. My lips curled into a smile, recalling the few times she'd passed out with her head on the arm of the couch and her feet in my lap. I missed those long nights together. Missed seeing her eyes light up at the sight of me, instead of filling with regret and anger. Telling myself to forget ever being with her like that again, I started to wake her up. Emery. Gently, I shook her shoulder. She grumbled, her face scrunching. I cleared my throat. Might want to wake up before you pinch a nerve in your neck. Ah, she mumbled, lifting her head. She blinked at me and her eyes widened. Shit. Did I fall asleep? I'm sorry. She seemed to remember who she was talking to and tensed. Professor, she added quietly. I frowned at the formality. It happens. Guess my lectures aren't as exciting as I thought, I commented, giving her space. I'll give you the notes. No, it's fine. My fault. She glanced at the door after she packed up her bag, but there was no one there. Great. He's late. I'll stay with you. Don't want Fairmain to think you're breaking the rules. Her hand raised as if to fiddle with her necklace, but she let it fall to the desk. Thanks. No problem. I rubbed the back of my neck, the silence settling over us and leaving me at a loss for what to do. You don't look like you've been getting much sleep. Pushing out of her chair, she set her toad on the seat and stretched her arms over her head. Happens. Running yourself ragged again. Why do you care? She snapped, her eyes flaring to life with her magic when they flicked to me. You're probably hoping I'll fail, so Fairmain has an excuse to kick me out. You could just ensure that now, by leaving me here alone and telling her. Jaw tensing in the face of her anger, I wished Aleister was here to see this exchange. This was precisely why I'd avoided Emery so far. I don't want you to leave the academy. Yeah, sure you don't. It's true. You have every right to be here to learn. You're not a monster, no matter what the students say. Her face paled, her hands convulsing at her sides. How do you know what they say? I'm not deaf. They don't understand, just like I didn't. I licked my lips nervously. I was wrong, I was so damned wrong, and I know Aleister told you, but I should have been the one to do it. I'm sorry for everything. Crossing her arms, she whispered, I know, but what you said. It hurts, Gentry. It still freaking hurts. This hurts. She motioned to the space between us, and my heart clenched at the blatant confusion and pain etched in the exhausted lines of her face. I want to forgive you, but you were the first person I trusted. I nearly told you everything before you two confronted me. That's how much I liked you. But what you did, you thought I was evil. I don't anymore, I insisted. I never should have doubted you. But you did. Light from the overhead lanterns shimmered on the tears in her eyes. One slipped down her cheek. I wiped it away with my thumb, and she rested her cheek against my hand. I cupped her other cheek too, shifting my feet forward just enough to feel her warmth brush against me. Her eyes fluttered closed, a content sigh slipping past her lips. I'm so sorry, I whispered. I know you might never forgive me, and I have to live with that, but I'm here, Em. I'm here for you now. Remember that. She tilted her head, and I swept my lips over hers. Her arms reached up around my back. The embrace I was dying to feel never came. She cursed, broke away from me, and snatched up her tote bag. I can't do this. I can't, she said, frantically shaking her head. No, it was me. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. She hurried toward the door. I rushed after her, not about to let her be without an escort. Her body jerked to an abrupt stop. She sucked in a ragged breath, followed by another. Her bag fell to the floor at her side. Emery. The second I caught up to her, blocking her from the door, frost covered her hair. Her skin turned to ice and her eyes glowed white. Her heart rate slowed so much I expected her to keel over. Her breathing was intermittent. The frost spread from her hair down her neck to her shoulders. Unsure of what was happening, I kept a firm hand on her arm in case she collapsed. Black iris flowers sprouted around her feet. The strong smell of apples wafted across my face. She was in the spirit realm, she had to be, but this couldn't be normal. The seconds ticked by, and I debated yelling for help when she shuddered and fell forward into my chest. Shivering from the cold, I rubbed my hands fervently up and down her arms to warm her up. She pushed back, eyes wild. "What was that?" I asked. "I don't know. It's never happened before. One moment I was here, and the next I was in the spirit realm, and there was this thing." Her words trailed off, her eyes widening. She gulped, digging her nails into my biceps. Her fear assaulted my senses. Her pounding heart was deafening. The question was on my lips when a growl came from behind me. Cautiously I turned, keeping Emery behind me, and blinked, confused. "What is that?" "It was in the spirit realm," Emery replied, not letting go of my arm. The ghostly body of a shifter spirit, taking the form of a large bipedal wolf, reminded me of her bear, except without the half-dead face. White streams of hazy smoke rose from its body in never-ending waves, moving with him when he took a step forward. The towering figure was a good 3 heads taller than I was, and far wider in the shoulders. The being's eyes were empty black holes, but far from devoid of emotion. Agony and fury fought against each other, threatening to suck me into those dark abysses. It took a step forward, then another, and the faintest silver chain shimmered in and out of view, strapped across its chest, forming an X. "Did you mean to bring him back with you?" Emery's trembling hands told me that was a definite no. "He was chasing me when I went through. I don't know who he is, but this isn't normal. I've never had a spirit follow me out of the spirit realm, and he sure as hell wasn't here before." "What's the chain around his chest?" "Hexed." She gulped. "He's been hexed." I was about to ask if she could send him back when the shifter's head twisted violently to the right, and the chain changed colors. The links turned red and orange, as if they'd just been pulled from a fire. The shifter threw his head back with a pained howl, scratching at his body. His extended claws dug into his chest, tearing through the fur and skin. There was no blood, but the visual was terrible enough. He flailed and snarled when the chain burned brighter and finally snapped. The links fell to the floor as dust. "Is that good?" I murmured to Emery. She had no time to answer when the shifter let out another loud howl and turned those empty eyes toward us. The force of his malice crashed into me, forcing me back. I wrapped an arm behind me to keep Emery from falling over. We needed to get away, but the shifter blocked the only route out of this classroom. He dropped to all fours and lunged forward. I yelled for Emery to get back, but she ignored me and slipped around my side. I cursed, ready to yank her out of the way, but it was too late. The shifter plowed into her. We tumbled down the steps, landing with the awful sound of flesh hitting stone. I grunted, pushing to my hands and knees while Emery let out a string of curses. "What the hell were you thinking?" I hissed, cringing at my battered body while I crawled toward her. She groaned, rolling to her side and holding her left arm. "Protection spell." The necklace gave off a subtle pulsing reddish glow, then faded. "Yeah, don't think it works against him." "You think?" She winced when I sat her upright. "Damn it. I'll apologize later. We have to move." The shifter stomped down the steps, grabbing the backs of seats as he went, crushing them into splinters. Each step he took cracked the stones. Hauling Emery to her feet, I shoved her behind me a second time, and wondered how I was supposed to attack a spirit. A second later, and it slashed those claws at me. I shoved Emery to the right and ducked. His swipe went over my head, but he didn't come after me a second time. His head whipped around to face Emery, and his lip lifted in disgust. She threw her hand out, and an orb of bright green energy struck the shifter. His body barely twitched from her strike, and he prowled closer. I yelled, attempting to get his attention, but he was fixated on her. With nothing else to do, since Emery's magic seemed to be useless against it, I threw myself on its back. I failed to make contact and passed right through it, crashing to the floor. Really? Emery shouted, continuing to aim her hands at the shifter. You thought that was going to work? Running out of options. I blurred to my feet and blocked the shifter's path. He grabbed me by the arms and hoisted me off the floor. I hissed, kicking at his hip. Surprisingly, my boot met his body, but he tossed me aside like I was weightless. Throwing broken desks out of my way, I climbed out of the debris. If he could touch me, then he was solid. Perfect. No issues with that. Though confusing as hell. Emery sent orb after orb of energy at the shifter, but the beast never slowed. All her attacks seemed to do was piss him off even more. Spreading its arms wide, claws glimmering beneath the lights, the shifter closed in on her again. What about the bear? I shouted, grabbing what used to be a chair from behind me. I can't feel her, Emery replied and ducked when the shifter swiped at her. His claws slashed through the stone like paper, and Emery scrambled to get out of the way from the next attack. The second he went in for another swipe, I blurred in front, and he struck the chair instead, giving me a half-second to land a strike to his throat. I dug my lengthening nails in and held on, driving the shifter across the room. He slammed his hands onto my shoulders, driving his claws into my flesh. Gentry. Hissing and baring my fangs, failed to intimidate the already dead shifter. He was a spirit, after all. He let out a hoarse barking laugh and spun around, throwing me into the rows of stadium seating. The sharp edge of stone struck my spine. I grunted, kicking and punching to get back into the fight. I sat up in time to hear Emery shout a warning and catch a table to the face. The shot dazed me. My hearing was muffled, but through the din came Emery's yelling for help. Launching the table down the rows of seats, I shook my head and growled. The strong scent of blood assaulted my nose. There was no time to see how bad my wounds were. I blurred down the steps, but the shifter moved almost as fast as I did and knocked me back with the length of his outstretched arm. Digging my nails into the floor, I stopped myself from crashing into the wall. When I straightened, it wasn't the shifter that held my attention. It was the witch behind him. Emery had raised her hands over her head, her face paled and shifted until her face resembled a skull. Her tattoos glowed through the sleeve of her white shirt, burning the fabric away from her arm and side. A twisting, flowing river of greenish-blue light started at her shoulder and flowed down her arm to her waiting palm. With every inch, the orb of swirling magic grew. The faster the glowing pulsed, until it was nearly a constant burning light. This magic was not what she used the night of the attack, nor just a few minutes ago. This was something else entirely. Raising the hand filled with the convulsing mass, she unleashed a furious scream laced with power so extreme it pushed me back. The shifter roared and lunged. She released the orb. This time when it struck his chest dead center, he doubled over, whining from the attack. Emery didn't waste a second, hitting him again and again, driving him back. Black pools glopped to the floor beneath the beast, and he sank to one knee. Breathing heavily and looking like she was ready to pass out, Emery created another orb of churning power. The fact that she appeared to be pulling it from her tattoos told me she was somehow using her death magic. She held her right hand high over her head, swaying on her feet. I yelled for her to attack, hoping it'd be enough to finish the beast off. He threw his arms out wide and bellowed. An explosion of sickly gray light sent a shockwave through the room, hurtling tentacles of black power throughout. Trapped against the wall by a twisting tentacle of magic, Emery screamed, unable to move. The mass darkened until it was pitch black, and dripping more of the same sickening goop. The shifter himself had changed. What stood before us now resembled a mutilated body with bulging muscles erupting through his skin, and claws so long they dragged across the stones. Sparks crackled to life when he swiped his massive hand upward, aiming for Emery. She still struggled, still trapped between the tentacle and the wall. A second black tentacle shot from the beast's shoulder, crossing the room and piercing my chest. It missed my heart by mere millimeters, burrowing into the stone behind me, leaving me pinned to another wall across the room from Emery. The excruciating pain nearly knocked me out. Gritting my teeth, I stayed conscious with pure force of will alone. Emery yelled for me. She strained to get free. Her terrified gaze met mine until the shifter growled, barely a yard away. She struggled against the tainted power, but it was no use. The harder she wrestled, the weaker she became, and the glow from her tattoos diminished. Her body slumped, her eyes battling to stay open. I shouted her name, willing her to keep fighting. I hissed and pushed to get free, but the darkness crashed into my chest again, breaking ribs and threatening to crush me. Emery's head jerked to the right. Her face scrunched. Her lips uttered words I couldn't hear. Her body shook. Frost formed in her hair. The skull face emerged again, spreading down her neck and to her collarbones. The tattoos shifted and pulsed, fighting to get free of her arm. Her magic moved like shimmering rivulets of water, flowing along her right side. Black irises bloomed to life at her feet and surrounded her still-trapped body to the wall. The image of her shimmering form, amongst those flowers, was unforgettable. Her jaw dropped. She shrieked, her back arching. A resounding roar, far louder than the shifters, bounced around the room. A massive grizzly bear rushed out of the dimming light, slamming into the shifter. With a furious snarl, the shifter dug its claws in, attempting to stop the bear, but the grizzly didn't give him a chance. It tore through the tentacles of magic holding us captive, biting through them until they shattered. Hitting the floor with my knees, I ignored the agony of my multitude of wounds and sprinted to Emery as her body sagged forward. "Wake up," I urged. "Come on, Em. Look at me." Her skin was ice cold and her breathing shallow. The battle continued behind me. Hissing, I curled around Emery's body. The shifter launched the bear toward us. The grizzly caught itself in time and flung itself back at the shifter, slashing it across the chest with its claws. All I could do was hold Emery and wait for the fight to be over. The grizzly tore into the shifter, biting off piece after piece until there was hardly anything left. I thought of something Aleister said back in the dining hall when Jana had attacked Emery. He said Em's bear had appeared in seconds. Why the hell had it taken so long this time? How much power did she have to pull on to make it appear now? When the bear chomped down on the shifter's neck, the beast let out one last pitiful wail, then turned to ash. The bear huffed. With a satisfied grunt, it spun around and returned to Emery. Its eye narrowed at me while its broad snout pushed into my hair, sniffing me. When it pressed its head into my shoulder, I realized it remembered me. I waited for it to heal us, but instead, its form sputtered and faltered. The magic bringing it forward was shorting out. With a loud snort that blew my hair into my face, the bear rose on its hind legs, its ethereal body glowing a soft blue, then it returned to Emery's side. She gasped but didn't come to. Gentry. Aleister appeared at my side. Gods, what happened here? Is she all right? Passed out, I told him, cradling Emery in my arms. She had a few scrapes and bruises, but nothing serious. My wounds were still oozing blood, though the seeping had slowed as my body regenerated. My chest would hurt like hell for a day, but I'd been lucky. I needed blood to speed up the healing and replenish my energy. I glanced around at the destroyed classroom, not fully understanding what had happened. I think we have a problem. Aleister motioned to the state of the room. You think? Did you piss her off that bad? She's not supposed to use death magic. She didn't have a choice. We were attacked, I snarled. She was pulled into the spirit realm, and this shifter creature came back with her. Tried to kill her. He tensed. Just her. Only went after me when I got in the way. I tapped Emery's cheek to wake her, but she was out cold. We need to get her to the infirmary. And you? You're bleeding pretty bad. I'm fine. Flashes of the fight came back to me while I told Aleister what I had witnessed. He blinked rapidly, shifting from one foot to the other. I had a revelation. Her power. I think it's evolving. That spirit was formidable, man, and the amount of magic she pulled on. It was death magic, but not like anything I've seen before. I didn't think it could be manipulated like that. Emery stirred in my arms. I wanted her eyes to open, but they remained firmly shut. Kylie kept telling me she was the key. And those people in the hollow, Clearly, they'd wanted her. Was it for the power she had? Did Emery even realize how strong she was? The rumors surrounding Emily Dravosh and incredible magic had been numerous. Seems it wasn't out of the realm of possibilities for Emery to be following in her footsteps. Too bad Emily's life ended in an execution for murdering innocents. Supposedly murdering innocents. Being around Emery made me question almost everything I knew about death magic and those connected to it. How much was real, and how much had been manufactured by scared or pissed-off vampires? Much as I had. Someone's coming. Aleister moved to stand protectively in front of Emery and me. A growled curse heralded Headmistress Fairmain's arrival. And she wasn't alone. "What happened in here?" she demanded. "Aleister? Gentry. Explain yourselves now." "We were attacked," I told her. With an annoyed sigh, Aleister stepped aside. Fairmain's nostrils flared while she carefully made her way to the front of the classroom where we were. Attacked by what? I'm not sure, honestly. A rampaging spirit of some kind. More voices flowed in from the doorway. I glowered at the members of the EE crowding into the room. Several members of the guard were with them. Figures they'd show up now when it was too late for them to do a damned bit of good. "Headmistress Fairmain," Brolin said, appearing at her side with a rush of air. "Is that the witch?" My hands curled around Emery's body. I took a half step back from his furious glare. Fairmain sniffed. "Yes. It appears there's been another incident." Brolin scowled. "Clearly, and I'm going to assume she used death magic. You assured us she was banned from doing so." "Unless it was a life-or-death situation," Aleister chimed in. "Looks like it was." Brolin's red eyes narrowed at Aleister before his heated gaze flicked to Emery and me. "Put her down and back away. She's wounded. I'm taking her to the infirmary." "The hell you are," he roared. "You will have no more to do with this witch." "This witch saved my life again," I growled back. "She's not what you think. She has death magic. That's all I need to know." Shaking my head, disappointed, I moved to go around him. He snatched my arm, digging his nails through my shirt and into the skin. "I politely request you remove your hand, Prince Brolin." His grip tightened, but the pain paled in comparison to the other wounds that were slowly mending themselves. "You may be the heir to my house, but that does not give you any right to disobey me. I knew you were lying, and to think it turns out to be about a necromancer. She's twisted your mind. She's trying to turn you against your own people. Whatever she's done, we can fix it." Swallowing the grunt of pain from tearing my arm free, I bared my fangs, clutching Emery protectively to my chest. "She's done nothing to me except be a friend and save my life. I'm not about to let you lay a hand on her." Brolin's lip curved in disgust. He raised his hand to strike me. "Brolin," Roderick cautioned. "Enough. We all need to sit down and civilly discuss matters. If Gentry says this witch saved his life, there's no reason to doubt him. He's your heir." Brolin's eye twitched, but he backed down. "We'll be discussing matters, all right. We'll discuss if this witch will be allowed to stay here, or if we'll be taking her into custody." "For what?" Aleister shouted. "Not here," Roderick told him calmly. "Headmistress." "Right. Gentry, Aleister, please take Emery to my office and wait there. I'll send the healer to take care of her wounds. And yours if need be," Fairmain told us. "The rest of you can follow me, and I can explain the situation until Emery awakens." Shoving past Brolin, I walked to the steps with Aleister at my back. The EE and guard moved aside when I reached the door, all of them eyeing Emery with varying looks of curiosity, fear, and suspicion. I growled softly until Aleister laid a hand on my shoulder. "Keep it together," he whispered when we were further down the hall and around the corner. "We can't let them take her away." "We won't, but this is not going to be an easy conversation for any of us." Emery moved in my arms again, letting out a pained gasp. "Easy," I whispered to her. "Easy. Don't try to move yet. Almost there, all right? I thought she said my name and waited for her to come to. When she continued to shift restlessly in her unconscious state, we picked up the pace to get to Fairmain's office. All we had to do was come up with a plan that didn't end with Emery being locked in a cell.
Chapter 6. Emery. Voices dragged me from the darkness, several voices. 2 of them sounded familiar and nearby, but the others were further away and pissed. I tried to move, my body in agony. Felt like I'd been thrown into a wall. Wait. Damn, I muttered, opening my eyes as the fight came back to me. I was thrown into a wall and down a set of stairs and nearly killed. Again. Emery? Don't move too much. You took a few hits. Gentry's eyes narrowed with concern. His hands hovered by my shoulders, but he didn't touch me. He appeared intact, though dried blood spattered his clothes, and there was a hole in his t-shirt close to his heart. I blanched, realizing how close he'd probably come to dying. My hand pressed that spot without my meaning to do it, and he froze. I'm okay. Just some blood, he murmured quietly, his voice rumbling through his chest and against my hand. I nodded, but couldn't bring myself to move my hand away. He covered it with his own, a longing in his dark eyes. My heart ached sharply, and I jerked my hand away, wincing at the stiffness in my limbs. You all right? He asked, as if that brief moment didn't just happen. Freaking fantastic. My head spun. I lowered it, focusing on the floor until it stopped and the nauseousness subsided. I shivered, gripping the edge of the couch cushions. A shock of pure fear tore through me. Some force had shoved me into the spirit realm. With no time to mentally prep, I'd been disoriented and confused. That thing appeared, and I'd sprinted back to my body, but the creature had followed. How had it followed? I wasn't even sure what to call it. It was unlike any spirit I'd encountered so far. Carefully, I sat upright, resting my back on the couch. Are we in Fairmain's office? Yeah, she rushed in a few seconds after I did, Aleister said. The place was a wreck. The healer checked you over. You're banged up but no worse for wear, though he said you'll probably feel like shit for a few days. Frowning, I took stock of where I had been injured. I gave up a few seconds later. Everything hurt. I tilted my head while my mind pieced together the fight, hoping it'd take my attention away from the uncomfortable stiffness of my battered body. That thing, I whispered, it's gone, right? Your bear tore it to pieces, Gentry assured me. He hesitated, then shook his head. What? I pushed. That thing almost killed you. His eyes glowed dimly, and he cleared his throat, shifting uneasily on his feet. The way you stopped it was insane. I've never seen death magic used like that. I wasn't sure what he meant, until more of the attack came back to me. Gingerly, I ran my hand down my right arm over the tattoos. They were subdued now, but I recalled how they'd come to life in those desperate few minutes. This magic had a wild fluidity to it, like water mixed with blue-green fire. I wasn't even sure where it came from, or how it manifested. From what little I'd learned so far, it was only supposed to help communicate with the dead, influence them. But what I'd done, it somehow combined my witch power with the death magic and made it stronger. I didn't know I could do that, I whispered, holding up my right hand. It saved us, that's what matters, no matter what anyone else says. An angry shout sounded through the door. What do you mean? I asked him. And who's out there yelling? The eternal embers here, Aleister informed me, scowling at the door. All of them. Showed up a few minutes after the fight ended. Several representatives from the guard accompanied them. What? You're serious? They just had to show up tonight. Why did it take them so long? We're not sure. Fairmain said she'd send for us when they were ready to talk. That was 3 hours ago, he said, glancing at the clock on the wall. 3 hours? I peered out the window, but dawn hadn't come yet. I was out that long. Scared us a bit, Aleister confessed with a worried smile. Gentry sniffed loudly but turned his back on me, watching the door. My cheeks burned, recalling what we'd done before the shifter attacked. He apologized, and he'd held me tenderly, kissed me. I curled my hands into fists. I planned to forgive Gentry and leave it at that, but what he'd told me about being here for me had been truthful. There was no more fear in his eyes, no more doubt about my being an evil influence. Having yet one more person on my side right now wouldn't be a bad thing. Not wanting that dark moment hanging over either of us any longer, I made a decision. My feelings for Gentry would have to stay tucked away if I would be around him and not fall apart. With my life on the line, I'd find some way to make it work. I went to him and held out my hand. He blinked at it but didn't take it. I accept your apology, I told him. Friends? His eyes widened, and he took my hand immediately. Friends? No, I said, holding up my hand to stop his words. You apologized. I forgave you. We're good. Time to move on. You could have left me to die tonight, but you didn't, so thanks for trying to protect me. His hand squeezed mine for a second. You're welcome. Ignoring the voice in my head saying I should hold his hand a bit longer, I tugged mine free and crossed my arms. So, you think they're going to drag me away? I meant it to be a joke, but neither vampire laughed. Right, never mind. From what I can hear, their main concerns are the safety of those in the academy and your motives, Aleister said, turning his head while he listened. Motives? I don't have any motives. Fairmain has told them as much, but they're going to call us in there and ask you about last night, about your magic. I doubt they're going to be nice about it either. Aleister's lips thinned in aggravation, while Gentry growled. One of the voices rose higher than the others. I heard my name but couldn't make out anything else. Gentry cursed vividly and stomped to the door. You might want to wait. Gentry's furious snarl cut off Aleister's warning, and he stormed out of Fairmain's office. Should we follow? Aleister rubbed his forehead, motioning me forward. Probably be for the best. Why was he so pissed? Prince Brolin of his house is one of the loudest voices against you staying right now. They already got in one argument tonight. Probably won't be the last. Word of warning, Aleister added. Don't mention the birthmark at all. Tell them everything else but that. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how bad this will end if they find out. They'll think you're capable of doing what Emily did. What she was accused of doing, you mean, I corrected quietly, and gulped at the fear that slipped into his gaze. If there was anything that would guarantee their taking me away, it'd be that tiny tidbit. Should be easy enough not to tell them. We'll be fine. Everything's fine. Leaving the office in front of Aleister, I followed the yelling down a short hall to another door. Gentry's voice joined the mix of loud voices. Through a set of jumbled doors was a small conference room, where the 15 members of the Eternal Ember sat with Headmistress Fairmain. Joining them were also a witch, shifter and vampire, their long black jackets bearing insignia on the arm designating them from the guard. Gentry stood toe-to-toe with another vampire. I entered the room, and the yelling cut off as every set of eyes turned to me. The tattoos on my right side came to life under their scrutiny. With no shirt to change into, my right arm was bare, as was part of my right side. I cringed, willing my guides to stay still. When the bear moved, I worried she was going to burst free. That'd really make them all trust me. Not. Aleister quickly removed his blue button-down shirt, leaving him in a white t-shirt, and handed it to me. Here. Put this on if you want. Thanking him with a nod, I slipped into it, hiding my tattoos. The sleeves were long, and I rolled them up to my wrists, leaving the buttons undone. No one said a word, or moved until I'd finished fidgeting. Emery, Fairmain said, pushing to her feet. I'm glad to see you're awake. How are you feeling? Terrible, if I'm going to be honest. I gulped, knowing the shifters and vampires in the room sensed my fear. I tried not to look at them, but it was hard not to. My gaze drifted around the table and came to a halt when I spotted a pair of violet eyes. Cassandra. Stupid me forgot she'd be here too. She tapped her long nails on the table the entire time we looked at each other. Fairmain broke the tension. The Ember and a captain from the guard have come to speak with you. I wish I could give you more time to recover, but unfortunately, this is an issue that can't wait. I wavered on my feet and locked my knees to keep from toppling over. Fairmain's brow furrowed. If you're not up to it, we can wait a few more hours. No, we can't, the vampire in front of Gentry snarled. He must be Brolin. She's lucky we're not dragging her out of here in chains. Gentry snarled, then hissed. Don't you dare lay a hand on her. Is that how you speak to your prince? Brolin shot back. You'll not treat her like a monster. She's kept me alive twice now. Twice? Brolin turned his heated glare to me. I flinched, expecting to be attacked. Without looking away from me, he asked Gentry, What do you mean twice? I think we should let Emery explain, Cassandra said, pointing to a chair at the head of the table. I sense this is going to be quite the story. Brolin closed his lips around his fangs and resumed his seat. I'll deal with you later, he muttered to Gentry over his shoulder. Leave. I want him to stay, I spoke up, not about to be left in this room alone with so many potential enemies. Him and Aleister. They were there after all. You'll want to hear what they have to say too. Gentlemen, take a seat along the wall, Fairmain instructed. And keep your thoughts to yourselves unless you're asked to speak, understand? Gentry and Aleister sat down, while I moved to the head of the table. Once I was seated, the headmistress signaled for me to speak. Why don't we start with your name? Your real name? Clearing my throat roughly, I flattened my hands on my thighs and said, Emery Dravash. You mentioned nothing of her name, Brolin spat, turning his heated glare to Fairmain. We all know the stories surrounding Emily Dravash weren't proven, so Emery's name means nothing, except to explain one of the many rights she has for attending this academy. Now, Fairmain stated, speaking over Brolin's low hissing, You have death magic, correct? Yeah, I do. I rested my left hand on my right arm, thankful they were out of sight. But I've never used it to hurt anyone. Keeping my face blank while I said that was difficult. I remembered all too clearly the people torn apart in the woods that night. I could say I was defending myself and the others, but not everyone would see it that way. No necromancer has been known to have 4 guides, a shifter said after he introduced himself as Vic Fairmain, Alpha of the Crimson Paw Pack and the headmistress's husband. Yet you have them. I can't explain why. It's not as though I've known anyone else like me who could give me an explanation. They simply appeared. I rested my hand on the raven at my shoulder. The raven is my true spiritual guide. Leads me to answers when I need them, keeps me from getting lost when I'm in the spirit realm. Comes to me when I'm in need. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Gentry's lips twitch at my explanation for the raven. His reaction was weird, but inexplicable. The owl, I said, shifting my hand lower, warns me when death is near. The hair on my wrist is the one who finds spirits who are in trouble, and helps them move on if they're trapped or unable to let go of our world. And the last one? Vic questioned. This beast of yours? Grizzly bear, I corrected. She's my protector and healer. Death magic doesn't heal, Brolin scoffed. With all due respect, Prince Brolin, it can. Even before the bear was gifted to me, the other guides used love and warmth to comfort and aid spirits. They keep the darkness at bay. Death magic is not evil. At least, it doesn't have to be. I sucked in a deep breath, steadying my nerves the best I could, and caught Gentry and Aleister's encouraging gazes. The truth. If I stuck to the truth, I'd be okay, I hoped. I can communicate with the dead and walk in the spirit realm, but that doesn't mean I'm going to turn around and raise an army of skeletons. In fact, I've never reanimated anything. From what I recall, reanimating the dead takes a great deal of strength, Vic Fairmain added. It's uncommon for every witch gifted with death magic to have that ability. I think there's much more to Emery than she's letting on, Cassandra countered, folding her hands on the table, her brow arched. I would like to hear about the incident this past night. Every detail, if you please. If you lie, we'll know. She snapped her fingers. I cringed at the uncomfortable weight settling on my chest. Cassandra, is that necessary? Fairmain was on her feet, her brow furrowed. I think we all deserve the truth. This ensures we have it. She'll be unharmed unless she lies. Emery, proceed. What did you do? I rubbed the center of my chest, but the pressure remained. Truth spell, an extremely advanced one you can't break or fight, so I suggest you don't try. Aleister and Gentry jumped to their feet, but Fairmain waved for them to sit back down. I inclined my head that I was fine, though I wasn't, and gripped the arms of the chair. Hating Cassandra even more for being such a bitch, I straightened in the chair and told them about the spirit attack. Captain Gregory Lucian of the Guard asked questions throughout, clarifying facts and taking notes. When I explained how I stopped the shifter, Brolin and the two vampires next to him tensed, though several others appeared intrigued. I wasn't sure I liked the gleam in the shifter's eyes, or how they whispered to each other. The pressure on my chest remained throughout. I waited for Cassandra to lift it, but she didn't. And that's all? She asked. I don't understand. Aside from this attack and the incident with Jana Flanagan, you haven't used your death magic since coming to WMA? You already know of the attempted kidnapping and the attack in the Hollow, Fairmain told her, but Cassandra held up her hand, silencing her. I want to hear it from Emery's perspective. I want to hear about every time you've used this death magic of yours since arriving on this campus last semester. Every time, Emery. Proceed. Instinct told me to tell her everything as quickly as possible. The spell she placed on me stopped me from rambling on. I spoke slowly and carefully, measuring my words while I told them about the female spirit I met the first week here. Wondering if I'd be able to skip over my trip to the spirit realm to find the victims of the murders, I began to talk about the night Gentry, Aleister and I were taken. The pressure on my chest increased tenfold, and I struggled to breathe, sucking in air like I was drowning. What are you doing to her? Gentry demanded. I'm not doing anything. She's clearly not telling us everything. The truth, Emery. Something occurred before this alleged kidnapping. What was it? Alleged? Aleister chimed in. We were there. All three of us were taken. Yes, so you said. Taken by a group of shifters, vampires, and witches, dragged out into the woods in chains and woke up to some strange totem, Cassandra said with a wave of her hand. Quite the thrilling tale. It's true, I fumed. And we'll get to it, but I want to know what you're not telling us. I wanted to keep my mouth shut, but the pressure increased again. I grabbed the edge of the table, while black spots formed in my vision. Just tell them, Gentry urged, sounding desperate. Emery. The murdered vampires, I gasped, and the pressure eased enough for me to sit back in the chair. I went into the spirit realm to find them, try to figure out who killed them. Why? Vic Fairmain asked. Jana Flanagan said she felt death magic. I wanted to see for myself if it was true. If someone else on campus had it, and was using it to hurt others. And? I glowered at Cassandra, gritting my teeth. And they were killed by someone with death magic, but it's not like mine, not even close. I was shown one of their deaths, and it was awful. Sadly, none of the victims saw a face, but the magic left behind was dark and twisted. And whoever killed them placed a hex on their spirits. They're trapped here still. It's the same hex the shifter spirit that attacked us had placed on him. You expect us to believe you? Brolin derided. I looked at him like he'd lost it. Really? Why don't you tell me since I've got this ridiculous spell on me right now? Yeah, that's the truth. I tried to free them, but I couldn't. Whoever's doing this shit, it's not me. We know, Vic Fairmain assured me, glaring at Brolin. My mouth gaped in confusion. You what? There's a reason it took us so long to come here. 5 more murders have been committed in Burning Glade, all of them in the Hall of the Undying, all of them killed in exactly the same way. If you have not left the academy since returning for the spring semester, clearly, you are not the killer, Vic explained while Brolin rolled his eyes. She isn't, Brolin. I suggest you move on. She could have snuck out. How about we make this simple? Another shifter argued. She dug her nails into the table when Brolin continued to hiss his displeasure. Keep your fangs in your mouth, Prince. Emery, did you kill the 4 vampires here at the academy? No, I replied firmly. And did you kill the 5 vampires in Burning Glade? No, I said, thankful to feel the pressure on my chest ease. She's still not telling us everything, Brolin argued, pushing to his feet with such force his chair crashed into the wall behind him. What happened that night in the woods? What did you do to these 2 vampires to make them believe your lies? I'm not lying. How thick can you get? I muttered without thinking, then cringed. Gentry smirked. Aleister's jaw dropped. Sorry, I said in a hurry when Brolin's face went scarily blank. That night was hard on all of us. We were in the library, and then these people were there. They knocked us out with magic, and when we came to, we were in the hollow. There were more than 20 of them. 20 what? Brolin asked. People in cloaks. Shifters, witches, vampires. Think there were a few fae there, too. I wasn't exactly paying attention. I was too worried that they were going to kill us all. And I was really starting to hate Prince Brolin. And they said a bunch of shit that made no sense. They dragged me away and chained me to this totem, and they chanted a spell that brought it to life. A flash of that horrible agony rushed down my spine. It was like it was happening all over again. I gasped. Emery. Aleister blurred to my side, placed his hand on my shoulder. I covered it with my own, reminding myself where I was. It had been weeks since I had such a terrible flashback. A rush of wind crossed behind me, and Gentry stood at my other side. From Brolin's furious glare, he was ready to go after his own heir for being so close to me. That night, they were trying to do something horrible to me, and they nearly killed Aleister and Gentry, I explained quietly, feeling Gentry's hand on my other shoulder. Their presence calmed me and helped me focus, though I had no idea why. That was the night I earned the bear tattoo. She's the reason we're alive. She freed us and healed our wounds. Death magic does not heal, Brolin argued. It can't. But it does, Gentry spoke for me. If that's true, why didn't she use it to heal you both after this latest attack? Why did she let you nearly bleed to death? She was wounded worse than I was. Exactly, so why not heal you both? Is it because the first time was a trick? A trick she was unable to produce a second time? Just shut up, I yelled, jumping to my feet. I couldn't heal us because it took everything I had to stop the shifter from killing your heir. I wasn't strong enough to keep the bear summoned. You want to know why no one with death magic wants to come forward? This right here is why. You make us out to be monsters. What attacked us was a monster. Do you have any idea what it took out of me to stop it? Any idea at all? And instead of being worried about someone being able to drag a twisted spirit from their world into ours, you want to point your finger at me, I ranted, chest heaving. Emery, Fairmain said. I sliced my hand through the air. No. I'm not going to sit here and be intimidated by someone who knows nothing about me. I turned to Brolin. You want to know who I am? Ask your heir. Ask Aleister. They'll tell you. I don't have to ask him, and I won't because you've obviously done something to him. Yeah, you know what I did. I went on, despite a voice in the back of my mind telling me I should probably be quiet now. I talked to him. I became friends with him. I saved his life when I could have done nothing. I'm sorry for what happened to your family, I am, but don't take that shit out on me. Brolin stalked toward me, aiming a finger at my face. You're still not telling us everything. The hell I'm not. My hands flexed at my sides, and the tattoos came to life, glowing brightly through Aleister's shirt. I've told you what you wanted to know. You just don't want to believe it. Too bad that wasn't true. I shoved the thought from my mind, praying Cassandra's spell wouldn't pick up on it. The pressure increased, but I couldn't let them see it. There's evil in you, just as there was in Emily. We all know what she did, and you are going to turn out just like her. You and the rest of your kind should all be locked away. Tell me what else you're hiding, he ordered. Tell me, necromancer. The pressure on my chest intensified. I bit my cheek, biting back the words that would reveal the birthmark on my neck. Legs shaking, I thought I was going to hit the floor when that same blue-green fire poured out of my tattoos. It burned through Aleister's shirt, revealing my right side all over again. The stream of magic coursed over my shoulder and zeroed in on the pressure point at my chest. A loud crack filled the room, and the weight disappeared immediately. I collapsed onto Aleister and Gentry, their arms the only thing keeping me upright. Chairs scooted. I glanced up to find the entire room on their feet. Cassandra's lips curled into a wicked smile. It would appear I underestimated you. I told you everything, I repeated. What more do you want from me? That remains to be seen. She resumed her seat, and one by one the others did the same. I say we take a vote on whether we allow Emery to continue her education here at WMA. I've heard and seen enough. Those who are for Emery Dravosh remaining here? Vic asked, raising his hand. I held my breath, watching as the 4 shifters, 2 witches, and a vampire raised their hands. Opposed? Brolin's hand was the first in the air, followed by the remaining vampires and witches, including Cassandra. Her vote left my stomach churning, while those violet eyes shimmered with a determination I didn't fully understand. 1 vote. I was 1 vote away from being forcefully removed from the academy. My legs gave out, but Aleister and Gentry didn't let me fall. Vote passes. Emery, you may stay, Vic announced. However, I'm afraid we must continue to have conditions. You will remain on probation. You will continue to be escorted on campus. Captain Lucian will have a small team here to coordinate with Headmistress Fairmain, and you. Captain Lucian offered a kind smile, and I relaxed a tiny bit. We will also be receiving weekly reports from Headmistress Fairmain, the vampire who did vote for me said. The way he looked to Aleister gave me the impression he was Roderick Talbot. You also shouldn't be surprised if we come check in on you from time to time. We will continue to seek out a suitable teacher, and until such time, the ban on your use of death magic will remain in place. Unless, of course, you find yourself under attack again. I trust you understand how delicate this situation is. I do promise. Good, Roderick said with a small smile. I'll admit I'm apprehensive, but I trust Aleister's word. For now. If you step out of line, if we feel you've become a danger in any way to the students here, you will be removed. You're being given a gift. Don't waste it. I nodded fervently, while Roderick rose from his chair, followed by several other members of the EE. Is that it? I asked, not believing the interrogation was finally over. The wounds I'd sustained from being tossed down a set of stairs and thrown into a wall throbbed to the point I was digging my nails into my palms to keep from breaking down and crying. Every limb was stiff. Walking out of here was going to be a chore. The use of so much magic had drained me mentally too. As Roderick said, for now, Captain Lucian told me. The information you've given us will assist in our investigations now that we have more to focus on. I'll be taking this entire conversation to my commander and get a bigger team put together. We'll figure out who was behind the murders and the attempted kidnapping. I'll leave Remy and Stuart here. He motioned to a shifter and a vampire in turn. They'll be your escorts and will report straight to me. Got it. I promise I won't try to lose you. Remy and Stuart smirked. They appeared on the younger side, which I hoped meant they wouldn't be too much of a pain to deal with the rest of the semester. Captain Lucian handed me a runestone. Keep this on you at all times. It'll serve as a tracker. Being tracked failed to set me at ease, but this day could be ending a lot worse. I took the stone and slipped it into my pocket. Satisfied, Captain Lucian left. Remy told me she and Stuart would be in the hall to escort me to my dorm when I was ready. Roderick smiled kindly, said goodbye to Aleister, and exited, followed by everyone except Brolin and Cassandra. Fairmain had walked out with her mate, their heads close together while they spoke. Brolin bared his fangs at me, until Gentry stepped between us. "I hope you know what you're doing," Brolin warned him. "And I would think very carefully about it, the next time you endeavor to lie to my face." "Times change," Gentry replied quietly. "It's time we change with them." "How can you accept this, after everything we've lost?" "Because I've seen what else death magic can do." "You're a fool, and you'll regret this one day. You're lucky I don't disown you as my heir." He turned on his heel and stormed out of the room in a blur. "Such a temper," Cassandra purred. "He should be careful." Gentry's eyes narrowed, watching her while she made her way across the room to where he stood. She patted his cheek and he tensed. I silently begged her to leave, but she stepped around him to Aleister and me. She rested her hand on his shoulder, and he flinched like she'd burned him. I hadn't sensed her using magic. Then again, I hardly knew anything about this witch, including how powerful she was. She removed her hand, her smile falling when Aleister took a half-step back, as if instinct was telling him to get away from her. "Might I speak with Emery alone?" Cassandra asked. Aleister glanced at me. As much as I wanted him and Gentry to stay, I told them I'd meet them outside in the hall. Cassandra waited until they were gone, to turn her disappointed gaze to me. "I'd hoped to hear from you by now." "You mean about your secret society?" "I'm good, really." "You sure about that?" she asked, her voice dropping an octave while that eerie smile reappeared on her face. "You honestly think these friends of yours will stand by your side forever? What about the rest of the students here? They fear you, Emery, and that fear will fester." Gingerly she dragged a nail down my cheek, and lifted my chin so she could look me directly in the eye. "That festering fear will turn to panic, and soon they'll come for you. They'll blame you for all their problems. You'll wish you joined me then. Maybe it'll be too late." I took a firm hold of her wrist, removed her finger from my chin, and backed away. "If this is how you talk to your so-called family, I'll stick with my friends, thanks." My bear itched to break free, but I silently told it to wait. If I attacked a member of the EE, I'd be finished. A flicker of malice accompanied by jealousy appeared in her eyes. She clicked her tongue and strolled toward the door. "You'll be changing your tune soon enough, that I can promise you." "Why? Are you that desperate to make me join you?" The second the question was out of my mouth, a horrible notion struck me. I blurted, "You told Jana about me. You wanted my power to be exposed." "Shit, is that why you voted against my staying here? To give me nowhere else to turn but you?" A light fluttery laugh flowed from her mouth. "My dear, you might want to speak to someone about these paranoid delusions you're having. Be a shame if you were deemed unstable, when so many people have such faith in you." My jaw dropped and she walked out the door. I couldn't get my feet to move. Gentry and Aleister eventually came back to check on me. "What did she want?" Gentry asked. "You look like you're debating sending your bear after her." "I'll tell you guys about it later. I should get some sleep." I yawned, the events of the past few hours catching up to me. Not sure how I'm still standing. I can't even believe they're letting me stay. "You sure you're going to be okay with Brolin? I didn't mean to cause a problem for you." "You didn't, but Brolin suffered losses just like I did. He needs time." Gentry's smile was about as reassuring as his words. I couldn't deny I appreciated him standing up for me like he had. "Aleister? Huh? You keep glaring out the door and touching your shoulder. You all right?" Gentry asked. "Yeah, great. Why don't we get you back to your room?" he asked me. His hand fell to his side and he smiled, waiting for me to lead the way out. That was the same shoulder Cassandra had touched. Did she do something to him? Standing around talking about it would have to wait until later. With the EE gone, my mind was left a chaotic mess, and the wounds I sustained from the spirit attack reminded me bluntly they were still there. If it hadn't taken so much magic to fight the spirit, the bear might have been able to heal me. I'd simply have to deal with the bruises for a few days. The walk to the dorms was uneventful. Remy and Stuart followed our small party at a distance. The next time I left my room, word of the attack would be all over the academy. Nobody could keep secrets in this place, it seemed. I wanted to thank you both again, I said at my door. For being here for me. You two and Rose are all I've got right now, so I'm going to trust you. Don't screw it up, I warned Gentry, and he squared his shoulders, nodding. I'll see you guys later. Not giving them a chance to ask anything else, I entered my room, closed the door, and collapsed on my bed. I was almost asleep when I threw my arms to the side and sighed. I'd have to tell them about Cassandra. About the marking I saw on her hand, and this secret order of hers. Captain Lucian might say they'd be able to make headway in their investigation into the murders and whoever had attacked us, but Cassandra was up to something. My gut told me she was involved, possibly even with the murders. Sleep first, I muttered, punching my pillow. You can take down the evil witch tomorrow.
Chapter 7. Aleister. Spring was making an appearance while winter slowly let go of its hold. Leaves began to bud, and the botany students were hard at work preparing the gardens and the orchards for warmer weather. There'd be at least 2 more snows if previous seasons were anything to go on. Still, everyone seemed eager to get out of the heavy dark cloud this past winter had left over the academy. I, however, was not inspired by the flower buds or warming temperatures. Trapped inside one of the many training rooms, I spewed curses. My shoulders sagged and I dropped my hands. I can't do it. Yet, Professor Bale reasoned. You'll get there. No offense, but if you tell me it's only going to take time and patience one more time, I might punch you. Bale barked a good-natured laugh, patting me on the shoulder. You're too hard on yourself. I miss my magic, I admitted, holding up my hands. It shouldn't be taking this much effort to manifest. You said it yourself. I was able to cast spells 2 decades ago. What's changed? Could be a number of things. I also said there was a chance something was blocking your auras. I can always make a few phone calls. I know a witch who does fabulous work with clearing the spirit of negative energy. Being too hard on yourself might be affecting your progress. Just because you knew the spells way back when doesn't mean your magic remembers. You're basically learning everything from scratch. I've been doing that for over a century, I muttered. Something should have come of it by now. Why don't you try one more time before we call it a night? Knowing it wasn't going to work, I debated telling him there was no point. His stern frown stopped me from saying anything. I raised my hands and shut my eyes. Like Bale taught me, I thought back to the days when I was a witch and had magic flowing smoothly through my body. Creating a vivid picture of such a moment in my mind's eye, I turned that warmth and energy to my hands, willing my magic to show itself here and now. A presence stirred in my stomach. I shut my eyes harder, waiting to feel that release of power flow from my hands. I held the simple spell for an energy orb in my mind. That was all I wanted. One tiny orb. With my palms tingling, I smiled, feeling this would finally be my moment. The rush of power that came forth felt wrong. I stumbled back, clutching at my head as high-pitched woman's laughter bounced around my skull. Bale called my name, but I couldn't see him. Instead, when I opened my eyes, I was back to the night I was attacked. The night I was killed and turned into a vampire. I'd been told it was a crazed shifter who'd gone full wolf. On a night of the full moon, when I'd been walking through town, he went for me. I didn't remember much, but had been told he was dispatched of by several of Roderick's men who'd been nearby and heard me shout. I expected to see the same hazy images that appeared in my dreams every now and then. The vision that came to me now wasn't anything like that. A shifter appeared in front of me, brandishing his claws. He slashed down at my body while I fought to fend him off. The light from a nearby lamppost caught a mark branded into the back of his hand, burned into his fur. The moment he clamped down on my throat, hands grabbed my shoulders and yanked me back. Aleister, can you hear me? Yeah, sorry, I mumbled, shaking my head. What happened to you? Your hands began to glow a blue color, but then the light turned from blue to violet. I'm not sure. Temples pounding, I told him it was probably something to do with the blockage. This wasn't the first time I'd had this reaction. It was the first time it was extreme enough for Bale to notice. I'd done a good job of hiding what I'd been enduring. After I assured him I was all right, I left the training room, grimacing when every step I took only intensified the agony in my head. What had I just seen? A face appeared before me and I hissed, stepping back on instinct. There was no one in the corridor but me. Cassandra Thornhart certainly wasn't standing there. For the last 2 weeks, that witch's face kept randomly appearing in my thoughts. I wouldn't be thinking about her, and there she'd be. The image was always foggy, but it was her. My right shoulder gave a twinge. I rolled it absently while I hurried through the corridors, aiming for my apartment. I'd never met Cassandra before the day she came here to interrogate Emery. The way she'd looked at me was like she'd known me forever. Then she touched me, and the weirdest familiarity hit me. I hadn't been able to shake it since that day. She was part of the Silver Flame Coven. When I'd been a witch, I'd been part of the Night Grove community. Our paths could have crossed at one point, but that wasn't enough to make me keep seeing her damned face everywhere. "Evening, Aleister." I jumped at the sound of Janna's voice. "Janna. You okay?" "Fine. Can I help you with something?" "You're still mad about my attacking you." "It's been weeks." I raised my brow. "Did you think I'd simply forget? You were way out of line and you know it. Don't try to act like you were doing the right thing in any regard. How can you be friends with her? You're a vampire." "And? Seriously? She has death magic. Who knows what else she's capable of?" Tilting my head at her tone, I whispered, "What exactly are you implying?" She adjusted her grip on the books in her arms, avoiding my gaze. "Nothing, just she's probably going to turn evil at some point. They always do." "How did you find out?" "About her." "I just knew. Felt it." "And you waited weeks after more vampires were killed to say something?" "I don't believe you." "I don't care what you think." She stormed away, but I blurred and stepped in front of her. "Move." "Not until you tell me the truth." "How did you know?" "Did someone tell you?" I pressed her for an answer. When her hands twitched, I blanched, an impossible thought crossing my mind. "Thornhart." Janna's eyes widened a hair. She let out a nervous laugh. "You sound crazy. Think you've been hanging out with Emery too much." "What does she have to do with Emery and you?" Janna's heart raced, so loud to my vampire hearing. Another witch down the hall yelled her name. She rushed away from me, and I let her go. How did Cassandra find out about Emery's death magic? And why the hell would she tell Janna? Head swimming, I wasted no time in returning to my apartment, closed and locked the door behind me, then went straight to the study. Unsure if he could give me any answers, I touched the mirror and whispered Roderick's name. My reflection in the mirror faded. I no longer looked at an image of my study, but of the larger one back home. Roderick rose to his feet, holding a book in his right hand, his finger wedged between the pages. His brow was crinkled when he lowered his hand from the mirror. His gray-speckled black hair was pulled back tonight, and he appeared for the most part to be in a good mood. "Aleister, I didn't expect to hear from you tonight. How are things?" "You mean with Emery?" "She's following the rules as instructed," I relayed. "Not causing trouble, working hard in her classes. Gentry and I have started helping her track down whatever texts we can find on death magic in the library. Be good for her to learn more about her own magic. I'm afraid we're still struggling to find a teacher willing to come forward. Have you found anything?" "Not much, at least nothing she doesn't already know." I rubbed my right shoulder hard and winced. "Are you sure nothing else happened? Were you hurt?" "No, nothing like that." Forcing my hand to my side, I cleared my throat, unsure why I was nervous to ask this question. Speaking about Cassandra, and the weird connection I felt to her, was uncomfortable. "How do you know Cassandra Thornhart?" Roderick's nostrils flared. He fumbled with the book, nearly dropping it twice. Why are you asking me about her? Can you answer my question first? Cassandra has been around for a long time. I knew her 100 or so years ago. We are acquaintances. I don't know much else about her except she's a witch. His shoulders slumped, and he backed away from the mirror. Why are you asking? He repeated quietly. I feel like I know her. It's strange. I can't remember if I knew her when I was a witch. There's always a chance you ran into her somewhere along the way. But this feels like more than that, I admitted. Rubbing my temples hard when the headache threatened to come back, I sighed. Or I'm just imagining things. Seeing my death again hasn't helped. You what? He exclaimed with a hiss. Bale's pushing me pretty hard to use my magic. Thinks something is blocking my auras, and whenever I try to get past it, I see that night again. I frowned, recalling what else I'd seen tonight, the symbol on the raging shifter's hand. I was about to ask him about the attack, see if he'd give me more detail when Teresa joined him. Aleister, are you all right? She asked. You look stressed. I'm fine, pushing myself too hard. And everything with Emery is going well? I rolled my eyes, chuckling. Yeah, like I told Father, everything's fine, no one's causing trouble. No rogue spirit attacks either. I only reached out to ask if I somehow knew Cassandra before I was turned. Teresa's smile fell, and she stiffened, putting the slightest amount of space between Roderick and her. Cassandra Thornhart. I nodded, confused by her reaction. As far as I'm aware, you didn't know her, Teresa said stiffly, the smile on her face fake. Roderick said as much. Sorry to bother you both. It's fine, Teresa assured me. We always love visiting with you. You know that. Roderick's eyes drifted to her, but she refused to look at him. I'll let you go, I told them. We said our goodbyes, and I touched the mirror, ending the contact. A knock at the door startled me from my confused thoughts. After rushing to answer it, I saw Gentry standing in the hall. You ready to go? Go? Library. Rose and Emery don't have any more classes tonight. Thought it'd be a good night to track down more leads on some books, he said slowly, his brow wrinkling. What's wrong? Probably nothing. I closed my door behind me, and we set off down the hall. Nothing lately seems to be turning into something. Talk. On our way to the library, I gave him a quick rundown of what I saw the last few times I attempted to use magic, and my short conversation with Jana. By the time we neared the 4th floor, I was sharing what I'd been doing before he arrived. He must have known her, Gentry said about Roderick's reaction to Cassandra. He claims he only knows of her, that's all. But the way Teresa reacted said there was way more to that story. You don't think he was involved with her somehow? Possible. It'd explain why Teresa acted that way. Honestly, I'd be more worried about Jana, and why the hell Cassandra would tell that brat anything about Emery. And why you keep seeing that woman's face. My shoulder gave a quick spasm. I winced. What did you do to your arm? You keep messing with it. The spot Cassandra touched me. Bale would have sensed if someone used magic on me, though. I'm sure it's nothing. Just my mind overanalyzing shit. He scowled but said nothing else. We neared the 4th floor study room, when the sound of Rose's voice trickled out. Not sure what made me do it, I held Gentry back and listened. Are you still not sleeping? Rose asked. Not really. Not sure why. Just feels so restless for some reason, Emery replied through a yawn. Feels like I haven't really slept in weeks. Not like this mess is helping. Not exactly. And you're sure you can trust them? Both of them? Gentry went utterly still at the question, clenching his hands into fists while we waited for an answer. Surprisingly, I do. Can't explain it, but you remember when Cassandra said that weird thing to us about feeling a tug from our magic around other people? She said a lot of weird shit, but what about it? The first time I met Aleister, as much as he aggravated me, I had the strangest feeling that somehow I knew I'd be seeing a lot of him. We had a connection, for some reason. And with Gentry, it's the same with him. Even now, when part of me wants to kick his ass, deep down, I know I'm never going to be able to simply walk away from him. Never mind. None of that made any sense. She paused. I took the chance to glance at Gentry. His lips had parted, and his eyes were dimly glowing. What the hell is that look for? Emery asked Rose. I turned back to the short hallway to listen. You tell me after what you just said, Rose said. You're saying you've never felt that with anyone? Nope, and you apparently have with two people. Two extremely handsome, sexy vampires, who appear to be willing to risk quite a bit for you. Emery's loud sigh reached my ears. Rose added, just saying, do you really think either of them would be doing all of this for just anyone? They think they owe me for saving their lives. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Gentry moved forward and I followed, both of us pretending we hadn't overheard that conversation. He still had feelings for Emery. I had no idea she felt that way about him or me. The weird calling I had to be near her had only grown stronger since last semester. Was she talking about the same thing I'd experienced? The walk down the hall was too short to give me much time to think about it, and I knocked on the doorframe. Are we interrupting anything? I asked. Eyes wide and heart pounding loud enough for me to hear, Emery shook her head. She motioned us inside. We took the armchairs across from the couch. Gentry rubbed the back of his neck. Emery fiddled with her necklace until she spotted me watching her. You really need to find a better habit before that chain snaps, I cautioned her. She rolled her eyes, but her hand fell to her lap. I have a new list of books to find. Where's your guard? I asked, realizing I hadn't seen Remy or Stuart outside the door. On the main floor, at the only exit out of this place. Surprised you didn't see him. Stuart says there's no point in hovering over my shoulder when I'm being tracked. Says he knows you. Trusts you to keep an eye on me while we're here. He was part of my house before he joined the guard, I said. He's a good guy. I'm glad he's one of your guards. Yeah, me too. So the list. She shuffled through her notebooks already spread out on the table. A sketch on a loose piece of paper caught my eye. I leaned forward, studying it. Aleister, Emery said. I scowled. That symbol, what is it? This. She picked up the paper and handed it to me. That's what was on the back of those guys' hands in the woods. Or the best I can remember, at least. I sketched it last semester but keep thinking about it after I saw it on the back of Cassandra's hand. Wish I could remember more details about it, but think that's pretty close. Wait. What? I blurted. She has this marking? The same one? Gentry questioned, pointing to the paper. Why the hell didn't you say anything? We weren't exactly on speaking terms, she reminded us hotly. You're right, I'm sorry, I said in a rush, not wanting to start anything after it had been going so well between the three of us. You're sure you saw this on her hand? When? Before the semester started, Cassandra came to visit our coven. She wanted to talk to Rose and me alone, she explained. I saw, or thought I saw, a brand on the back of her hand, but it was only for a second. My hand holding the paper shook while I sat back in the chair. Shit. Yeah, what I thought, she said slowly. You might want to tell her, Gentry said. Tell me what? Emery demanded. Setting the paper on the table, I glanced at the door, worried someone would overhear. The sudden paranoia was not like me, but nothing made sense anymore. I think Cassandra is the one who told Jana about you. Emery sank onto the couch. I knew it. You did. How? Gentry asked. I mean, I suspected she did, especially after that interrogation, Emery muttered, rubbing her sternum. She threatened me, not outright, but enough for me to know she was doing it. Made it sound like she knew I was related to Emily Dravosh, and that if I didn't do what she wanted, she'd expose me. I didn't think she was serious. Guess I was wrong. What did she talk to you two about? Emery looked to Rose, and she shrugged. Together, they removed large metal coins from their bags and laid them on the table. She wanted us to join some secret society, Rose said, nudging the coins closer to us. Order of the Frozen Hearts. The name sparked a sense of familiarity, but for the life of me, I couldn't figure out why. It was just like with Cassandra. There was a vagueness when it came to recalling. I picked up one of the coins, the size of it nearly filling my palm. There was nothing on it aside from a single line of writing, forming a ring around the center. What do they do? She said they were a family of like-minded individuals, Rose told Gentry. Those with promise of great power in them. And she's their leader? Gentry asked. We have no idea, Emery admitted. But that night, the shifter mentioned a woman, remember? He said she would get what she wanted. What if they meant Cassandra? Yeah, but that night they tried to kill you and us, I reminded her, carefully returning the coin to the table. If she wants you for this order, why do any of that? To be fair, we have no idea what that totem was doing to me. Looked pretty damned obvious to me, Gentry grunted. I still don't understand, I muttered, lightly knocking my fist on the arm of the chair. Why would she go through so much trouble? You were alone plenty of times, so why wait until you were with two vampires? Heirs no less. If she were to be implicated in our kidnapping or our murders, that'd bring her down. She'd be killed. I don't think we were meant to escape, Gentry pointed out, his voice growing rougher by the second with his anger. We don't have any proof aside from my maybe seeing that mark on her hand, Emery reminded us. What do we even know about her? I asked. Rose puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Only what my mom told us. No one actually knows how old she is. My mom thinks she's bad news, so did the elders of our coven. Somehow she ended up getting the popular vote for replacing Clara Flanagan, who it just so happens was murdered, Emery chimed in. But then she turns around and uses Jana to what? Force your hand to join this society. I threw my head back, trying to fit pieces together of a puzzle that was too big and complex for me to comprehend. Kidnapping you failed, as did whatever ritual they were trying to perform. Maybe she thought if she forced you out of the academy by exposing your magic, you'd have no choice but to go to her, I suggested. We don't even know if this symbol is tied to the order. Gentry pointed to the paper and to the coins. I say we figure out what this secret society is first. If we find a connection between them and this symbol, we might have something to go off. Otherwise, we're grasping at nothing. Besides, there's still the issue of the rampaging spirit. Emery shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. Don't remind me. Still have no idea how I was pulled into the spirit realm, or how it managed to follow me back through. But you said that it and the vampire souls were hexed by the same magic. I scooted to the edge of the cushion, my mind in chaos all over again. Did you think maybe the same person is trying to set you up again? Set me up by killing me? No, but think about it. No one else here has death magic. No one else can communicate with the spirit realm. The murders didn't work, so they decided to go a different route. What if that classroom had been full of students? A rampaging spirit found in the presence of someone with death magic, who then turns around and hurts, maybe even kills a few innocents. Emery paled, and Rose put an arm around her friend's shoulders. If that's their plan, then why keep murdering vampires in Burning Glade, where I'm not? You saw what those murders did to Brolin and others on the EE. Gentry growled quietly, glaring at the mysterious symbol on the table. It causes panic, fear, uncertainty. Keeps everyone on edge. Whoever's doing all this is stronger than me, Emery whispered, swallowing hard. When the shifter attacked, for a moment there while I tried to pull on my magic, all I found was an empty void, as if I never had magic at all. My guides weren't listening to me. Or maybe they couldn't hear me. But you broke through it, Gentry said almost in awe. The power you showed that night was incredible. Dangerous. She gave him a look, and he held up his hand. You know what I mean. You're not as weak as you believe. Whoever's coming after you, is going to have a hell of a time winning." He picked up the paper with the symbol on it. My head throbbed while a glimpse of a branded furred hand struck my mind. "Aleister." Gentry looked worried. "I'm fine. Something that had slipped my mind is all. The second I laid this bit of information on them, it'd make everything even more bewildering than it already was." 3 sets of curious eyes looked at me, and I gave in. I quickly told Emery and Rose about my magic training and what I'd seen as far as my death. When I mentioned the symbol being on the shifter's hand, Emery's jaw dropped and Rose let out a gasp. "Left that bit out before," Gentry said, annoyed. "I forgot." "What happened to the shifter?" Emery asked. "He was killed that night. I was told he'd gone mad. There was never anything mentioned about his bearing a brand." "How long ago was that?" 124 years, I told Emery. The implications of my death being connected to the same group who kidnapped us was a weight on my shoulders. The others seemed to feel it just as strongly, from the way they shifted anxiously. "We need information," Gentry said, breaking the tension. "We find out what we can about this society and this symbol. Start there and see what turns up. Your search for those texts on death magic might have to wait, Em." "I think this is more important," she agreed. "Where are we going to find anything on the order?" Rose asked. Emery smirked. "I think I know of someone who can help. Henry, you around?" I exchanged a confused glance with Gentry until papers rustled on the table and the temperature dropped in the room. "We need anything on the order of the Frozen Hearts and this symbol." Emery was talking to nothing and no one, as far as I could tell. She held up the paper with the symbol, and something took it. It was suspended mid-air. Emery sported a victorious smile. "Looks like he might have an idea." "He who?" I asked. Emery smiled. "Henry. He was a professor over 100 years ago. He's a witch. Hangs out in the library." "That's who you were talking to all last semester," Gentry mused. "Yeah, pretty damned helpful. So, who's up for a field trip through the library?" Chapter 8. Aleister. I balled up a piece of paper and threw it at Emery. She bolted upright on the couch, the book falling off her lap to the floor. I buried my face behind another book, stifling my laughter when the paper ball struck me in the forehead. "Very funny," she grumbled. "What? You told me to wake you up if you fell asleep." She yawned and tapped her cheeks. "You didn't let me sleep long, did you?" An hour." "Aleister," she grumbled. "What?" "You were exhausted." "It's fine. Not like you missed anything." I tossed the book I'd just finished reading on the table and moved on to the next stack. For a week, we'd been spending all of our free time in the library. Between the 4 of us and Henry, we managed to find several volumes regarding secret societies within our world. Finding a specific mention of the Order of the Frozen Hearts was proving difficult. We turned up nothing on the strange symbol or the totem those people had used. All we had right now were dead ends. Jana had stopped trying to talk to me after our last conversation, which was good and bad. I'd hoped I might be able to scare some answers out of her, but she kept her distance. Asking Roderick more about Cassandra would only stir up trouble. Until I had concrete information, I'd keep my questions to myself. The ache in my right shoulder had faded, and I wasn't having more weird visions of my death. That hadn't stopped Gentry and Emery from asking me every day if I was all right. I'd lie and say I was, though Cassandra continued to keep me from getting a good day's sleep. "Shit," Emery whispered, tilting her head one way then another. "Think I found something." I hurried over to the couch and sat down beside her. Most nights, Gentry or Rose was with Emery by the time I'd arrive. Tonight, however, we were by ourselves. My shoulder brushed against hers. She nibbled her bottom lip and blushed. A few times over the last week, our hands would accidentally touch, or she'd lean against my side and doze. The last time that occurred, Rose had been here, and she'd given me an encouraging smile. I liked Emery, but she and Gentry had become extremely close last semester. If we hadn't attempted to turn her in for her death magic, they might still be together. Dating Emery this soon after their relationship ended might rub Gentry the wrong way. That didn't stop my mind from imagining her being with me. My hands itched to pull her close, to have any sort of contact with her. As if thinking the same thing, Emery's shoulder pressed harder against mine. Heat erupted at the spot, and my gut twisted. Not in a sickening way, but one that left me anxious. I wasn't sure how to make it stop when she moved back, breaking the contact. "This picture," she said, the words coming out garbled at first. She coughed and tapped the open page of the book on her lap. "Doesn't that look familiar?" The black and white sketch was of a large coin with a ring in the center. There was writing on it, the same writing on the coins Cassandra had given to Rose and Emery. An entire chapter was dedicated to the significance of this item. I skimmed the page and quickly pointed out when I found what I was looking for. "You're right. This coin comes from the Order of the Frozen Hearts. Founded by a witch, a vampire, and a shifter nearly 1,500 years ago. One of the oldest societies rumored to still exist." I read the rest of the page after Emery handed me the book and summarized. "Says pretty much what Cassandra did, about who's in the order and why. Seems more like a group that wants to learn to further their magic for the good of society. I don't see anything in here that would make me think they have ill intentions toward anyone." Flipping the page, there was another sketch of 3 figures I assumed were the founding members. I scanned the names, stopped, and read them again. "Holy shit. What?" Emery leaned over, peering at the page. "Does that say Dravosh?" "Yeah, Elvira Dravosh. Sound familiar?" "No, I mean the last name obviously, but my parents never mentioned her. Looks like she was part of the order. Founded it, actually. There's a decent bit of information on the founders, and the history of what they did. This could take a while. At least we finally found something." She stood, stretched her arms over her head, and yawned. I clenched my jaw, unable to stop myself from checking her out. If she noticed, she didn't call me out for it. I'm going to grab a coffee. Want one?" "If you're going, Emery." She'd been making her way around the couch but stopped, a funny look on her face. She gasped, and I ran around in time to see her eyes shut and frost cover her hair. When her eyes opened, they were glowing, and the ice spread quickly to her shoulders. The scent of apples filled the room, and I braced for an attack. This was precisely what Gentry described happening the first time the rampaging shifter appeared. Black irises pushed through the hardwood planks around her feet, spreading toward me. Soon my shoes were surrounded by the vining flowers, and the frost had reached Emery's hands. Worried what would happen if it ended up covering her completely, I gripped her shoulder firmly and gave her a little shake. "Emery?" She blinked, but there was no other reaction. I yelled for Remy, Emery's guard tonight. She tended to stay closer than Stuart did, and arrived in seconds. "What's happening?" "I think we're about to be attacked. Might want to evacuate the library." "Shit," she muttered, and was about to rush out of the room when Emery gasped and fell into me, shivering so hard her teeth clacked together. "Emery? What did you see?" Remy asked. "Can you hear me?" Wrapping her arms around herself, Emery gave what I thought was a nod. "Vampire," she mumbled. "It was a vampire this time. Asshole tried to rip my throat out." "Did it follow you out?" She glanced behind me and Remy, shrugging. "I don't know. It had hold of me. I'm not even sure how I got back." "Stay with her," Remy ordered. "I'll check the library and grab Stuart. Do not leave this room." I opened my mouth to answer when a scream came from the lower levels. Remy was the first one out the door, with Emery and I trailing behind. Crashes accompanied the shouts and shrieks, but that wasn't all. Furious hissing and several bellows echoed through the vast building. "How many did you say there were?" Remy asked. "One," Emery replied, leaning over the railing that gave us an overhead view of the main floor. 3 ghostly bodies appeared below. As one they turned their gazes upward, bearing exceptionally long fangs. Chains crossed over their bodies, appeared in the shape of an X. The silver links turned bright red, snapping and turning to ash while Emery cursed. "It's just like last time. They're going to come after me." "Which is why we're going to get you out of here," Remy said, but Emery shook her head. "No. Get everyone out of the library," she told us. "I'm not going to have anyone getting hurt. They're my problem. I'll deal with them. I know what I'm doing this time." She shut her eyes, letting her chin fall to her chest. I didn't want to leave her, but when she lifted her head, her appearance had shifted to that of the skull. She removed the flannel shirt she wore over a black tank top, revealing the tattoos, already brimming with power. "Go, Aleister. Now." The compulsion to follow Emery's order rushed through me. I gripped the railing to stop from giving in. Fighting the order made my head spin, but I held on, not about to leave her side yet. She had to be more careful with what she said, especially around witnesses. The vampire spirits disappeared the second Emery turned away from the railing. A glimmering stream of blue-green fire wrapped around her right arm, flowing out of her tattoos. The moment the vampires showed their faces on the 4th floor, she lashed out, aiming for their faces. They lunged forward, and Emery backed further toward the shelves, pulling the spirits away from the steps. Cursing, I finally gave in to the order. My body practically hummed in relief at giving in to the order to go. I ran down to the lower levels with Remy, yelling for everyone to evacuate. Students and staff fled for the doors, urged on by Remy and me. The vicious hissing from above helped get everyone moving. Several loud thuds followed by Emery's shout made me flinch. I glanced upward in time to see 2 spirits come flying over the railing. I threw myself at several students in the way to avoid their being struck by the vampires. They cracked the stones, hitting hard, but raced right back upstairs in a blink. Not willing to leave Emery to face those monsters alone, I blurred to the 4th floor, ignoring Remy's shouts. Emery was backed into a corner, with all 3 spirits ready to attack her. The power from her tattoos sputtered, struggling to stay alive. I yelled, striving to get the vampires' attention. One by one they spun around, facing me. Gentry had told me the shifter spirit hadn't been solid, unless it was attacking him. Emery shouted for me to leave. I waved the vampires forward instead. "What are you doing?" Emery yelled. "Giving you time. Use it," I managed to get out when a fist collided with my cheek. The hits came faster than I could keep up with. I landed a few of my own, but half the time I was slipping through their bodies and right into the bookshelves. One of them hoisted me off my feet by my throat, her jaw widening larger than should have been possible. A black tendril dripping with a black viscous substance crept up her arm, inching its way to my neck. I kicked and flailed to get free, but her grip was too strong. The 2 others closed in around me, the same strange darkness slipping from their centers and crawling up their outstretched arms. "Hey assholes," Emery shouted. The vampires' heads whipped around in time for Emery to unleash a massive orb of blue-green fire that split into 3, striking them all in the head. The vampire released me, hissing and snarling, until a much deeper roar boomed throughout the library. The massive grizzly bear with its half-dead face charged forward. The vampire that had held me went down first, its body bit in 2 by those monstrous jaws. Her dying hiss was all that remained, aside from a pile of ashes. The bear went after the other 2, tearing them apart with its claws and teeth. I pulled myself from the mess of books and shelving to stand beside Emery. "You all right?" "Few scratches. All live." "You?" I asked while the bear destroyed the last vampire. "Emery?" Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she collapsed, the bear vanishing in a burst of bright blue and white light. Emery's side gave off a faint glow, then it faded. I tried to rouse her, figuring it was the heavy use of magic that knocked her out when I smelled blood. Something warm coated my right hand, and I pulled it away to find my fingers covered in red. Gently rolling her to her side, I spotted 5 long gashes stretching down her left side and around her back. She'd lost a lot of blood in the fight, too much blood. "You just had to be stubborn." Hoisting her into my arms, I took one last look around to ensure there were no more vampiric spirits about to attack, and took off for the infirmary.
Chapter 9. Gentry. News of the second attack reached me in the dining hall when panicked students rushed in, screaming about being attacked. Someone mentioned the library, and I ran toward it, gut sinking at what I might come face to face with. Except when I reached the library, Emery was nowhere to be found. "She's in the infirmary," Rose called, and I whipped around. She doubled over, struggling to catch her breath. "Just came from there. Aleister thought you might head here. She's hurt." Rose's worried frown was all I needed to tell me that was a yes. "Her wounds are being tended to. She was unconscious when I was there." "Did Aleister tell you anything?" "Yeah. The other reason why I'm here, actually." She led the way into the library and up the stairs. There were a few shelves out of place here and there, but it wasn't until we hit the 4th floor that the extent of the fight became clear. "Looks like we missed one hell of a party." The rows and rows of shelving were obliterated in the path of whatever rampaging spirits had decided to attack this time. The strong scent of apples lingered, and mixed with it was the unmistakable smell of blood. Sniffing the air, I followed the trail to a large pool of crimson, still wet on the floorboards. Rose gasped, clapping her hand over her mouth. "That's a lot of blood," she whispered. "I knew it was bad, but shit." Jaw clenched, I asked, "Why did Aleister send you back here?" "Said they found something right before the spirits attacked." "Spirits?" "There was more than one." She eased her way through broken shelving and books scattered everywhere. "Yeah, sounded like it." We made it to the short hall leading to the study room and rushed down it. Emery's tote bag was on the floor by the couch, and the coffee table was covered in books. She scratched her temple, looking around. "He said it should be the one that was on the couch. That it would be open." "How weird." The couch was empty of any such book. There was nothing on the floor nearby. "Did he tell you the title?" She rambled it off, and we scoured the coffee table for it, but there was no book in this room by that name. Planting her hands on her hips, she huffed. "Maybe that's not what it was. He said they found this book, then the spirits attacked." "Yeah, wait," she said, eyes wide. "You don't think that somehow someone knew they found something? Seems a bit too coincidental otherwise. That book's not here. Maybe they can remember whatever it was they found." She picked up Emery's tote bag while I stacked the books neatly on the table. Together, we left the study room, traipsed back through the remnants of the fight, and quickly walked to the infirmary. Stuart and Remy were posted outside the doors talking in hushed voices when we neared. "What happened?" I asked. Remy peered over her shoulder at the closed door. From what I could tell, Emery was pulled into the spirit realm again, and when she came out, there were 3 vampires in the library. "They're spirits, I mean." Her shoulders slumped while she murmured, "I'm not even sure what I saw." "She saved everyone in that library, though." "I'm assuming you'll put that in your report to the EE," Rose demanded. "Of course I will. Headmistress Fairmain has already been by. She's not happy there was a second attack. Think she said something about upping the warding around campus. Not sure if that'll help, but it's something." She reached behind her and opened the door. "You two can see her." Rose walked in first. I was about to join her when Remy put out her arm, stopping me. "One thing," she whispered, "what is it you 4 are up to?" "Nothing. All those hours in the library don't seem like nothing. What are you looking for?" "You know, if it has anything to do with the 2 open investigations, you could get into serious trouble for interfering," she warned. "Who says we're doing anything of the sort? You have proof?" Remy glanced at Stuart, then back to me, her eyes narrowed. "Neither of us would be the one to report you, but not everyone is as trustworthy." "Who shouldn't we trust?" "You're smart. I have a feeling you already know." She backed off and turned her attention to the hall. Unsure of how to take Remy's statement, I entered the infirmary, replaying what she'd said in my mind. Emery's voice drew my attention across the room. I bit back an angry growl. Aleister was sitting by her bedside, holding her hand. I told myself it was merely to comfort her after the ordeal she'd been through, but when he caught sight of me over his shoulder, his eyes swarmed with guilt. There was no reason for me to be this aggravated if he was getting close to Emery. Not like she'd ever take me back after what I did. We might be friends now, but that was probably all we'd stay. Friends. If she decided she liked him too, who was I to get in the way of that relationship? I wanted to think I'd be okay being the bigger person, but damn, was it hard not to rush over there and punch him. Ignoring Aleister's worried expression, I joined him and rose at Emery's bedside. She smiled, but only for a second. Hey. Can't stay away from trouble, can you? I teased. Not my fault someone keeps trying to murder me, she said, pouting, and I smirked. Her lips twitched into a smile until she shifted on the bed. Her sharp gasp had Rose and Aleister moving to help her adjust her position on the bed. She was sitting at a weird angle to keep weight off her back and side. Just had to be vampires. I needed stitches. How many vampires? I asked once she was situated. 5 long strips of bandaging covered her side and part of her back. From the smell of sage, the healer had given her a heavy dose of a healing salve. The sight of her wounded like that left my gut clenched and hands twitching. Aleister didn't appear to be much better. Maybe his guilty look wasn't about holding her hand, but for letting Emery be injured. 3, he answered for her. There were 3 this time. Happened like you said. She was standing there 1 second, then she was in the spirit realm. They didn't go after the students. Only after Emery. No, that's not true, Emery corrected Aleister. They attacked you. I studied Aleister's face. They did. Yeah, Aleister said slowly. I was trying to buy her time. Her magic was sputtering in and out, and they came after me. Not quick enough, though. I should have stayed up there with you. Emery's lips thinned while she shook her head. I'll live. Just lost a bit of blood. A lot of blood, Aleister muttered with a hiss. What matters is they didn't hurt anyone else, and I was able to get rid of them. Helps I knew how to fight them this time around, but they still put a block or a drain on my magic. And they sported the same chains the shifter did, she said, looking to me. They shattered right before they attacked. Sounds like some sort of leash, I mused. Exactly, Rose exclaimed, her eyes wide. Shit. I think I know what this is. What? How? Emery asked. There's a hex I read about last semester. Why are you reading about hexes? I asked. What? Just because I'm nice doesn't mean I won't hex someone's ass for being a bastard. Remember that, both of you. She aimed her finger at me, then Aleister. Anyway, this hex was to put a leash on someone, a magical leash of sorts. Only lasts for a little while. There can be nasty side effects if it fails. Like what? Rose cringed. I don't entirely remember. I'll have to go find the book again. Maybe we'll get lucky and you'll run across the book that's missing, Aleister said. We finally had answers and now they're gone. What did you find out? I asked. The order was founded over 1,500 years ago. And fun fact number 2 of the night, my ancestor Elvira Dravosh helped bring it about, Emery relayed sarcastically. Surprise. I mulled over that new information, wondering how it tied into the grand scheme of things. After a moment, I grunted. It was merely another puzzle piece that didn't fit into any picture my mind was able to form. Aleister quickly explained everything they'd read on the order so far was good. It's been a long time. Things change. If Cassandra Thornhart had been in charge for the last 100 years or so, the integrity of the order was at stake, if not gone completely. We need to know more about them. Hard to do that when the only book that held any promise is gone. Emery slouched on the pillows, wincing when she rolled too far to her left. Damn it. Why don't I see if the healer can bring you a sedative and something else for the pain? Rose told her. I don't want to sleep. I'll hang around for a while, watch over you, Aleister promised. Not like I have anywhere I need to be. You should get some rest. I had to get out of there before I did something stupid, like give in and tackle Aleister. I'm going to talk to Brolin, see if he can give me any information on Cassandra. You sure talking to him right now is a good idea? Thought he was still pissed. Don't care, I told Aleister. This is important. I shifted my eyes to Emery, pausing at the sadness in her green depths. My heart lurched, and I forced myself to take a step back. Get some rest. Try not to get attacked again. No promises. She grimaced. I blurred out of the infirmary, but instead, I waited until I was out in the hall to blur away. Ignoring Remy and Stuart's curious glances, I took off for my rooms. I doubted Brolin would be in his study this time of night, but I had to do something. Pressing my hand to the mirror in my bedroom, I thought his name and waited. The carved black stone pulsed under my hand, but there was no answer from Brolin. Hoping he wasn't ignoring me, I left him a quick message saying it was urgent I speak to him. Unable to relax while Emery was injured and lying in the infirmary, I prowled around my rooms with a glass of whiskey blood, failing to get hold of my jealousy. It should have been me downstairs, holding her hand and keeping her company. It should have been me by her side in the library. It wasn't that Aleister wasn't a good guy. He was, and that was the problem. He was the voice of reason last semester, and had been from the beginning. Deep down, he never thought Emery was responsible for the deaths of those vampires, but I'd let myself get caught up in my past. If they started dating, he'd win her heart and I'd lose her. Now you sound like a sap, I muttered to myself. I reached the living room windows and looked out at the night sky. You were together for a couple of months, maybe. If that. Just wasn't meant to be. Emery's words from the other day came back to me. She'd felt a bond to me somehow, which had given me hope. I hadn't imagined it the whole time we were together. But the hope faded as quickly as it came. It's not just you, you fool. I recalled their clasped hands. She clearly feels for Aleister, too. I drained the rest of my whiskey, and in a spurt of rage at myself for screwing things up, I hurled it at the wall with a snarl. The glass shattered on impact, and I ran my hands wildly through my hair while my emotions spiraled out of control. In the last few weeks, I'd managed to keep them in check and pretend I was all right with being friends. But I wasn't. How could I be, when Emery was the one who broke through to me by being there when I needed her? She didn't even know what she did for me, because I hadn't told her about my past, not the worst parts. I wanted her back. The letter I'd written at the beginning of the semester sat on my desk. If I gave it to her now, she might decide to believe it, or she'd tear it up and throw the pieces at my face. Could I really do that to Aleister? It was Emery's choice who she was with, and if she chose him, I had to live with it. Somehow. A quiet hum filled the apartment. I returned to my bedroom to find Brolin's stoic, expressionless face waiting for me in the mirror. Prince Brolin, I said, bowing. Gentry. What's so urgent? Did that witch step out of line? I heard about the attack tonight. No one was injured if that's what you were hoping for, I assured him. She's in the infirmary, healing from her wounds. Shame they weren't worse. I blinked, not believing I'd never noticed how angry he was all the time. Was this really what I was like before last semester? Pissed off at the world and ready to wish death on an innocent. Aleister was right. About what? How much the past can destroy us. Didn't realize that until now. If you plan to give me a lecture, you can save it. I don't need to hear anything from my heir who's willing to stand against his house. I'm not, and you know it. I will always be loyal to you and the House of the Red Moon. But times are changing, and we'd better change with them, or we'll be left behind as nothing but archaic relics clinging to hatred. You might not want to believe there's light in death magic, but I've seen it firsthand. One day, you'll have to admit you were wrong. He bared his fangs, eyes glowing red. Don't tell me what I must do. I'm sorry. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I sighed. Look, I contacted you to ask about Cassandra Thornhart. He frowned. What about her? Anything you can tell me? Aleister asked Roderick, but all he said was she's been around for a while and they were acquaintances back in the day. Brolin scoffed, crossing his arms. Of course that's all he'd say. Not like we should be suspicious of the fact that she's suddenly turning up after all these years. Probably been planning something this whole time. What's that supposed to mean? It means she's a right piece of work. The two have a history, and that's all I'm going to tell you. A history meaning they were what, together? I guessed. Aleister said Teresa became extremely tense around Roderick when he mentioned Cassandra. Brolin leaned forward. You want answers from Roderick, perhaps you should ask him yourself. Hell, he's siding with the necromancers now. You might consider switching houses. Then you can crusade for their rights alongside Aleister. Garrick Wolfson is the vampire who turned me, I stated. He brought me into his house, into his home, and his family. The last thing I'm going to do is abandon everything he gave me. What do you think he'd say if he knew you were siding with necromancers? They killed him, or did you forget? I hissed furiously, bashing my fist into the wall by the mirror. I'll never forget that night. You sure about that? Garrick Kiley, how many others are you spitting on by being there for that witch, huh? Don't you dare speak to me about Kiley. You don't know what she'd want. But you do. I lowered my gaze. Brolin's arms fell to his sides while he craned his neck to the side. What else haven't you told me? Nothing. It was a mistake to say anything. I'm sorry. I warned you about lying to me. Guess I'm a disappointment to you now. I lifted my hand to disconnect the mirror when I decided to ask one last question. Have you ever heard of the Order of the Frozen Hearts? A tick started in Brolin's jaw. Where did you hear that name? So, you have heard of them. I never said that. You didn't have to. What do you know about them? What about a connection to that symbol? What symbol? I gritted my teeth, not buying his oblivious act. The one we told you and the guard about. The one that was on the backs of the hands of the bastards who tried to kill us. The image in question appeared in my mind's eye, a spiral of a thorn-covered vine and at its center a budding black flower. That's what Emery had sketched on the paper, and it's what I vaguely recalled from the night we were attacked. If I knew anything about it, I would have said so when it was mentioned, Brolin snapped, but that muscle ticking away in his jaw gave him away. If there's nothing else, I'm quite busy trying to track down whoever's murdering vampires. How many more are dead? I asked. Brolin's lip lifted in disgust. As if you care, he mumbled and cut off the connection. I almost reached out to get him back. I'd meant to ask him about the night Aleister died and was turned. The shifter bore that same brand. The deeper into this mess we went, the more it felt like this was a massive cover-up. But of what? Why not tell Aleister there was a bigger game happening than his being the target of a random shifter attack? If his killer bore that mark, then he had to be working for someone. All we knew for sure was Cassandra was connected to the Order of the Frozen Hearts. If she did bear the other symbol on her hand, then the symbol and the secret society had to be connected. Now all we had to do was find out how. Figuring out who we could trust was also going to be an issue, if I could believe Remy's warning. If Roderick was more involved with Cassandra than he initially told Aleister, then he might be the last person we could talk to. And Brolin was too full of bitterness to be any help at all. Who did that leave for us to trust? Fairmain. She'd been on Emery's side since this mess started. She might be the only one we could turn to if we did come across anything damning. Then there was the Elvira Dravosh connection. Why would someone risk being spotted to steal that book? Cassandra was old, but she wasn't 1,500 years old. That was impossible. No witch ever lived that long. Or none that had ever been recorded anyway. The possibility of her being around that long made my stomach churn. She'd be ancient, and her magic would have only grown over the centuries. Not possible, I said sternly. Stop letting your imagination run away with you. Later this afternoon, when I had some time, I'd see what I could dig up on the Order and Elvira Dravosh. With any luck, I'd find something in the library the thief had missed. I'd have to let Aleister and Emery know about my conversation with Brolin too. Gritting my teeth at the thought of walking in on the two of them holding hands, I fell into bed, hoping sleep would come fast and would not involve any dreams of Emery. A search of the library after my classes for the day were over turned up nothing useful. The fruitless effort left me in no mood to stop by to visit Emery. My dreams had been anything but comforting. All I'd kept seeing was Aleister with Emery. I'd woken up in a piss-poor mood, and it had only grown worse throughout the day. Turning in for the morning sounded a lot safer than attempting to have a pleasant conversation with either Aleister or Emery. Back in my quarters, I was considering reaching out to a few vampires back home I knew I could trust when a chill breeze gusted through the living room. Whirling around, I spotted the raven perched on the kitchen island. The air to its right shimmered and Kylie's form took shape. I waited for her to give me the same dire warning, but the panic in her eyes was more severe than usual. What's wrong? Kylie glided across the room and pressed her hand to my forehead. I gasped at the sensation of two brutal hands clamped around my throat, choking me. The pain was excruciating, and I expected my throat to be ripped out. Emery, Kylie's voice whispered through my mind as she removed her hand. After reaching up to ensure my throat was intact, I sprinted out the door and straight for the infirmary. When I reached the corridor, the lanterns had been doused, casting the area into darkness. Outside the door, where Remy or Stuart should have been posted, lay a body, slumped on its side. The dark not hindering me at all, I rushed forward and rolled the body over. Stuart's hand thrust out, grabbing my shoulder. I caught it and shushed him, whispering it was me. Blood soaked his front and continued to ooze from the deep laceration at his neck. I spotted bone. He'd been nearly decapitated. Tearing his shirt, I bound the fabric around his neck tight to staunch the blood flow. As long as he didn't bleed out, his body would be able to repair the damage. He'd need a hell of a lot of blood, though. I propped him against the wall when a yell came from inside. Emery. Bursting through the door, I hissed and threw myself forward at the sight of Emery held to the wall by another raging spirit. A vampire spirit. His hand was around her throat. She weakly kicked at him, her eyes rolling back even as she clawed at his arm. Praying I'd be able to make contact, I reached for his shoulders, touched tangible flesh, and dug my nails in deep. He roared, letting go of Emery to face me. She hit the floor with a grunt, hacking harshly while she sucked air back into her lungs. The vampire jerked free of my grasp, swiping 6-inch-long claws toward my throat. I blocked his arm and landed a kick to his sternum. He recovered and turned into a glowing streak of sickly white light, then charged into me, sending me flying backward. I crashed into a row of beds. There was no time to recover before he was on me, slashing at my arms and face. I hissed at the stinging pain. When I snatched his wrists, he opened his mouth wide. What the hell? He didn't simply have one set of fangs. His entire mouth was filled with sharpened canines, and not just one row. There were 2 rows, elongating before my eyes. He snapped his jaws, pushing me into the floor so hard the stones shattered beneath us. With a shout, I got my boot under his gut and kicked him off. He hovered in the air, spread his arms wide, and the same black tendrils that had erupted from the shifter shot out his back. I threw my arms up to protect myself. The vampire's body suddenly slammed into the floor. The vampire struggled to rise. The claws grew even longer while his entire body expanded. The bones shifted beneath his skin. For a second, I thought he was going to change into a shifter, but another blast knocked him back to the floor. Emery stood at the far end of the room, her face and bare arms masked by the skeletal features that overtook her when she used death magic. Her black hair whipped around her head while she raised her hands, formed another orb of pulsing blue-green fire, and threw it at the vampire. Her eyes burned with the same flames, standing out all the brighter from the darkness around them. The tattoos on her arm burned so fiercely, I couldn't stand to look at them. Black goop oozed from the vampire's chest, each strike opening the wound more until it gaped like a massive mouth. He made it to his feet. Emery raised her hands over her head, and a swirling storm of magic coalesced between her palms, growing larger with every harsh breath she took. The vampire tensed to attack, and I yelled in warning. She threw the orb at the beast, striking him in the chest. He threw his head back with an ear-piercing shriek, curled in on himself, and exploded into ash. Emery's face returned to normal, and she sank to her knees. I was at her side, holding her upright while she dug her nails into my arm. "Why didn't you let your bear finish him off?" She shook her head. Couldn't get her free," she whispered, her voice raspy. I was amazed she was still conscious. Her body sagged. Her eyes shut. These attacks were making her weak. Was that the whole purpose? To weaken her? Picking her up, I laid her in bed and did a quick check for wounds. The only fresh ones appeared to be the bruising around her neck. Her previous injuries oozed blood, but the stitches had held up. I backed away, my head swimming. Right, I'd been wounded too. I hadn't thought the injuries were that deep, but when I shrugged out of my jacket, I found some of the ones in my arms went to the bone. My face stinging, I staggered to the door, yelling for help. Stuart was still conscious, but unable to talk yet. Staying in the doorway to keep an eye on Emery, I slid to the floor. Finally, footsteps came running.
Chapter 10. Emery. Rose locked gazes with me from the doorway to my bathroom. Her eyes drifted to my bandages. Those are going to leave some nasty scars. Great, just what I need. I lowered my shirt over the fresh wound dressings, now layered with another round of healing salves. The deep slashes were mending, and the bruising around my neck from the last spirit attack was finally fading. My voice had taken a couple of days to recover, and I'd been drained. My recovery might have been slow, but Gentry and Stuart had suffered far worse than I did. Stuart had lost a lot of blood, and the slash at his throat had nearly taken his head off. He was able to regenerate once they fed him plenty of blood. Gentry's wounds were numerous and deep. They, too, had taken a whole day to fully heal while he was being given blood. I'd felt terrible and tried to apologize, but both of them had told me to shut up. Not like I'd purposely brought some monstrous, mutated vampire out of the spirit world on purpose. With that attack, though, Fairmain had upped the warding again, bringing in witches from several different covens. They went from one end of campus to the other, cleansing negative energies and putting up blocks for anything coming forth with malicious intent. I wasn't sure how that was going to work, so I kept my mouth shut. I was also given another protection charm, a bracelet. This one meant to be useful against spirits. The bracelet with various charms attached to the black leather cord was on my left wrist now. The magic imbued in it was strong, but whatever brought forth those spirits was too. "You heading to the library?" Rose asked. "Yeah. I'm not about to admit defeat yet. There has to be something else." "What about the hex?" "Also still looking. Someone checked out the book I found it in, so I'm hunting for another source. You'd think there'd be plenty of books on hexes in this place, but nope. Guess they think students might decide to use them against each other. I'd go with you tonight, but I've got to get caught up on these papers. And I still have to finish coming up with spells and potions for 3 classes." I smirked, resting my hands on her shoulders. "Take a breath. It's fine. The last thing I want is you flunking this semester. I've got this. I'll grab some coffee, see if Henry's around, and check out another section of the library. Great way to spend the night." She hugged me. "I wish you didn't have to deal with this shit." I'll be alright." "You better be. Not about to lose my best friend because someone had to be an evil asshole." I laughed, wanting to keep both our moods up as much as possible. I gathered up my red and black flannel shirt and tote bag, and after walking Rose back to her dorm, headed to the library. I'd been upgraded from Remy and Stuart to Captain Lucian himself as my personal guard. He gave me a polite nod and let me lead the way. I'm kind of going to be all over the place, I warned him once we reached the library. Where you go, I go. That's the deal now, I'm afraid. No problem. Just I might be talking to a ghost, so don't freak out. I cringed, realizing I just admitted I'd be using death magic. That was still technically against the rules laid out for me. Just don't let anyone else realize what you're doing, he whispered with a wink. You know, you guys aren't so bad after all, I mused. I headed to the 4th floor first, put my stuff in the study room, and called out to Henry. The temperature dropped slightly, and a chill gust of air swirled through the room. Captain Lucian glanced around. Henry appeared in the doorway, hovering right beside Lucian. The ghost gave me a questioning look. Here to protect me, I told Henry. Lucian frowned, looking to his right where my gaze was focused. No messing with him. We've got some work to do, I warned Henry. While Lucian kept watch, I followed Henry around the library. We checked areas I hadn't even known existed, looking for anything related to the Order or Elvira Dreyvash. I picked up 2 armfuls of books and carried them back to the room on the 4th floor. After 3 exceptionally long hours, I angrily tossed yet another book onto the table. Nothing, I muttered. This is hopeless. Henry tapped his head and disappeared. That was what he usually did when he was going to do some digging on his own. I left him to it and shoved aside the stack of useless books, random bunches of parchment, and even some binders of newspaper articles. Some of them mentioned the Order, but there were no details about what they did or who was a part of it. Elvira was mentioned twice in the newspaper articles, but only for being the elder of a coven that no longer existed. The Twisted Thorn was what it was called, but I'd never heard of it before. I needed to look up information on the coven, but my eyelids were so heavy. My mind kept racing with too many unanswered questions, making it impossible to focus. Everything about the last few days left me uneasy and feeling out of balance. This place was better than my dorm for a few moments of meditation. The fire gave it a cozy ambiance. With Lucian just down the hall, I settled on the rug in front of the fire and crossed my legs. Taking a few deep breaths in and out, I placed my hands on my knees, let my eyes close, and worked on calming my mind. Once I was in a completely relaxed state, the raven on my shoulder spread his wings, wanting me to join him in the spirit realm. I hesitated, worried about what I might find there, but if I was going by choice, that meant nothing should be waiting for me. That was the hope, at least. Shaking out my hands and rolling my head on my neck, I trusted the raven not to lead me straight into danger and slipped into the spirit realm. The raven waited for me on the back of the couch, and he wasn't alone. I flinched, scrambling back from the figure until the haziness from my eyes cleared. Emily. She smiled, running her fingers down the raven's back. If you're here again, can you maybe tell me something useful instead of a flood of images? She arched her brow and placed a hand to her heart. I still don't understand what you're trying to say. If you hadn't noticed, I'm kind of dealing with something pretty bad here. You know, rampaging spirits. Rising from the couch in one fluid motion, she approached and reached for me. I stumbled back. She tilted her head, confused. The last time you did that wasn't so pleasant. She held out her hand and waited. Already dreading what I was going to be shown, I reluctantly let her take my hand in hers. She gripped it firmly, but unlike the last time, only one image appeared in my mind's eye. The woman's face was similar to Emily's, but her eyes were much darker green and her hair was silver. Is that Elvira? Emily nodded. When she tightened her hold on my hand, my eyes shut. Voices filled my ears. The sound of 2 women. They were arguing, but the words were muffled and I couldn't make out what they were saying. A scream and a sudden burst of heat in my face left me gasping and staggering back. What was that? I asked Emily. Her hand released mine and fell limply to her side. Wait, I called to her. Too late. She was already shimmering out of sight. When she was completely gone, I cursed. That blast of heat had felt like an explosion, one that had to do with Elvira. Someone called my name, and I turned toward the doorway. There were no other spirits here, but I knew that voice. Aleister. A few seconds later, 2 hands grabbed hold of my shoulders, and Aleister's tone turned urgent. Quickly, I stepped back into my body, the raven returned to my shoulder, and I brought myself out of the spirit realm. Emery? Aleister knelt in front of me, holding my shoulders, a worried frown wrinkling his brow. Can you hear me? What did you see? I'm fine, I assured him. I went on my own. Alone? Why the hell would you do that? Because it's part of who I am. I'm not about to stop going into the spirit realm and ignoring my calling on the off chance I might get attacked. He backed off, letting go of my shoulders. I leaned toward him, confused at how much I wanted his touch back. Carefully, I climbed to my feet, shaking the last of the frost from my hair. Why are you here? Came to check on you, see if you found anything. He glanced over the coffee table filled with books. I'm sorry for overreacting. I shrugged. His brow arched. What? I asked him. You don't realize how much you've scared all of us, do you? Rose me, Gentry. We care about you, all of us, and watching you being attacked is not something any of us want to witness again, not if we can help it. He whispered something else and suddenly blurred to the door. I shook my head in confusion. Where are you going? Letting you be. Ensuring my magic was locked down before I spoke so he wouldn't be compelled to listen, I said, wait. I rushed forward to grab his arm before he could run off. I'm sorry. You're right. I wasn't thinking, but I can't simply stop being who I am. I don't want you to. If you want to go into the spirit realm, just tell one of us. Deal. He smiled softly, following me back into the room. So, did you find anything? In this whole mess of stuff? One little fact that really doesn't do anything for us at all. Elvira Dravosh used to be an elder of the coven called the Twisted Thorn. Never heard of it. Not surprised. It no longer exists, hasn't for centuries as far as I can tell. No idea what happened to it though, or what happened to her. I screwed my lips to the side and thought. What is it? Something I didn't tell you guys yet, but to be fair, I added in a rush when he let out an annoyed hiss. I had no idea what she meant. Really, I still don't, but she came to me again, and that's got to mean something. Emily Dravosh has appeared to me twice now. In the spirit realm? Yeah, and both times have been unsettling. I think she's been trying to warn me. I told him about the first time I saw her, back before the semester started, and what I was shown a few minutes ago. That's wonderfully unhelpful, he murmured. That's what I told Emily, but that's all she's giving me. I have no idea what it means, or what I'm supposed to do about any of this. All it's doing is making my headache worse. I fell back onto the couch, holding my head in my hands. All I want is one straight answer, you know? Just one, and instead the mystery is just getting bigger and bigger, until I feel like we're all going to get sucked in by some colossal shitstorm. Aleister chuckled and sat beside me. You always have such a way with words. You can't tell me you don't feel like that. You mean after realizing my original death might have been planned by some mysterious figure possibly in charge of some secret society? Yeah, I do all the time. Shit, I wasn't even thinking. I took hold of his hand, bewildered at the burst of heat that came from touching him, and gave it a light squeeze. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Not like I can go back in time and save myself, right? He smiled, turning on the couch, so he faced me fully. We'll figure this out. The room seemed to grow warmer the longer he held my gaze. His pale blue eyes were filled with a question that I wasn't sure I could answer. Rose's comments about why Aleister and Gentry were willing to throw themselves in harm's way for me made my heart race. I thought we'd be friends, but I wasn't sure that was what I wanted anymore. My emotions were all over the place, and before I could think about what to say or do, Aleister leaned in and kissed me. The second his lips pressed against mine, he pulled back. Sorry. I wasn't thinking. He started to rise. I caught his hand. I don't want you to go. He hesitated even as he sat back down and scooted even closer. His lips parted but no words came out. Gently he ran his fingers my hair, then trailed his hand down my arm. The tattoos shifted at his touch, coming to life as if they were trying to reach out to him. The urge to be closer overwhelmed me, and I fisted my hand in his t-shirt, dragging him back to me. His arms closed around my waist as the kiss went on, and I ended up in his arms burying my hands in his hair. A whirlwind of sensations bombarded me, and I didn't stop to understand them. The death magic that was usually a low hum within me came to life at Aleister's touch. Being in his embrace was far different from when I'd been with Gentry. With him I'd felt warmth and comfort. With Aleister at this moment, all I felt was insane heat. Every inch of me tingled with magic. A glow out of the corner of my eye pulled my attention. We parted. The tattoos along my arm and side shone through my clothes with a bright bluish-green light. What does that mean? Aleister asked. Approval, maybe. His lips curled into a grin, pulling me back to him. Good. That's good. He captured my mouth with his, running his hands along my back, and I sank into his chest, giving in to the moment. I might not have found any new leads on the Order or Elvira, but the night wasn't a total loss after all. Chapter 11. Emery. The warmer weather we'd been having was interrupted by a freak snowstorm that dumped 2 feet of snow. Aleister and I had spent a lot of time holed up in the library, digging for information on the Twisted Thorn Coven, the Society or Elvira. We made headway on the coven, though had yet to figure out why it disappeared from all records around 500 years ago. I had quite a bit of alone time, what with Rose being busy with her classes and Gentry occupied with the ones he was teaching. Still, Aleister and I did spend most of it researching. But by the end of the night, we'd end up snuggling on the couch, kissing and holding each other close. I tried to explain to Rose what being around him was like, but words hadn't been enough. The best way I could describe it to her was being on fire. A good fire. Every time he was around now, there was a strange tugging in my gut that drew me to him. I confess I was worried I was rebounding big time after Gentry. My emotions were still chaotic at best. Rose had asked if I wanted to stop seeing Aleister, and the tattoos on my body had sparked to life as if in protest. The fact that my magic responded to him each time he touched me or kissed me was intriguing. This particular night, we'd ended up lying on the couch, my head resting on his chest while he held me. The fire was almost out, and the clock said it was 2:30. I could barely keep my eyes open, and he chuckled, sitting up and bringing me with him. I grumbled when he rose off the cushions and reached for my jacket. You need sleep. Still don't look like you're getting much. I yawned. His brow arched. I grimaced. What? Not my fault. I go to bed, I'm certain I sleep, but I keep waking up exhausted. I shrugged into my heavy flannel jacket and slipped into my short black boots. He offered me his arm, and we left the study room. Captain Lucian waited for us by the stairs, watchful as always. I'd felt bad about keeping him here, and said so one evening. He told me watching me was a nice vacation from all the paperwork and running around he had to do in Burning Glade. He fell in step behind us, on our way out of the library and into the snow-filled courtyard. The full moon bouncing off the snow brought the gardens to life, resembling a scene from some winter fantasy world. I stepped away from Aleister to admire the snow, covering the vining moonflowers that had been ready to bloom a few days ago. I just reached up a hand to one of the dying buds when something smashed into my back. Glancing over my shoulder, I spotted Captain Lucian smirking, and Aleister ready with Snowball cupped his hands. Really? I asked. A second snowball nailed me in the shoulder. Wiping snow from my shoulder, I bent and scooped up a handful, forming it into a ball and launching it at Aleister. He ducked under the first one, but the second struck him in the face. I burst out laughing until one glanced off the top of my head. Cold snow fell down my back and I shrieked, dancing around to shake it out. We raced around in the snow, hooting madly and flinging snow at each other until Aleister gave up and picked me up in his arms. He spun me around, and we fell back into the snowdrifts, looking up at the moon. My sides and cheeks ached from smiling and laughing for so long, but damn did it feel good. We stayed there for a little while until I shivered. Aleister hauled me to my feet, brushed the snow from my hair and walked me inside. "That was fun," I told him outside the door to my dorm. "Thanks. Looked like you needed a distraction. Maybe it'll help you sleep better. Ease some of that stress." He softly ran his fingers along my forehead, leaned in and kissed me there. "See you tomorrow." "Night." He started to walk away when I grabbed his arm and pulled him back for one more kiss. Captain Lucian was waiting at the end of the hall. He turned his back. Aleister guided me to the door, burying his hands in my hair, stretching out the moment until I was breathless. He winked, whistling while he walked down the corridor to the stairs. Sighing, I waved goodnight to Lucian and ducked into my room. The following evening, I stopped by Rose's room after my classes to see if I could steal her for a bit. When I tugged on her hand and took her from her dorm room back to mine, she glanced around confused. "No library?" I shook my head. "Not yet. There's something I want to do first. If I do it without anyone here, Aleister will get mad, and actually you and Gentry probably will too." "Nothing coming out of your mouth right now is making me feel better," she muttered. "We're not finding anything useful in the library, and frankly it's taking too damn long. So I'm going to go to the source." She blinked twice, nodding slowly. "Aha. Elvira. I'm going to try to find Elvira's spirit." For a long 5 seconds there was dead silence. Then she smacked me on the arm. "Are you insane? Why do you want to go traipsing around the spirit realm? What if it's a trap? What if you get hurt in there?" "Ouch, just calm down, all right? I was there a few times and I've been fine, but Aleister doesn't want me visiting it without someone watching over me." I clasped my hands together, beaming at her. "Please? I'll go take a quick look around, see if I can summon her, and if not, I'll come right back. In and out 5 minutes." She rolled her eyes, muttering about my being the worst friend ever. "Fine, 5 minutes." I hugged her and hurried to get my altar set up. Removing my raven statue from my wardrobe, I lit several candles to help direct my energy and ensured the god and goddess figures were ready to go. I was going to take all the help I could get. Without a picture or anything of Elvira's to guide me to her spirit or pull her to me, I was relying on my thoughts of her. Telling Rose not to start timing me until I was in the spirit realm, I sat down in a comfortable position and meditated. Once my mind was only filled with thoughts of Elvira Dravash, I let myself slip into the spirit world. My raven was there to greet me once I rose from the floor. I stepped out the window of my dorm and floated to the courtyard below. The spirits that regularly hung around the academy were absent. Even the souls of the murdered vampires weren't standing in their usual cluster. "Where is everyone?" I asked the raven. He cawed, flew in a large circle overhead and came to land on my shoulder. "No one?" Running my fingers down his feathered back, I frowned. Part of me said to turn around and leave, but I'd come here for a reason. "Elvira Dravash," I whispered. I chanted her name, focusing on only thoughts of her and the lineage I shared with her. After a while, I knew I had to be getting close to my 5-minute mark. No spirits appeared in the courtyard. I sighed, disappointed. "All right, guess we head back." "Leaving so soon?" Hearing another voice startled me. I jumped, spinning around to see who said it. The raven fluttered off my shoulder, and the bear itched to break free of my body. "Who's there?" A husky cackling brushed across my ears. My feet were rooted in place. The raven cried out when a chain whipped from the shadows and slammed it into the ground. I yelled for him. The bird's black wings twitched. His body shuddered, disappearing in a bright blue-green glow. He reappeared as the tattoo on my shoulder, lifeless and dull. I cursed, tugging on my feet while the laughter grew louder surrounding me. There was more than one, way more than one, whatever they were. A force slammed into the back of my legs, knocking me to my knees. The second my hands hit the ground, vines snaked up and around my wrists. I wrenched my arms up, trying to free them, and the vines broke away, revealing the chains inside their twisting forms. More chains closed around my ankles, and 2 more crossed over my body. "Rose?" I bellowed, hoping she'd hear me somehow. The laughter turned deafening, and I cringed, feeling something warm drip from my ears. "She can't hear you," the voice said. "No one can." "Who are you?" I demanded, putting as much power as I could into my voice. My tattoos, shining moments before, were now dim. Even the bear had stopped moving. I tried to pull on them again, but the same block I felt when the spirits attacked me prevented me from reaching them. Fear coursed through my veins like ice. I shivered. The chains held me fast, rattling with each shaky breath. The shadows closed in from all sides. Piece by piece they took form until I looked at not just one twisted spirit, but a dozen. Vampires, shifters, and witches all sneered wickedly while I fought to break free. "You're not going anywhere, my sweet." The shadows in front of me collapsed, and from their center stepped a tall being that shouldn't exist. He was monstrous, with fangs extending past his bottom lip and black claws that were at least 10 inches long. Every bit of him was covered in gray matted fur and bulging muscles. They'd ripped through the skin in spots, like his original form couldn't hold whatever this dark magic had done to him. Long locks of tangled black hair hung from a face that was a strange mix of a shifter and a vampire. Hanging from his neck was a pendant, one that drew a curse from my lips. The symbol we'd been trying to find hung from his damned neck. The monster stalked closer, saliva dripping from his jaws. "Now then, who's ready to play?"
Chapter 12. Aleister. I shook out the newspaper in my hand, not believing what I read. I'd picked up the day's edition when I first left my apartment, but hadn't been able to read it until tonight. I'd planned to swing by and see what Emery's plans were until I caught the headline on the front page. Then I'd ended up going through the entire paper, wondering if I read it all correctly or not. You get to the good shit yet? I'd heard footsteps approaching behind me, and wasn't surprised to find Gentry joining me at my door. Which part would that be? The one where Thornheart suddenly wants to pass all these ridiculous laws against those with death magic, or her hints that she's planning to propose new legislation that'll affect vampires? I threw open my door, flipping on lights as I went. "I need a drink." "You?" "Yeah, I could use one." I hurled the newspaper on the kitchen island and searched the cabinets for a bottle of whiskey. After finding it, I poured 2 full glasses. "Cheers." I spat the word out. We clinked our glasses together and shot back the whiskey. The heat of it burned my throat, but it was exactly what I needed. She wants those with death magic to register. What kind of game is she playing? "She's claiming it's for their protection," Gentry said with a growl. "All it's going to do is make it easier for assholes like Brolin to track them down and take them out quietly." "Shit. They can't let those laws pass. There's no way." He shrugged and held out his glass for another one. "Who the hell knows what's going to happen? There's more though." "About the laws?" "No. That psychic witch you told me about. Astrid. She's finally awake, and guess who brought her back?" I lowered my glass without taking a sip. "Cassandra." "Yeah. Showed up at the hospital, and lo and behold, she brought her out of whatever daze she'd been in. And to make it all better, she miraculously knew who was killing vampires." "Who?" "Astrid claimed she saw who did it. Best part, this witch that they pointed the finger at. She's an elder in one of the larger witch covens. Prominent member. Lives in Burning Glade most of the year while she works in the Hall of the Undying." "Did they bring her in yet?" "Last I heard, they were looking for her. Sounds like someone on the inside gave her a heads up, and she's on the run. Weirdest part? The other witches in her coven claim she doesn't have death magic. You'd think that'd be something they'd know." The latest update on the situation in Burning Glade made my head spin. They might be near to closing the vampire murders case, but I'd heard no updates as far as the kidnapping. I wondered if Emery had heard about the latest laws regarding necromancers yet. She wasn't going to be happy about it. I was reasonably sure no witch with death magic would be. I sipped on my whiskey while my thoughts took a sharp turn, remembering last night. Well, more like early this morning. Emery wasn't even in the same room as me, and my blood grew hot. Since that first kiss, being near her had become strangely intoxicating. I had no other way to describe it. Whenever I was around her now, I was immediately drawn to her. The way her tattoos reacted to my presence confused me. She seemed taken aback by it too, but neither one of us slowed down to question it too much. Absently, I mused that our crazy attraction to one another might be spurred on in part by her trying to get over and forget her time with Gentry. I was torn between caring that I was possibly being used by her and not giving a damn so long as she was with me. Her magic called out to my dormant powers. The more time I spent with her, the more my hope grew that somehow she'd bring that power out of me. Wake it up. The relationship that was quickly forming between us was intense, and a voice in my head kept saying it wasn't going to end well for either of us. Not that it stopped me from wanting to see her again. Kiss her again. You look like you've got something on your mind, Gentry said. I drained my glass. He arched a brow. That bad? He asked. I wouldn't call it bad. Confusing, maybe. I reached for the whiskey bottle, but didn't pour another one. I should tell Gentry how close Emery and I were becoming. The last thing I wanted was for him to walk in on us while we were making out. I'd let us get a few more glasses in, then I'd come clean. It wasn't going to be an easy conversation. He growled abruptly, tilting his head to the side. I was puzzled by this. You okay? No. He pushed his glass aside and flattened his hands on the counter. There's something I should have told you weeks ago. His gaze darkened, and he whispered words I didn't expect to hear. Kylie's spirit has been visiting me, and I think Emery's raven is behind it. I froze, the glass halfway to my mouth after having filled it up again. I stared at him. I'm sorry, what? Kylie and Emery's raven, they've been coming to see me. Since when? Few days before the semester started, he explained calmly, as if this was the most natural thing in the world to be occurring. I thought it was a dream at first, but I was awake each time. Does Emery know about this? No. I thought maybe she knew since it was her raven, but she never said anything. Then she was so tired all the time. I think the raven was doing it while she was sleeping, going to the spirit realm to bring Kylie to me. He snarled, resting his arms on the counter and hanging his head. I thought I was going crazy, man, but Kylie's the reason I went to the infirmary that night to check on Emery. She's been warning me for weeks. About that attack? No, about protecting Emery. Keep saying she's the key. All that muttering he'd done under his breath all semester started to make sense. Key to what? Still haven't figured that part out yet. This sounds crazy, I muttered. He laughed, lifting his head. Why do you think I never said anything? But you are now. What's changed? He shook out his messy hair and pushed off the counter to pace around the kitchen. I had to tell someone. Telling Emery would be better than telling me. Would it? How exactly am I supposed to start that conversation? She has enough shit going on right now. Maybe, but I don't think her raven's ever done this before, gone to fetch someone without her knowing about it. If nothing else, she'd know why she was tired all the time. I poured him a whiskey as he passed by the counter. How's it been seeing Kylie? He scooped it up but didn't drink it. His jaw clenched. How do you think? I couldn't even imagine what he was going through each time she appeared. She'd been gone for so long and died so violently, no wonder he'd appeared lost for a while there. He didn't seem like that now. Instead, his lips curled in a small smile. It was probably a small comfort for him to know she was doing okay, being dead. As okay as anyone could be, I guess. He really should tell Emery, though. I thought of a way to convince him of that when a frantic knock came at the door. Frowning, I rushed to answer it. "Rose?" "It's Emery," she blurted, bouncing on the balls of her feet and wringing her hands. "Something's wrong." "What do you mean, wrong?" Gentry demanded. She said she wanted to find Elvira in the spirit realm and that she'd be fine, but it's been over 20 minutes and I can't get her to come back. She's covered in frost and her teeth keep chattering. She looked like she was in pain, then there was blood. I was out the door, Gentry behind me and Rose sprinting to keep up with us. Emery never should have gone into the spirit realm. I warned her it was dangerous. Hissing furiously at what she might be going through, I skidded to a stop beside her seated body. The harsh smell of blood greeted me. Frozen rivulets trailed from her ears and another from her nose and the side of her mouth. Her hair was covered in a thick layer of frost, stretching down her shoulders all the way to her fingertips. Puffs of air appeared in front of her face each time she breathed. I moved around to her front to find her skull face looking back at me. Her eyes were shut but glowing through the lids. The air around her was frigid. Her teeth chattered. "Her pulse is too slow," Gentry snapped. "And her breathing. We need to get her out of there." Last time I grabbed her shoulder and called her name, but this doesn't look right. I crouched in front of her, reaching out for her arm. "Emery? Can you hear me? Emery?" I laid my hand on her arm. She snatched my wrist, gripping it hard enough to hurt. I grunted and fell forward into nothingness. When I bolted upright, I was in Emery's dorm room. A transparent image of her body, and strangely enough mine own, were in front of the altar. I grabbed for her hand, but mine passed through hers. She was here but not here. Great. Gazing at an image of my own prone body reminded me too much of the night I'd died. Turning away from it, I took in my surroundings. There was a weird haze over everything, and hardly any color. A shiver raced down my back. I gasped at the sudden rush of cold. Felt like I'd walked through a damned waterfall. "Hello?" My voice was muffled, and yet no one answered. Wondering if the impossible had just happened, and I was somehow in the spirit realm, I questioned which way I should go to find her. A furious shout drew my attention to the window, and I peered out. Emery. The courtyard was a scene from a nightmare. Hovering ethereal spirits formed a perimeter around a kneeling figure. They were all mangled and monstrous in appearance, exactly like the spirits that had attacked us. Emery was the one kneeling, her body chained to the ground. She thrashed while she continued to yell at someone. I strained to see who when a hulking beast marched into view. Whatever she'd said must have pissed the creature off. It backhanded her. Watching her head fly back, I snarled, pushed my hand against the glass, trying to discern how I would get her out of here when I fell through the window to the ground below. I barely had time to react before I was swarmed. Claws pierced my shoulders and sides while I was hauled to my feet and dragged forward. "Aleister!" Emery whispered in disbelief. The spirits threw me down beside her. My wrists and ankles were bound by chains. I yanked as hard as I could. The links didn't budge. The beast Emery had been yelling at howled with laughter. I flinched at the sight of him, a cross between a vampire and a shifter, but worse. His presence alone carried a depressing weight that slammed into me so hard it left me dizzy. Fine silver chains formed an X over his chest. I glanced around and spotted the same chains on all the spirits, and worse were the brands on the back of their hands. Shit. This was bad. How was I going to get us out of this mess? "How are you here?" Emery asked, confused. "That is a damn good question," I replied. "No matter," the beast added, his tone gleeful. "He can watch the show, and then he'll join us." I told him to F off, and earned a punch to the face that would have knocked me flat on my back if not for the chains. Warm blood dripped down my face, but none dotted the snow beneath me. The spirit turned his back to us and held his hands toward the ground. Emery shot me an annoyed glance. I shrugged. Working at the chains didn't loosen them at all. I searched in vain for anything that would get us free. The ground rumbled. I turned to Emery. What is that? She shook her head. The ground split a few yards away. A familiar column of stone etched in symbols already pulsing red with magic rose out of the rift. Emery screamed, doubling over and digging her nails into the snow as if she were being ripped apart. I strained to get to her. The chains tightened around my wrists and 2 more appeared around my chest, holding me in place. The beast spirit lowered his arms and turned to face us. He grinned wickedly at Emery, who was writhing in agony, then stalked toward her. I shouted for him to back off, and he struck me. A vine sprouted from the ground in front of me, the end of it morphing into a silver stake, aimed at my heart. Move again and you'll never leave this realm, the spirit warned. Gritting my teeth, all I could do was glare while he grabbed Emery's chains and dragged her toward the totem.
Chapter 13. Gentry. Aleister collapsed the second Emery grabbed him, and his body frosted over, the same as hers was. I exchanged a panicked look with Rose. Did she just drag him into the spirit realm? She shook her head. I have no freaking idea. Emery winced and her body flinched. A fresh trickle of blood oozed from her mouth until it froze in place. I grabbed her and Aleister's shoulders, shaking them and calling their names. Nothing worked. We need help. Where is Captain Lucian? I don't know. He wasn't in the hall when I left Emery's room. Find him and Fairmain. Find anyone you can and hurry, I urged her. I'll keep trying to bring them back. Somehow. Rose sprinted out the door while I quickly scanned around Emery's room, searching for anything that might give me an idea of how to get them out of the spirit realm. Aleister grunted. Blood oozed from his nose and mouth. I had no idea how any of this shit worked, but something told me whatever was hurting them was incredibly strong if it could harm their physical bodies like this. Think, I growled to myself. Has to be something you can do. Think, damn it. Emery whimpered, her shoulders hunching forward. The whimper turned into a scream. Aleister hissed quietly, but neither of them opened their eyes. Hands clenching at my sides, I stood there watching them suffer. What could I possibly do? I had no magic. I had nothing. A ghostly touch caressed my cheek. I frowned. Kylie. Her spirit was nowhere in sight, but I sensed her presence. The touch came again, and this time, words rattled around in my head. Not Kylie's voice, but Emery's. The conversation Aleister and I had overheard between her and Rose. She said she had a connection to us like her magic was tugging her to us, guiding her. I hadn't thought too much about it after that day. Emery screamed again, louder this time. Hearing it made me grit my teeth, needing to get her out of there. Connection. We had a connection. I'd felt it, I know I did. We might not be together now, but those feelings remained strong as ever. And as for Aleister, he was my brother, maybe not my blood, but none of that mattered. Emotional bonds, those were what made a difference. Kylie's touch came again, only this time it was on my hand. Praying to whoever was listening this would work, I knelt beside Emery and Aleister. My right hand hovered over where Emery held his arm. Come back to me, I said sternly. Neither of you is leaving me, understand? Whatever's keeping you there, it's not as strong as us. Come back. I dropped my hand so I touched both of them and waited. Nothing happened for 30 seconds, and I cursed, ready to call myself a dumbass for thinking I'd somehow magically pull them out. I just started to lift my hand away when Emery's tattoos dimly glowed. It lasted for a second, but I was certain they'd lit up. Keeping my gaze focused on them, I waited. And waited. Emery's heart continued to thud slower and slower, her breathing growing ragged in between her whimpers. The glow came a second time, and a third. Her tattoos shone brighter with each pulse, until the light coalesced into a thin fluid stream of blue-green fire. It trickled down her arm like water, wrapping around my hand, Aleister's arm, and her hand, binding us together. A flood of memories of the three of us together rushed through my mind, in a tidal wave of raw emotions. The few times we'd found ourselves laughing together, were immediately followed by all the long night conversations I'd had with Aleister over the years. The times he gave me the kick in the ass I needed. The moments he was a true friend. His image gave way to Emery, and I was shown all our times together, reliving them in fast forward. I wouldn't lose either of them, not like this. I willed myself to reach into the spirit realm and find them. Cold washed over me, and I caught a glimpse of a shadowy world when my hands touched something tangible. Not wasting time figuring out what was happening or how, I clutched and tugged. A bright flash of light filled the room. I slammed into the edge of the bed, grunting from the impact. 2 harsh gasps met my ears. I spotted Aleister sitting up, and Emery, shivering from the ice covering her body. Their eyes were open. I sagged in relief. Until Emery turned to me and fell backward, unmoving. Scrambling to her, I desperately searched for a pulse, unable to hear her heart beating. "No," I muttered over and over, starting compressions when I felt nothing. "Come on, Emery. Don't you dare die, you hear me? Fight, damn you. You have to fight." Aleister dragged himself over, shaking his head. His brow furrowed, eyes filled with despair while he watched. Blood ran freely down his face now, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. He whispered Emery's name, squeezing her hand while I continued to try to bring her back. The smell of her blood, pouring freely from her mouth, made it feel like I was watching Kylie die all over again. I silently implored her not to die. I paused, listening, and sighed in relief to hear a quiet thud, quickly followed by another one and another. "That's it," I told her, watching her chest rising and falling with deep, steady breaths. Her eyes were shut, but she was alive. I grabbed Aleister's shoulder, hugged him. He held my arm hard enough to leave bruises. "What happened?" "Totem," he rasped. "They had another totem, and there were so many spirits. They almost had her. How did you get us out?" "I don't know. We need to get you both to the healer. Can you walk?" With several curses, he made it to his feet. I cradled Emery in my arms and followed him out the door. Rose should be headed back our way any second. Not wanting to jar whatever new wounds Emery had sustained, and not willing to leave Aleister in case he collapsed, I walked slowly toward the steps. We were halfway down the corridor when an ear-splitting crack filled the air. A small ball of silvery light appeared, hovering a few feet off the floor near the stairwell. A second crack was accompanied by an explosion, throwing the 3 of us down the corridor. Emery slipped from my arms, rolling away while I crashed into the wall. Icy wind gusted around us. Doors opened in the hall. Students screamed in panic, running to get out of the corridor. I pushed to my knees in time to witness a swirling vortex of light cleave in half. Within it stood a monstrous spirit, chains crossed over his chest and evil in its empty eye sockets. He stepped out. The stones shattered beneath him. His lips spread in an unnaturally wide grin, exposing fangs that could easily rip my throat out. Behind him was what appeared to be the courtyard, but it was gray and swarming with rampaging spirits waiting to break free. In the center of the spirits was a totem. The same totem I'd seen in the hollow. The beast took another step and raised his left hand. "She's mine. You can't have her." Emery's limp body moved across the stones, pulled by an invisible force. She came to with a startled yelp, slamming her hands to the floor to stop herself. I lunged forward to grab her hand while Aleister reached for the other. We caught hold and held on, digging our F into the walls to stop her from being stolen away. My muscles burning, I dug in deeper, worried I was going to break Emery's hand but too afraid to loosen my grip. Snarling furiously, the beast snapped his fingers. A shockwave flattened me and Aleister to the floor. Emery's body stopped moving toward him long enough for her to scramble to her feet. The beast held out his left hand again. Her body took a jerky step forward, then another when the tattoos on her body flared a deep, crushing blue. "No," she uttered. The power in that one word echoed around the hall. "You cannot defeat me," the beast uttered, its screeching laughter digging into my skin like 1,000 barbs. I hissed at the sensation. Emery held up her hand, and a blue-green shield of fire appeared in front of her, expanding to fill the hall. The horrible stabbing stopped immediately. The spirit beast's lip curled in anger, and it stormed closer. "You will be mine." Emery kept her left hand raised, powering the shield, while her right arm was drenched in blue-green flames. Aleister and I moved up behind her. She glanced at us over her shoulder. The skull face I'd come to be awestruck by gazed back at me. Her neck, shoulders, and left arm took on the same ethereal, skeletal appearance. She faced the spirit again, squaring her shoulders. He laughed and snapped his fingers. Another shockwave struck the shield. Emery held on, but it drove her back, her feet sliding along the stones. He attacked again and again. Each time Emery's body flinched and the magic on her right arm sputtered. She wouldn't be able to hold him off forever. We needed help, but no one else here had death magic. The strikes came one after the other, until the shield splintered, then shattered. The next burst of energy caught us off guard, and we sailed further down the corridor, crashing into one another. "Pathetic," the beast spirit taunted. "We have to run," I told them. "We can't beat him." "No. If we run, it'll just keep coming." Emery's legs shook while she stared the spirit down. "I have to finish it off." "You can't do it alone. You're not strong enough," Aleister said. Kylie's touch came at my cheek again. I frowned. It hadn't just been my strength that dragged Emery and Aleister out of the spirit realm. "Together," I whispered, and they looked at me puzzled. "Use us." "What? How?" "I don't know, but I think your guides might." She didn't seem convinced, but the creature was coming closer. We were running out of time. Cursing, Emery planted herself in the middle of the corridor and held her hands out at her sides. Giving her an encouraging nod, I slipped mine into her left hand. Aleister did the same to her right, and immediately a jolt of pure heat shot through my body. Unfamiliar emotions tangled with mine. Emery's grip on my hand squeezed tight, and from the look on her and Aleister's faces, they were experiencing the same thing I had. This time, when the spirit snapped his fingers to attack, a wall of blue-green fire shot from Emery's center, forming a shield. The magical blockade didn't waver. The spirit shrieked and lowered himself to charge. He made it 3 steps when a chorus of howls resounded in the hall. Unsure from where the noise emanated, I wondered if maybe it was coming from the porta. Emery gasped. She hunched her shoulders, not letting go of our hands. A ghostly form of a wolf, half its face skull-like, slipped free of her chest. Its silver fur shimmered as it threw its head back, letting out a piercing howl. The beast stood almost as tall as Emery, with huge paws bearing sharp claws. A second wolf followed, then a third. The wolf-pack trio flattened their ears, snarling and snapping their jaws at the raging spirit. I was worried the wolves weren't going to be enough to take the monstrosity down. Less than a minute later, I realized I shouldn't have doubted them. They threw themselves at the beast, tearing into his body with fangs and claws. He swiped his massive hands at them, but they were too quick, overwhelming him with their tag-team attacks. When he looked like he might recover, Emery squeezed our hands, and the wolf bodies shimmered with renewed power. The beast's body was covered in gaping wounds, black blood hitting the floor in a trail leading toward the portal. He had almost reached it when the wolves drove him to his knees, biting at his throat together. His bellow turned into a disgusting gurgle. His head popped free and rolled across the floor. The body collapsed onto the head, then all of him turned to ash. A metallic sound clinked on the stones. Curious, I took a step forward. Emery tugged my hand. "Wait. The portal's still open." "Can you close it?" Aleister asked. "I don't think I have to," Emery said. The wolves dove through the portal and tore through the spirits that had been waiting there. Shrieks and screams echoed out, as if we were looking into an opening to the underworld filled with tortured souls. As the last spirit was eliminated, silence fell and the wolves turned their attention to the totem. Their bodies morphed into one monstrous wolf which charged headlong toward the totem. The impact created a crack down the middle. The totem crumbled to dust. The single wolf leaped through the portal. The gateway closed behind the wolf's tail with a loud pop. The wolf trotted down the hall, split into 3 by the time it reached Emery, and stood there waiting. She released our hands. The moment she did, the wolves howled and shimmered out of sight. "I think you just got a new tattoo," Aleister said. Emery's face and body returned to normal, but there, between her collarbones and covering most of her upper chest to her neck, was a tattoo of 3 wolf heads. It pulsed once with a blue-green light and dimmed. "Huh. Would you look at that?" she murmured, then swayed on her feet. Aleister rushed to keep her from falling over. Her eyes were glazing over. I think I want to sit down now." I shook my head, wondering if it was finally over. Again. Steps rushed toward us. Fairmain, Rose, Captain Lucian, and several other members of faculty headed our way. "Backup's here," I said. "Perfect timing," Emery added, and passed out in Aleister's arms.
Chapter 14. Emery. I grunted. Getting out of the bed in the infirmary was a hell of a lot harder than I thought it would be. "What are you doing?" Maggie, the resident healer, scowled at me. "I've been here for a week," I whined. "I just want to leave this flippin' room for 5 minutes. That's all." "And I told you no. You're staying in bed until you've recovered completely." "I have recovered," I argued. She arched her brow. "A few more days of rest won't kill you." "It might from boredom," I called after her. She bustled away, waving off my comments. I fell back to the bed in the infirmary, debating on my chances of sneaking out without her noticing. I tried twice already, but evidently that witch had vampire hearing. I was sure of it. The door opened, and I sat up, grinning at the sight of Aleister, Gentry, and Rose. Thank the goddess. I'm about to lose it in here. Can't be that bad. Rose hopped up on the bed beside me. You finally look rested. I feel like it too, which means I should be able to leave, I yelled the last bit, and Maggie yelled back at me to stop being a brat. I turned back to my visitors. So, anything exciting happening out in the real world? We were just here yesterday, Gentry reminded me, standing at the foot of the bed. And no, nothing's happened. His smile didn't last long. I can't stick around, but I wanted to see how you were doing. You look good. That new tattoo treating you all right? I rested my hand on my chest, where the wolf heads resided. Guess so. Haven't exactly had a chance to talk to them. Someone won't let me use any magic at all. Maggie had put her foot down and forbidden it. My guides have been quiet lately anyway. Even the raven settled down. Wonder if it sensed trouble this whole time, and just wasn't able to tell me. I think it might have found a way to warn you, just not the way you think, Aleister said, giving Gentry a weird look. Maybe. I studied the two of them, until Gentry finally grumbled about needing to take care of something. He said he'd see me tomorrow, and left in a hurry. I kept my gaze locked on Aleister. Is he all right? Yeah, he's got a lot to process. Again. Plus I think Brolin's giving him shit, Aleister said. That wasn't it, but I kept my mouth shut. Gentry found out about Aleister and I being together. I hadn't told him, but Aleister had because he didn't want to keep it a secret. Aleister had said he was okay with it, but it was obvious something was bugging Gentry. Every time he was around me, he only stayed for a short while and never visited me on his own. I wanted to talk to him, but he was making that very difficult. I did find out a few things while you've been on vacation, Rose teased. The hex I told you about? I think it's what was used against those spirits, or a variation of it at least. It's meant to put a magical leash on the target, but if that leash is broken, they supposedly go after whoever cast the hex. Do you think whoever cast the hex has death magic, and when the spell didn't hold up, they came after me because I have the same magic? Something like that. But that shifter vampire monster thing. And all the other ones you saw. I don't believe that could be accomplished by one witch. It had to take more, a lot more. The normal hex takes 5 witches to cast it properly. You're talking 20 for this version of it, maybe more. Rose's face darkened and she held my hand. I don't think it's over. I didn't have the heart to tell her it probably wouldn't be over until we figured out who those branded people were. The medallion that had hung around the shifter, vampire monster thing, as Rose not so succinctly put it, had been left behind in the ashes of its spirit. Gentry had picked it up before anyone else could see it. Until we knew who we could trust, we all agreed to keep our digging to ourselves. At least now we had another clue to figuring out who they were. That was the hope. Gentry was planning to go after them on his own. I wasn't sure how I knew, but every time I saw him, the look in his eyes said he was trying to figure out how to say goodbye. It left me with an uneasy churning in my gut. I didn't want him to go, but would he listen to me if I asked him to stay? Rose hung around for a bit longer, then left. It was just me and Aleister now. He dragged over a chair and sat at my side, talking about anything and everything to pass the time. I appreciated the distraction. I enjoyed it more when Maggie said she would be gone teaching for an hour, giving us a bit of alone time. I talked to Fairmain today, Aleister said, holding me close and running his fingers through my hair. She's pissed still, but says you're not at risk of being thrown out of the academy. Was there a chance I was going to be? I asked. Slight. A few of the EE members were outraged at the destruction the spirits caused, but Vic and Roderick managed to calm the situation. Maybe leaving wouldn't be such a bad idea. You don't mean that? Why not? Who's to say next semester will be any better? All I've done since coming here is cause trouble. I know 2 vampires who will argue with you. I laughed. You, maybe. I'm not so sure about Gentry. Aleister turned away, and I punched him in the shoulder. I knew it. He's hiding something. What is it? Nope. I told him to tell you, and he said he will soon. You'll just have to deal with it. I started to protest, but he cut me with a kiss. He wrapped his arms around me. When our lips parted, I pouted. He chuckled. Sorry. I have to leave you too. I get it. Maggie will let me out of here eventually. I'm sure Remy and Stuart hate standing guard at the same door every day. The conditions that had been placed on me these past weeks remained in place. Captain Lucian had returned to headquarters to give his full report of the last, and what was, I prayed, the final attack from any spirits. My wolves had done a damn good job of taking them all down. The new tattoo was a curious one. Aleister, Gentry, and I had yet to talk about what occurred that night between the 3 of us. I'd pulled on their energies somehow. I sensed Gentry knew, but he was keeping quiet about it. Aleister kissed my forehead and pulled an envelope from his pocket. Gentry wanted me to leave this for you. He didn't want me to give it to you while he was here in case you decided to open it. I took the envelope, tapping it on my palm. You know what's in it. I have an idea. I'll check in with you later. He winked when he added, try to get some sleep. I rolled my eyes and fell back to the bed. I opened the envelope, but couldn't bring myself to remove the letter, not yet. If Gentry had something to say, I wanted to hear it from his lips, not a piece of paper. I'd hold onto it for now. I set it on the bedside table and curled up with my pillow. After the attack in the hall, Aleister and Gentry had brought me to the infirmary. My wounds had only taken a couple of days to heal, but Maggie refused to let me leave until my body, mind, and magic recovered completely. I might have been complaining these last few days, but I hadn't felt this rested in months. I tried not to think about how much worse this situation was bound to get. One day at a time. That's what Aleister told me, whenever I began to ramble on about a plan to get to who was behind the attacks. We were going to take this one day at a time. I thought of Aleister's arms around me and shut my eyes.
Chapter 15. Aleister. The end of May approached quickly, and I was ready to see this spring semester over. I'd completed my basic magic final with Professor Bale, frustrated that I was still unable to conjure anything more than a spark. He told me to keep practicing, and one day soon I'd be able to use my magic again. I wanted to stay positive, but it was damned hard, especially after everything we'd been through lately. Magic would be a great asset to have right now. Each time I tried to use it, I sensed another force rising to block it from manifesting. I planned to spend the summer figuring out exactly what it was and getting rid of it somehow. I decided I'd check in with Emery and strolled to her room. Her last final for the spring semester ended a short while ago. I poked my head in the dining hall but didn't see her. Figuring I'd try her dorm next, I blurred to her floor and knocked on her door. Giggling came from inside. The door swung open a second later. Rose and Emery were inside laughing about something. "Am I interrupting?" I asked. "Nope, nothing. I'm just leaving." Rose winked at Emery, patted me on the shoulder and left, closing the door behind her. "Do I want to know?" Emery grabbed me by my shirt and dragged me closer. Just Rose being Rose. She stood on her toes and kissed me. "How was your final?" I wound my arms around her waist, hugging her. Could have been worse. Still dealing with that damned blockage. I'll break through it eventually. I didn't want to let go of her warmth yet and hugged her closer, kissing the top of her head. "I'm okay," she murmured into my chest. "I promise." "Never said you weren't." "You don't have to." She leaned back, pushing a stray strand of hair from my face. "Nothing's tried to drag me back to the spirit realm again. I'm good." "And you're sure you're fine? No weird side effects from diving into the realm of the dead? You haven't gone back on your own." "How would I?" Still not sure how I got there the first time around. You and me both. The how and why had been bothering me since it happened. I never should have been able to slip into the spirit realm so easily. It was probably just a weird one-time thing. I doubted I'd ever be able to do it again. The only theory that made sense was my connection to Emery. That had to be it, considering it was Gentry who yanked us both out. He had no magic at all, and yet he reached into that realm and dragged us free. It was Emery herself who said she'd felt something with both of us, like her magic was tugging her toward us. Whatever it was, I was grateful since it saved all our lives. I'd wanted to speak to her and Gentry about what else we'd managed to do together, but the timing always seemed off. With summer break coming, we were running out of chances to have that conversation. Frowning, Emery poked me in the chest. "You're going to give yourself a headache if you think any harder. Let it go. It happened, we're alive, nothing to worry about." I glanced at the wolfhead's tattoo, considered mentioning how she managed to fight off that rampaging spirit in the end. She was in a good mood, and the last thing I wanted to do was weigh her down with more questions. "You're right, except who caused the spirits to go crazy?" She grimaced. "Probably the same person behind the murders. It's not the witch Astrid blamed." "It can't be." "I doubt it too, but that's not what everyone else is saying. Because they're all idiots. Nothing makes much sense about any of this shit. What I do know is the semester is over, and I'm ready for a long summer vacation. I'll be spending a lot of time training myself the best I can. Want to make sure I'm prepared in case this happens again. Need to work with this new guide too." Emery backed away, shoving her hands in her pockets to probably keep from playing with her necklace. Her cheeks reddened, and I picked up on her rapid pulse. "I know you're this hotshot vampire, heir to your house and all, but if you want to come visit at all, if you're not busy, that'd be nice." Seeing her so flustered, my lips tugged into a grin. "Emery, are you asking me to come stay with you this summer?" "Just if you can or want to. And obviously you don't have to be there all summer, but for a while would be nice." She turned her back on me, continuing to ramble. "I think the hotel in town has vamp-safe rooms. If not, I can do something about that. Or you can stay in the next town over, but I don't have a car. And I still have no idea what this is, or if it's going to work or..." I spun her around and cut off her fretting with a kiss. "One day at a time, Emery. One day at a time. After I have a chance to check in with Roderick, I'll come see you." Great, that's great. A flicker of doubt appeared in her eyes, and she glanced over her shoulder. I didn't have to ask to know what she was worried about. If she wanted to talk about it, she would. I was still getting to know her, but what I had learned was not to push. Pushing made her shut down. The same thoughts were rattling around my head too. If she decided she wanted to slow down and give herself more time to ensure she wasn't merely rebounding from Gentry, I'd give her that. I was worried about his feelings and planned to stop by and see him next. I stuck around in Emery's room, helping her pack and talking about her plans for the summer, aside from more training. When she yawned and was ready to fall asleep, I kissed her one last time, said I'd see her before she and Rose left the academy, and set off to speak with Gentry. I'd never seen the letter again, and she'd never told me what he'd said. I wouldn't pry. This was between the two of them. Gentry answered the door on my third knock, his messy hair messier than usual, but he'd shaved the scruff from his face. Finished with finals? He asked, letting me inside. Yeah. Another semester done. I'm only teaching in the fall, so that'll be a nice break. He crossed his arms, shifting his weight, while he studied the floor at his feet. Frowning at his silence, I sighed. We've been friends for a long time, man, a long time. You're pissed, and I'm assuming, at me. I knew this was a bad idea. Why would I be pissed at you? Brow arched, I let out a laugh of disbelief. You might think you're hiding your jealousy, but you're not. She's picking up on it too. You don't ever talk to her alone anymore. If you don't want me to be with Emery, then what? You'll break it off with her? Don't be an idiot. You're together. It's done. She made her choice, and I get to live with it. I'll still be here for her if that's what you're worried about, but you two work better than we did. You have no way of knowing that. And you're not over her. He rolled his broad shoulders while his brown eyes briefly glowed red like two hot coals in the dim lighting of the room. I am. Completely over her. He rubbed a hand down his face, muttering under his breath. I know you want to talk about that night, but it'll have to wait a bit longer. At least tell her bye before she heads out so she knows you're not mad at her. I followed him further into his place, when I noticed the duffel bag packed and ready to go waiting on the couch. Or before you go. Thought Brolin wasn't expecting you back for another week. He's not, but I'm not heading home. He hoisted the bag onto his shoulder, picked up the leather jacket from the back of the couch, and walked around me. Close the door behind you when you leave. Where are you going? He pulled the bag higher up his shoulder. The murders, this shit with the spirits, that damn symbol, someone's playing with us, and I don't like it. I don't believe the witch they have in custody is the killer. The Frozen Heart and those people with the brand are behind all this shit. They have to be, and I'm going to find out how they're pulling the strings. I want to know what their endgame is. I'm taking some vamps with me to track them down. To figure out the truth before they hurt anyone else. Or before they come after Emery again. Gentry's lip twitched, a quiet growl echoing from his chest. I was sure I'd keep her safe. That's what I'm going to do. Let me come with you. I can help. You shouldn't be going after them without me. It's my fight just as much as it is yours. No, he said with a harsh hiss. Your job now is to keep an eye on Emery he cleared his throat, for her sake. Let me do the legwork, see if I can't find answers. I'll stay in touch best I can. You should tell her about Kylie and the Raven. His glare said that was a no. He hesitated a moment longer, opened the door, and with a final look that told me I better not let anything happen to Emery, he was gone. Damn it. He was too hard-headed to be convinced to stay. We didn't have nearly enough information to go after the secret society or what the symbol meant, but arguing with him was pointless. I was pretty sure he wasn't going simply to find them. He was going to get away from Emery and me. I went around his place, flipping off the lights for him. I spun around and froze. Sitting in the middle of the small island in the kitchen was a long-stemmed black rose. It had been stuck in an empty whiskey bottle. Dried petals covered the counter around it, but the rose itself was mostly intact. Not once this semester had I stepped foot in Gentry's place. If I had, it would have changed everything. He kept the rose. Her rose. And he called me an idiot. I flipped off the last light, plunging the room into darkness, and closed the door firmly behind me. Roderick's message had reached me at the last second. It derailed my travels plans. I hadn't headed home to Montana, where our house resided. Instead, I went to Burning Glade. He was in town but hadn't said why. I reached the lodge and ducked inside. The place was a frenzy of activity. "Aleister," Gretchen called. I spun around in time for her to reach me. "What's happening? Where's Roderick?" "With the rest of the eternal ember. You're to stay with me at all times, understand? It's bad enough Brolin's losing it that Gentry took off without telling him. Did someone else get killed? From the EE?" "Not someone," she whispered, grabbed my arm and pulled me to a small alcove in the lobby. "The House of the Crow was attacked." "By whom?" I exclaimed with a furious hiss. Gretchen licked her lips, her hand fidgety on the hilt of the dagger at her hip. She was nervous. Gretchen was never nervous. Pissed off spirits. 5 of them at the last eyewitness report. Said they simply appeared and attacked. When there were only a few vampires left, they disappeared. No trace left behind. Nothing. How many survived? My heart sank when I asked, and I was sick to my stomach. I had friends in that house, many of us did. "Gretchen, who lived?" 22 at the final count. That's it. That house had over 100 vampires in it. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. These spirits. What did they look like? In a word, monstrous. Said they appeared like shifters but moved like vampires. They were mutilated, massive, like nothing no one's ever seen. Just like what happened at the academy. "You're sure?" she demanded. "The attacks, I think they're connected. The murders and the spirits." But Clara Flanagan wasn't a vampire. I clamped my mouth shut, frowning. Clara might not have been a vampire, but the timing was too strange. There were murders at the academy, and an EE member turned up dead. Then there were attacks by spirits at the academy, and an entire vampire house was nearly wiped out. I had to let Emery know. I told Gretchen I'd be in my room. She followed me to my door but stood guard in the hall. Visiting Emery this summer might not be a possibility any longer. Then again, I promised Gentry I'd keep an eye on her. It was going to be hard to convince Roderick to let me stay with her after this latest round of murders. "I'll make it work," I murmured, knowing full well Gentry couldn't hear me. "Somehow I'll keep her safe." There was a connection, there had to be, between what happened at the academy and outside it. The sickening notion that someone was using the academy as a testing ground for dark, twisted magic drove me to the mirror in a hurry. I pressed my hand to the glass, thought of Emery, and waited impatiently for her face to appear.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.